Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table in both official languages the 2022 CSIS Public Report as required pursuant to Section 20.21 of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. The report stands referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 5 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports,
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities in relation to Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development in relation to Bill C-281, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Broadcasting Act, and the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des...
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, your home, my home, our home, let's bring it home. There are 127,000 Canadians who are dual citizens with the UK, and every single year their pensions are not indexed in the UK. So petitioners in Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon and across Canada are calling upon the Government of Canada to consider those pensions in their negotiations with the British government for a new free trade deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present petition E4340. It was signed by 913 Canadians, and they call our attention to the devastating earthquakes that occurred in February in Syria and Turkey, leaving thousands of people dead, injured, and without homes and critical infrastructure destroyed. They point to the urgent need for aid and call for international human rights and humanitarian organizations and faith groups to remove sanctions so needed assistance can reach all areas of Syria. The petitioners call on the government to reconsider its economic sanctions on Syria so aid can reach those that badly need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on interference by the People's Republic of China, motion standing in the name of Mr. Cooper.
Debate. The Honourable Member, sorry, I have to read the whole thing first. Let me, I was anticipating the discussion there and I got carried away. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Kuzi, moves that given that intimidation tactics of the People's Republic of China are being deployed against many Canadians of Chinese descent in the diaspora communities across the country, which are widely reported and well established through the House of Commons committee testimony and reports by Canada's security establishment, including reports indicating that families of members of Parliament are subjected to an intimidation campaign orchestrated out of Beijing's consulate in Toronto, the House called on the government to stop delaying and immediately
Create a foreign agent registry similar to Australia and the United States of America.
B, establish a national public inquiry on the matter of foreign election interference. C,
Close down the People's Republic of China-run police stations operating in Canada. And
expel all of the People's Republic of China diplomats responsible for and involved in these affronts to Canadian democracy. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand on our Conservative motion calling on this government to finally stand up to Beijing's interference in our democracy and our sovereignty. This motion couldn't be more timely. On May 1st, the Globe and Mail revealed that a CSIS report states that Beijing sees Canada as a high priority target and that Beijing is the foremost perpetrator of foreign interference in Canada. The same CSIS report states that Beijing agents are completely unconcerned about repercussions in Canada. And no wonder, because when it comes to Beijing's interference, this Liberal government's response has been one of weakness, incompetence, and inaction. Under this Prime Minister's watch, Beijing has interfered in 2 federal elections. Beijing has set up illegal police stations to harass and intimidate Chinese Canadians. And this week, we learned that a Beijing diplomat working at Beijing's Toronto consulate arranged to sanction and punish family members in Hong Kong of a sitting member of Parliament because of how that member voted in this place to stand up against Beijing's human rights violations. In other words, Beijing attempted to intimidate a sitting member of this House, a duly elected member, to interfere with that member's ability to do his job, and that is to stand and vote in this place on behalf of his constituents and on behalf of Canadians free from Beijing's coercion. This is about as serious as it gets. And, Madam Speaker, it is well documented. I will be splitting my time with the member for Calgary-Mindeport. It is well documented, Madam Speaker, that Beijing diplomats have been extensively involved in all of these foreign interference activities, diplomats that are accredited here in Canada. And yet, in the face of that, in the face of substantial evidence, not a single Beijing diplomat has been expelled by this government. Not one.
Outrageous.
The government has pathetically cited the Vienna Convention as a basis upon which not to expel these diplomats, which is incredible because Article 9 of the Vienna Convention gives this government unfettered discretion to expel any diplomat at any time without having to provide the reasons why. Madam Speaker, the government's excuse on its failure to expel Beijing diplomats, their refusal to expel them, is no excuse at all. So weak has this government been that For 2 years, they have known the name of a Beijing diplomat who arranged to punish the family of a sitting member of parliament. And 2 years later, that Beijing diplomat continues to work at Beijing's Toronto consulate. So instead of doing what they should have done, which is to immediately expel that diplomat, the response of this government was to turn a blind eye, to effectively give the green light to this Beijing thug. And even worse, the government attempted to cover it up. The only reason Canadians know of this shocking incident is because of the May 1st report in the Globe and Mail. This government didn't even have the courtesy to inform the sitting member whose family was in harm's way. Truly disgusting behavior on the part of this government. So, Madam Speaker, now that the Prime Minister has been caught once again covering up for Beijing, it's time for the Prime Minister to, for once, stand up to Beijing and do the right thing by sending that diplomat packing, and sending that diplomat packing today. Madam Speaker, it is truly alarming that under this Liberal government's watch, the Beijing regime has operated at least 8 illegal police stations. These police stations have been set up by the Beijing regime to monitor and track, harass, and intimidate Chinese Canadian citizens. They have facilitated the forced repatriation of persons to China. Violations of human rights are taking place at these black sites. And these illegal police stations are not only illegal, they are a violation of our sovereignty and international law. And yet, even though it's been months since the first police station was discovered, not a single diplomat has been expelled, no arrests have been made, and no charges have been laid. When the Minister of Public Safety came before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee last week, he repeatedly stated that the RCMP had shut down the illegal police stations. The Minister of Public Safety repeatedly told the committee something he knew at the time not to be true. Not the first for this Minister of Public Safety, because as it turns out, at least 2 of these illegal police stations are operating in Montreal, in which the RCMP has taken no action to shut them down. So what we saw at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee from the Minister of Public Safety is another example of this government failing to act, and a minister on behalf of the government seeking to mislead Canadians for the failures of this government, all to the detriment of the safety and security of particularly Chinese Canadian citizens. Then, Madam Speaker, there is the failure of this government to protect the sanctity of our elections from Beijing's interference. It is now well established that the Prime Minister has been repeatedly briefed about Beijing's vast campaign of interference in the 2019 and 21 elections. The Prime Minister was briefed as early as February of 2020 that Beijing's Toronto consulate coordinated a campaign involving 11 candidates and the clandestine transfer of funds. Now, instead of being transparent which is precisely the advice that CSIS provided the Prime Minister. CSIS provided that the policy of a government when it comes to foreign interference be grounded in sunlight and transparency. The response of the Prime Minister has been anything but transparent. He kept Canadians in the dark, and when this interference became known, he downplayed it, he used carefully crafted language, and he misled Canadians about what he knows. And one can only conclude it was because that interference benefited the Liberal Party, and he was content to let it go happen. So, Madam Speaker, let me just conclude that when it comes to standing up for our safety, security, and democracy in the face of Beijing's interference, this Prime Minister and this government are completely unfit for office.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, I'm actually shocked, Madam Speaker, that the Leader of the Opposition who's making such a big deal of this, or the member who's supposedly affected by this, are not the ones leading off the discussion today. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, my question for the member is this. I'll start with a statement of fact. The statement of...
Order! It is not the proper time for the honourable member to be yelling across the way when I haven't recognized him. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
I'll start with a statement of fact. The statement of fact is this. The Prime Minister first heard about this incident earlier this week when it was reported in the media, as did everybody else. The member from Wellington Halton Hills actually had a defensive briefing on this 2 years ago. So he knew about this when it actually happened. My question for this member is, when did he find out about it? Did the member from Wellington Halton Hills bring it to his attention at any time prior to the media doing so?
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, yesterday in the House, I repeatedly asked the Minister of Public Safety, twice I asked him, he was asked by other members, when did his office learn of this, and he refused to answer. I learned about it in the Globe and Mail, but CSIS told committee that they most definitely brief the government about instances when politicians are targeted by hostile foreign governments. So it simply isn't credible that the government claims that they found out about it from the Globe and Mail. The minister's office knew about it 2 years ago, and it's why he won't say when his office learned of it, because it's been 2 years and they did nothing.
I just a while ago made mention that if I don't recognize an individual, then that individual shouldn't be speaking right now, and I would just ask members on all sides of the House to respect each other when the debates are through. So if they're not the ones that have the floor, then they shouldn't be speaking. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I see already that the debate is going to be quite something today, Madam Speaker, and I would urge all members to talk about the substance of the matter because it's very serious. And so here's my colleague. He demonstrated that this matter is urgent, and he insisted on an independent public inquiry. But I wish that he had emphasized the actions that were taken even before this crisis by appointing his cronies in order to settle things down and to have us believe that he's actually doing something about it. Mr. Rosenberg and Mr. Johnston are closely linked to the Trudeau Foundation, so we're left wondering if the Prime Minister is misleading Canadians and Quebecers, or is he defending the Trudeau Foundation? What does my colleague think? The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, it is no coincidence that the Prime Minister appointed Rosenberg, the past president of the Trudeau Foundation, to investigate the 2021 election an election in which Beijing interfered to assist the Liberals win re-election. It's no coincidence. And as far as the appointment of a special rapporteur, again, it's no coincidence that he appointed a member of the Trudeau Foundation. A special rapporteur is nothing more than an attempt by the Prime Minister to appoint his friends to provide delay so that he can cover up this interference, hoping that it goes away. But guess what? It's not. Canadians are demanding answers, and in order to get them, we need a public inquiry, and we need it now.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is this. The NDP absolutely agrees that there needs to be a public inquiry, no question, one that's completely independent and also public and transparent. So to that end, I'd like to ask the member, what does he think is necessary to ensure that the process is one that all parties could agree to? For example, would the commissioner be chosen by all or have participation from all the leaders in the House in order to make sure that it is something that we believe is going to be completely independent?
A brief answer from the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the member for Vancouver East for her important question. If a public inquiry is to have any credibility, whoever leads that inquiry must not only be independent, but must be seen to be independent, which is why Conservatives, along with all of the opposition parties, have called on this government to establish a process whereby the House leaders of all of the parties agree and consent to whoever is appointed to lead such an inquiry. But first, we need an inquiry.
The honourable member Calgary Midnapore.
In 2002, I accepted an invitation to join the Canadian Foreign Service. My motivation? To serve the country I loved and to promote the values of freedom, the rule of law, and democracy. My guiding document, the Vienna Convention for Diplomatic Relations, a document revered by all nations, a universally codified agreement. The statutes within it allowed the nations to conduct their diplomatic functions in a safe and mutually agreed upon manner. To operate within it meant security, fidelity, continuity of business abroad. For me, to violate it was unthinkable. To honor it meant safe care of citizens, both at home and abroad. In 2018, I was asked to serve as Shadow Minister for Democratic Institutions. My pleas to the then Minister of Democratic Institutions and now Minister of Families, Children and Social Development to protect our democracy at all costs fell on deaf ears. And I'm particularly offended that our current leader is accused of having done nothing when she held the pen leading up to the 2019 and subsequent 2021 elections. In 2018, I questioned the Prime Minister in the House, for which she responded. I asked, Mr. Speaker, in response to a question in New York this week, the Prime Minister admitted to knowing that foreign money had influenced the 2015 federal election. Bill C-76 was supposed to close the loopholes in the election legislation, but it does nothing to stop foreign money from influencing our elections. When is the Prime Minister going to take this issue seriously and stop foreign interests from influencing our elections? She replied, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. It is vital that everyone in the House work together to avoid and prevent foreign influence and interference in our elections. I am excited to work with everyone in the House to make sure we pass Bill C-76. In Bill C-76 are tangible measures to ensure we can prevent foreign interference. I hope my colleagues on the other side will work with us to get this legislation passed quickly to ensure that our next election is protected. In addition to the toothless Bill C-76, the then minister gloated about the creation and implementation of the Critical Election Incident Protocol, a government body composed of 5 senior civil servants who all reported to the Liberal government. Be it incompetence or intention, this Liberal minister also failed, along with the Prime Minister, to keep Canadians safe and to protect our democratic institutions. But she refused to believe otherwise. And yet here we are today. Revelations of significant interference in the 2019 and 2021 federal elections by the People's Republic of China. Reports of money being funneled to candidates and Canadians being intimidated. Canada's election law is very clear. No person who does not reside in Canada shall, during an election period, in any way induce electors to vote or refrain from voting for a particular candidate. Yet the Prime Minister continues to avoid questions and dismisses concerns as ill-informed or even racist. When questioned by the official opposition in November, he stated he was never briefed on election candidates receiving money from Beijing. This even while Global News was reporting intelligence memos were given to the PM months before outlining how Beijing's consulate directed the funneling of a large sum of money to 11 candidates in the 2019 election. When the former head of CSIS called for a public inquiry into election interference, the Prime Minister labeled that suggestion as undermining democracy. As well, after Global News alleged in late February that the member for Don Valley North was aided in 2019 by the Chinese consulate in Toronto, the Prime Minister dismissed questions about the situation, coming close to accusing media of racism for even daring to ask about it, and that those who are trying to get to the truth are damaging confidence in Canada's democratic institutions. Most recently, a report published by the Globe and Mail as of May 1st made the claim that CSIS documents from 2021 state that China sees Canada as a prime target for interference. They also state that the Member of Parliament for Wellington Halton Hills family was targeted by Chinese diplomat Zhao Wei. The diplomat faced no repercussions, and the member was not made aware until the Globe and Mail story 2 years later. This is why Conservatives, the final defenders of freedom in this nation, have presented this motion here today. I will now discuss each part in more detail. 8, create a foreign registry similar to Australia and the United States of America. We have had on this side of the House a member bring legislation to this House only to have it defeated by this government, and now we see why. In 2019, the member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke brought such legislation to this House, and it was voted down by this government. The irony of other nations of having implemented such registries is that in June of 2018, this government announced at the G7 Charlevoix Summit that they would lead on the commitment by G7 leaders on the protection of democracy by playing and coordinating a leadership function for the broader G7 network. Most recently, we've seen the Liberal member for Nepean refute the necessity for such a registry. Given the discoveries over the last few weeks, we can see why. B, establish a national public inquiry on the matter of foreign election interference. All parties but the government, even their coalition partners from the NDP, are calling for this clause. Yet we have learned this government will kick and scream to avoid transparency, and even when brought to pass by this House with opposition parties in agreement, will refuse to comply to provide information. C, close down the People's Republic of China-run police stations still operating in Canada. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that Canadians were in disbelief that never mind policing stations from another nation, but for a nation that has no regard for human rights or the rule of law was operating within our borders. And in fact, that the Minister of Public Safety gave us the assurance that all of these stations had been closed. And yet we found out on May 1st that these continue to operate in Quebec. Madam Speaker, Part D, expel all of the People's Republic of China's diplomats responsible for and involved in these affronts to Canadian democracy. The 1961 Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations is a cornerstone of modern international relations and international law. Madam Speaker, it states, the host nation, at any time and for any reason, can declare diplomatic staff to be persona non grata, Madam Speaker. The sending state in that case must recall this person within a reasonable period of time, or otherwise this person may lose their diplomatic immunity, something that should have happened by now, Madam Speaker. And yet, Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister and his government have failed to do so for this individual, Madam Speaker. And if the member for Wellington, Halton Hills is not safe, how do we know that all members of this House and their families are not safe, Madam Speaker? The Vienna Convention is about honor, and so I thought this House. But in the words of the great author, Lord Jeffrey Archer, there is no honor among thieves. This government should honor the irreprehensible violation of diplomatic immunity and declare Zhao Wei persona non grata. Madam Speaker, as a former diplomat for Canada, my desire for freedom, democracy, and the rule of law will never be hampered, not even by this government. It is a raison d'être for my being here in the House of Commons. And it is why I stand in support of the member for Wellington Halton Hills. The Conservative Party will never back down from those who attempt to impede the fundamental freedoms of Canadians: truth, freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. If other members believe in those as well, they will support this legislation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unlike the Conservative Party, this is a government that truly believes in doing what it can to combat foreign interference and intimidation. It's very interesting how the Conservatives, on the other hand, play politics with the issue. It's important that Canadians that follow the debate today realize that CSIS is the deciding authority as to where and how things are brought up. The Prime Minister found out on Monday, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister then followed up by saying he wants to have updates on the issue whenever MPs are brought to the attention of CSIS. The member from Wellington Halton Hills is known for 2 years. The question is, has the member actually raised it with her, any member of the caucus? Has he brought it up inside the chamber? Has he done anything on the issue, Madam Speaker? Why has the member been more unfair?
I, again, want to remind members, especially those who have already had an opportunity to make a speech, to wait until it's questions and comments if they wish to try to be recognized for input. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's very clear that Canadians cannot have confidence in this government to protect democracy. They cannot have confidence in this government to protect our democratic institution. They cannot have confidence in this government to protect the members in this House and their families and their loved ones abroad, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we can take no lessons from this government. They had their opportunity leading up to 2019, and they failed, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Drummond. Yes, that's right. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, Madam Speaker. I think this is an excellent subject for the Conservative Opposition Day. And this is a concern of the Bloc Québécois as well. I listened to my honourable colleague's speech, and I heard her concerns, and we share them, as I said. but I also have a concern about the situation in its entirety. What does she think about the appearance of Alexandre Trudeau before the committee? I think that that family is genetically arrogant. And, Madam Speaker, this is not anything. He's not just something small. He accused journalists and he accused the former CEO of the foundation of disseminating misinformation to mislead the matter, to mislead Canadians. So I'm very confused about all this. What does my colleague think? The Honourable Member for Calgary Mid-Dipore. Thank you very much to my colleague for his question. Yes, here with the official opposition, we're also very confused because we heard the news about foreign interference and about the member for Wellington Halton Hills. So we also share what the member said. We agree with what he said. The idea that the media and journalists are spreading misinformation is shocking, and it was shocking to hear it from that witness. And so it was really unbelievable to hear that from the Prime Minister's brother. And so I agree with my colleague completely.
Member for Esquimalt Saanich-Soo.
Madam Speaker, of course, as a New Democrat, I'm concerned about foreign election interference, and we were the first party to suggest a public inquiry. But I have two concerns here, and the member's speech raises both of them for me. One is that if we turn this into a bitter partisan issue, we're actually doing the work of the foreign agents that seek to disrupt our democracy, and instead of working together to solve the problem. And the second one is that if we exclusively focus on China, we will miss other attempts to interfere in our democracy, including things like the convoy, which was outside, that this member supported, where $1 million flowed from the U.S. to try and overthrow the government here.
The honourable member Calgary Mid-Dipore has a brief answer, please. I have a point of order. The for Edmonton Centre, Winnipeg Centre. Sorry.
So I'm sitting here. I know it's the end of the season, but calling people clowns across the way and stuff like that, there needs to be limits here. There's nobody in the House pretty much right now. We're on duty. We're in the middle of debate. And, we don't have to, especially with what we're debating right now, which is actually really serious. We're talking about threats to democracy, and then we behave like this in the House. When we're talking about protecting our democracy, protecting democratic institutions, it's really troubling to me, because I actually am concerned about the state of our democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member, I appreciate the feedback she has provided. I'm not sure who may have called somebody by that name. I would just remind members that we are to be respectful here, and on a number of occasions we have raised the issue that calling people names in the House of Commons is not acceptable. And so I would just ask individuals to be respectful. The honourable member for Calgary Mid-Dipore, a brief answer, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I simply have to refute the facts within that question. The truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, is that member stands in a coalition with the government that is impeding Canadians from their families, and that is giving them cover up and not keeping members and their families safe. He is complicit with that, Madam Speaker, and he should think about that. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given all of the conversations that have been happening this morning, I want to begin by being very clear. On this side of the House, and our government has zero tolerance for foreign interference. Right. We take any attempts to undermine our democracy seriously, and we will continue to take all the actions that are necessary to protect our institutions.
Right on.
This is not a partisan issue. It should not be a partisan issue. It's a matter of upholding Canadians' confidence in our democracy. And foreign interference, as we know, is not solely a Canadian issue. Hostile state actors are targeting Western democracies, whether it's Australia, the United Kingdom, France, the United States, or other allies. These hostile state actors continue to do so at a rate that we haven't seen since the Cold War. They're working to sow distrust in our institutions, and it's really important for Canadians to see that every single member of this House is united in our actions against hostile foreign actors. Our government has already done more than any other government in the history of this country to put a stop to foreign interference. That's right. We are committed to working across the government and with all that are interested in working with us to bolster our institutions, to improve our systems, and to create the tools that are required to fight and deter foreign interference. The Leader of the Opposition has made it clear that he's not here to play a constructive role or to work across party lines to fight foreign interference. That's his choice. If the members opposite choose to polarize the situation and score cheap political points on the back of a serious situation, that is their choice. That is not how we choose to do things. Foreign interference is a topic that requires constant vigilance and the participation and collaboration and cooperation of governments around the world, but most importantly, all members of this House. And in today's uncertain and unstable global climate, I believe very strongly that it's an issue that demands the types of conversations that we are having now, so long as those conversations are grounded in fact and that we choose to work towards solutions. And we know that Canadians feel the same way. Canadians share this concern. And let me be clear about one thing above all else. It is Canadians and Canadians alone that decide the outcome of our elections, and we're going to make sure it stays that way. We have the systems and processes, the checks and balances that protect the foundations of our democracy. And as I said before, we are committed to working across the government to improve and create the tools that are required to fight and deter foreign interference. Canadians want reassurance they won't be targeted directly. That also means members of Parliament. So we will do all that we can as parliamentarians, and we should do all we can as parliamentarians to stay out of the threats to our safety. Malicious interference undermines Canada's democratic institutions and public discourse, and it's also used to intimidate and coerce diaspora communities in this country. Part of what hostile state actors are trying to do is to shift the narrative. By that I mean they're working to sow division, to circumvent the rules-based international order. They're seeking to create confusion. They're seeking to create mistrust. And when they look at the debate in this House and the comments that are coming from across the way, they are succeeding. To achieve their objectives, these foreign state actors engage in hostile activities. They actively engage in spreading misinformation and disinformation in an attempt to undermine confidence in a fundamental institutions of this country, including our electoral system. They do so by cultivating witting or unwitting individuals to assist them, which enables them to operate with plausible deniability on Canadian soil. That is why it constitutes a threat.
I'm still getting some interruptions while the honourable member is speaking. There will be an opportunity for questions and answers, and there will be opportunities for more speeches. I would remind members. But he said order. That is really disrespectful. I'm speaking to the honourable member, and he should be paying attention and listening and abiding by the rules of the House. And if he's not happy with that, then I would ask him to maybe leave the chamber. The honourable member for Vancouver, Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, they do so by cultivating witting or unwitting individuals to assist them, which enables them to operate with plausible deniability on Canadian soil. That is why it constitutes a threat to Canada's social cohesion, sovereignty, and indeed our national security. And that's why it's so important for us to double down on protecting our democratic processes and the values that we hold dear. And that's why over the past month, the Prime Minister has been showing Canadians exactly what we're doing to confront this problem. He has made important announcements on this topic over the past month. And I want to be clear, the Government of Canada is always seeking new innovative measures and ways to enhance the measures we already have in place to counter foreign interference. As the threats evolve, so too must our response, and that is what we have been doing. We continue to learn from the experience of our international partners to see what works, what may be applicable in Canada. In keeping with this approach, Madam Speaker, on March 6th, the Prime Minister announced further action to combat foreign interference and to uphold confidence in our democratic institutions. So let's just make it clear. Let's just be clear about what has been done. The Prime Minister announced the establishment of a new National Counter Foreign Interference Coordinator at Public Safety Canada, who will have the power to coordinate across government efforts to combat foreign interference. the government has actioned requested reviews from the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, NSICOP, and the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency, NSIRA, on the state of foreign interference in Canada and in our federal electoral process, and how our national security agencies have responded to this threat. It's also important to note that the Prime Minister announced that we are developing a plan to address outstanding recommendations from the NSICOP, from the Rosenberg Report, and other reviews on this matter. And I will note, Madam Speaker, that the report Countering an Evolving Threat, Update on Recommendations to Counter Foreign Interference in Canada's Democratic Institutions was delivered on April 6th. We've already made an investment of $5.5 million to strengthen the capacity of civil society partners to counter disinformation, promote democratic resilience, and to improve public awareness of foreign interference. The Prime Minister has also announced the launch of public consultations to guide the creation of a foreign influence transparency registry in this country. These consultations are currently open. I would encourage all Canadians and all members of this House to share their views on this registry through Public Safety Canada's website. It's important that we have these consultations to ensure that the communities that are affected by this have the opportunity to have input into what that registry might look like, so that we do not have unintended consequences of communities being adversely impacted. The goal is to ensure transparency and accountability from the very people who advocate on behalf of a foreign government, and that communities who are targeted by these attempts at foreign interference in this country are protected. And Madam Speaker, while consultations on the Foreign Influence Transparency Registry are underway in roundtable and bilateral formats with dozens of stakeholders and interlocutors, I would be glad for all of us to get an update to this House once that process concludes, which we will have. What I would note is that we are hearing overwhelmingly that there is support to bring forward a registry, and we're going to do it. But we're going to do it in the right way, and these consultations are going to help make sure we get it right. The Government of Canada is making substantial and significant investments in our counter foreign interference capabilities. The last budget includes $13.5 million and another $3.1 million to Public Safety Canada to establish a national counter foreign interference office, something that the opposition is voting against. The budget 2023 also includes almost $50 million for the RCMP so that they have the resources to do the work that they need to do to protect Canadians from harassment and intimidation by foreign actors, an investment that the opposition opposes. This investment will also increase the RCMP's investigative capacity and their capacity to provide and proactively engage with communities that are at the risk of being targeted. I note something that the opposition continues to oppose. Now, these investments build on the previous budget, where we saw investments of almost $15 million to renew and expand the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism to address foreign threats to democracy, which the opposition opposed, as well as the almost $13 million to establish a research security center at Public Safety Canada to protect Canadian research, while also strengthening the security posture of universities and research institutions, which the Conservatives opposed. These significant investments seek to increase the Government of Canada's capacity in its ongoing efforts to counter foreign interference. Madam Speaker, as I've noted, it is clear that these issues are very much part of what this government is doing, and given the current climate, will continue to be on our agenda. Our recent announcements build upon the foundation that has been created and provided by the authorities that can assure Canadians that they have the confidence, that they can have confidence in their institutions, including in their elections. I'd like to take a few moments to just share a few quotes from testimony that House of Commons committees have heard over the past while, which really drive this point home. David Vigneault, the head of CSIS, said, and I quote, "CSIS continues to view hostile activities by foreign state actors as the most significant threat to Canada's national security community, and building resilience to foreign interference is one way to mitigate its corrosive effects. Therefore, we continue to invest significant efforts building relationships with individuals, communities, and community leaders to establish and sustain trust and to offer our support and partnership in their protection." Madam Speaker, I'm now going to quote Jody Thomas, the National Security Intelligence Advisor. She said, and I quote, "Over the past few years, we've taken a number of steps to more effectively deter, detect, and counter foreign interference in all of its forms, including but not only during election periods. One effective way to do so is to talk about the threat and how we mitigate it without jeopardizing the sources and techniques used to gather intelligence and keep Canadians safe. Our mechanisms help to ensure helped to ensure that the 2019 and 2021 federal elections were indeed fair and legitimate, despite foreign interference attempts, and we are clear-eyed in our understanding of the challenge posed by foreign interference. We are taking concrete steps to strengthen our foreign interference approach, including by making sure that those who engage in such activities face consequences. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the experts on this matter agree. The nonpartisan experts in this country agree we are doing good work on a very solid foundation, and we must remain vigilant. Now, with respect to the 2019 and 2021 federal elections, the Prime Minister has asked NCIRA to undertake a review. And he's spoken to the chair of that committee to ensure that the review captures the flow of information from national security agencies to decision makers. Further, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada's security intelligence apparatus and community are combating threats within their respective mandates. From a law enforcement perspective, for example, foreign interference activities can be investigated when criminal or illegal activity is involved. The RCMP have a broad, multifaceted mandate that allows it to investigate and prevent foreign interference by drawing upon legislation. As part of its mandate, as everyone in this House should know, CSIS provides the Government of Canada with timely and relevant intelligence on these threats. But they decide what information is provided up the food chain, and not political leaders. And the Communication Security Establishment, or CSE, works to monitor the cybersecurity environment and to use that understanding to identify, address, and share knowledge about systemic threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. And, Madam Speaker, I should mention that this government has a particular reputation for being open and transparent in these matters. And I think we're moving in the right direction with the appointment of an exceptionally qualified independent special rapporteur. He's aware of how crucial it is to uphold transparency while also preserving the methods, the technology, and the professionals who work in the field. Now, the independent rapporteur has been appointed. While the independent rapporteur has been appointed, we will carry out this task in collaboration with all lawmakers who choose to participate in the process, so that Canadians can see our diligence and transparency. We've said time and time again that we will accept all the recommendations of this special rapporteur. We recognize the concerns that Canadians have, but we also want to reassure them that this government is taking every proactive measure.
I see that there's members either trying to ask questions while the honourable member is speaking or are thinking out loud. I would ask them to jot their questions down so that when it's appropriate time to ask questions and comments, that they're able to do that. The more that we interrupt, and I'm going to ask them not to stop the clock when I'm having to interrupt, because what will happen is that the official opposition will end up losing speeches. And so I just want to remind members to be respectful. I know that this is a very delicate situation. It's a very serious one, and I would just ask members to be respectful. The Honourable point of order, the Honourable Member Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, just on that same point of order, we have members from the government side basically gaslighting the member from Wellington Halton Hills. So that is why we are doing what we are doing today. They're not going to get away with it.
This is a point of this is a point of debate, and the honourable member has been making a lot of comments while the honourable member is speaking, and so I would just ask members to please be respectful on both sides of the House as to any comments being made, and if it's not the appropriate time to participate in the debate, then they should wait till it is. And I really don't appreciate the honourable member for Regina. I'm speaking here, and the honourable member was still making comments while I was speaking. So again, I'm just saying, please be respectful. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to go back to what I was saying. Look, I think we all recognize on this side of the House the concerns that Canadians have. We want to reassure them that our government is taking very seriously these concerns. We're taking the proactive measures that are required to thwart outside meddling in our institutions and in our democracy, and we're going to safeguard our democratic institutions. We take seriously the introduction of new policies and powers within the national security community, but we also work within the legal requirements and constraints that we have. The legal requirements that will allow us to implement them, as well as the transparent systems that will allow for accountability, must be carefully considered. And it's important that we're respectful when having these discussions across the country. We need a national picture We need to understand the impact on communities and on individuals. And it's important for all of us in this House to show Canadians that we can put partisanship aside to deal with the very serious issues before us. And I want to thank all members. I know Brad was one of them. I want to thank all members of this House who have taken the time to share their serious concerns and their serious points of view on this conversation so that we can move forward together. I think it's also important for us in this House to take the moment to thank our security and law enforcement agencies, who count among them great Canadians who are working on the front lines in our communities, at our borders, and online in the cybersphere to keep us safe. They work tirelessly to keep us safe, to keep our democracy safe, and respect for the work that they do is critical. We have experts in the field, Madam Speaker, who are working hard to ensure that we have the best possible recommendations on the path forward. Regardless of our political stripe, election interference, foreign interference is something that we must take seriously. To turn this into a partisan cudgel to try and score political points does Canada no service, does our democracy no service, and all that it does is seek to validate what foreign actors seek to do. They seek to sow discontent, they seek to disrupt, they seek to cause confusion. And the antics in this House, the comments that have been made, are an indication that they are succeeding. But on this side of the House, we will not let them succeed, because we believe that the work that needs to be done is often done quietly. It is often done with the seriousness of purpose. And Madam Speaker, as a former public servant who had the privilege of serving this country in the Department of Public Safety, in working with CSIS, in working with the RCMP, in working with our border agencies, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that our public servants take this work extremely seriously.
Right on.
They take this work as their life work. And they do not compromise. They do not compromise when it comes to the safety of Canadians. And that is the type of work that we need, that is done quietly, that is done in the service of this country, that keeps us safe. It is not comments and catcalls. It is not criticism of fact. It is not making things up that gets us to a safer democracy. What gets us to a safer democracy is showing Canadians that every single member of this House respects our democracy, respects its institutions, respects the way in which our Constitution governs us, but most importantly, respects the quiet work of our public service in keeping us safe and making sure those things work in tandem. Our job as parliamentarians, Madam Speaker, is to reflect the best of this country. Our job is to make sure that Canadians see in us people that are prepared to protect their democracy and preserve it. I am confident on this side of the House that is the work that we are going to do. We invite every single parliamentarian in this House to cast partisanship aside and work together in this regard.
Order, the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would just ask that you remind all members to be judicious in their language. Using the word catcall in something so serious that we're discussing is offensive. As a woman, I am offended that that language is being used in this form of debate.
I do want to remind members to be extremely careful on the words that they use, and I want to remind the honourable member to that he's got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left before questions and comments.
And if the use of that word was offensive, I unreservedly apologize, and I would withdraw that word. What I would use instead is I would say the name calling from the opposition, the ongoing chirping, does not help progress the conversation on working towards our democracy. That's right. What I will say, Madam Speaker,
and I'm going to again remind members to be very respectful towards each other, and when they don't have the floor, that they should not be making comments or trying to pose questions. And if this continues, those members that are continually doing it will not be recognized should they decide to get up for questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the remaining time I have, I would just like to say a couple of things. First is that CSIS has been reporting on the challenges to our democracy and foreign interference since 2013. That was a time when many of the members opposite were part of the government. And the Prime Minister of the day chose not to act. when the Minister of Democratic Reforms, who is now the Leader of the Opposition, chose not to be involved, and when he was asked why, he said it was because he didn't feel that the Chinese government was helping their party get elected, so it wasn't worth getting involved.
That's what he said.
Now, if we all in this House believe that a threat to one of us is a threat to all of us, which I know on this side of the House we believe, then it is up to all of us to hold to account those that chose not to act. Those that chose not to act when they had the opportunity. But it's also incumbent upon all of us to act when we do have the opportunity, which is what our government has done since we took office. The processes that have been put in place, the tables that have been created, the committees that are doing the hard work, all of that work is going to help to strengthen our democracy in the face of threats that evolve every single day. And Madam Speaker, I know that Canadians can look with confidence at this side of the House, at this government, the actions that we are taking, because they know that we are doing it not to preserve our own interest, Madam Speaker. It is to preserve the democracy that we cherish.
Hear, hear.
It is to ensure that every single Canadian, regardless of their background, their faith, the color of their skin, their sexual orientation, can feel proud to participate in our democratic process. And that is something that comes by respecting the diversity of this country. That is something that comes by working with communities to ensure that foreign actors do not have the opportunity to permeate and to succeed. That is the work that we are doing. The work that we will continue to do with our law enforcement agencies, that we will do with communities, and that we will do with all Canadians that choose to be part of this conversation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Madam Speaker, that was quite a speech after we just sat and watched a group of Liberal members of Parliament mocking and laughing as the member for St. Albert was speaking earlier. The member talks about taking very seriously these concerns, but earlier in a question, the member for Kingston and the Islands referred to the member from Wellington Halton Hills as supposedly affected by this situation. The other Liberal Parliamentary Secretary, the House Leader, in heckling, said, quote, the member, referring to the member from Wellington Halton Hills, the member's not credible, was what that member said in heckling. So will the honourable member...
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
You know, Hansard will clearly indicate the many words I've said inside the chamber, Madam Speaker. I don't necessarily need the member opposite to pretend he's Hansard trying to convey things that I've said that are not recorded on Hansard, Madam Speaker. I cannot honestly recall, and I don't believe the member knows as well.
I'm... on the point of order, the honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
The honourable member did not just say that he didn't say those words. He's just saying that they weren't recorded. He absolutely said those words. I was sitting right here and I heard him say them. This is becoming a point of debate. As far as for what was said and what wasn't, I will endeavour to ask that we review Hansard to see if we can determine what was said and come back to the House if need be. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin can continue with his question, which I would ask that he wrap up. There's only 20 seconds left in that ability to ask that question. It won't take me 20 seconds, Madam Speaker. My question, given the gravity of the situation, is very straightforward. Will the honourable member who just spoke turn around, ask his two colleagues who hold leadership positions in his party to unreservedly apologize to the member for Wellington Halton Hills?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. Here's what I would say to that. Every single member in this House belongs to what I consider to be a parliamentary family. We may not agree on politics, we may not agree on policy, but one thing that is important to me as a Canadian, as somebody whose family left very difficult circumstances to come to this country because of the democracy that we hold dear, I take very seriously threats to any member of this House. To me, it is very important that any member of this House feels safe in doing their job, that their families are not under threat. And what I would say to you, Madam Speaker, is that every single member of this House has an opportunity and an obligation to work together so that we can find solutions to the problems that we want none of our families to face. I think it has been very clear by the actions that the Prime Minister has taken since he found out about this on Monday that we will engage with any members that are affected by this in a productive and thoughtful manner.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I found it rather interesting what my colleague seemed to imply. It seems that he was trying to say that the fact of asking questions could promote foreign interference. It might even promote other countries' interference. We'd be most vulnerable because opposition members here can ask questions. Our questions might lead to more interference, apparently. I find that rather difficult to hear and listen to. Does my colleague believe that our work is to not ask questions on something as important as foreign interference in our democratic process? Does he really believe that we should stop asking questions about this subject?
Member for Vancouver Granville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to clarify something for my colleague. That's not what I said. It is very important for everyone to ask questions. It is very important for us to be able to offer answers to questions. But what is dangerous is when rhetoric and words try to create
mistrust in our institutions. The act of asking questions in this chamber is critically important, and we all welcome these questions. But we should draw a fundamental difference between asking questions in this House, which is a critical responsibility of all of us, and going out there and misrepresenting facts in order to create to score political points, and most importantly, to sow discord.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A quick comment and then a question. I want to begin by saying that New Democrats stand in solidarity with community members who have been the target of threats and intimidation in support of the Chinese government. Canadians deserve to feel safe, and Canada must not tolerate any type of intimidation, harassment, or targeting of the diaspora communities. I want to stand personally as a member from Hamilton Centre and extend my solidarity to the member from Wellington Halton Hills for what he and his family had to go through. Madam Speaker, on to my question. There seems to be some discrepancies about who knew what, when, and exactly what it was they did about it. The public safety minister said he didn't hear about China targeting the member from Wellington Halton Hills until this past Monday. But CSIS was aware 2 years ago. The Prime Minister claims he doesn't know either. And yet, we have been presented with the CSIS report entitled for 2022, where they state that foreign intelligence may be collected from within Canada at the request of the Foreign Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or the Minister of National Defence, and with consent of the Minister of Public Safety. So, if there was any involvement here in Canada, why was it that the Minister of Public Safety wasn't briefed on this, and what is he going to do about it?
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
I want to thank the honourable member for his very important question. The way that the process works is that CSIS determines what the briefing should look like. If it rises to the level that it should reach the Prime Minister or it should reach ministers, CSIS makes that determination. If that is not the case, as I am given to understand it was in the case of the member for Wellington Halton Hills, a defensive briefing is given to that particular member. And it is my understanding that member was briefed a couple of years ago. So the member from Wellington Halton Hills, if in fact that is true, was briefed prior to Monday. The minister was informed on Monday.
2 years ago.
And there is a material difference. There's a material difference between a briefing that is given to a member and when that level, the level rises such that somebody else, such as a minister or prime minister, would be informed of same.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable members for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by expressing my support for my colleague, for the member of Wellington-Halton Hills. Like him, I'm a proud Canadian of Chinese heritage, and it's leaders like him that made it easier for people like myself to be able to serve today. My Liberal colleague talked about transparency and accountability. So the fact has been that it's now confirmed not only by CSIS, but also the Prime Minister, that a Chinese diplomat targeted my Conservative colleague. So would my colleague not agree that this action clearly is in contravention of the Vienna Convention, and why is the government not exercising Article 9 to declare this diplomat as persona non grata and kick him out of this country?
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I think that it is absolutely essential that every Canadian knows that we take very, very seriously the activity of foreign diplomats in this country. In the case of the Vienna Convention, anytime the Vienna Convention is invoked and diplomats are expelled, it is important that countries do the work that is required to understand, number one, the implications, number two, what implications might be felt by Canadians at home and Canadians abroad. And as that assessment is done in the context of whatever malfeasance may or may not have occurred, action is then taken. And we know that our Department of Foreign Affairs, the Global Affairs Canada, takes this very seriously. Those recommendations are developed by security professionals, by the officials. Those recommendations are then made and decisions are taken.
And comments on a Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. A brief question.
Yeah,
please.
thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, based on the report that was tabled today from CSIS, the public report, this actually says that a staggering 49 federal members of Parliament have received briefings from CSIS. So the member from Wellington-Halton Hills is just one of 49. As a matter of fact, I recall a discussion in the Proc Committee when the member from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon said that he also received a briefing. I'm going to assume that that was a defensive briefing from CSIS as well. The reality is that CSIS provides these defensive briefings a lot. I'm wondering if the member can inform the House as to whether or not he's received a defensive briefing from CSIS.
Order. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville has 1 minute to respond.
Madam Speaker, I have not received a briefing of any kind from CSIS. But what I will tell you is this. As somebody who, as I said before, has worked in the public service, had the privilege of working with the folks at CSIS and the RCMP, briefings when given are taken seriously. When people are called by CSIS, those briefings should be taken seriously. But what CSIS shares with one individual when they're being briefed is not necessarily the purview of others. Those briefings are hopefully, supposedly held in confidence. And it's important for us to recognize that the way in which our security intelligence apparatus in this country works, it works in a way that seeks to keep not just Canadians safe, but to ensure that the methods and sources that they work with are also preserved and protected so that the work that they do can continue. It's important for all of us in this House to respect that work.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. First of all, no more suspense. We will approve of the Conservative motion. Madam Speaker, we know the longer we drag things on, the more Canadians have issues that become a crisis. And the longer this drags on, the more we have two risks. First of all, as Canadians hear different information about interference, then Canadians lose confidence in democracy, in our work as MPs. The other issue is that the longer this drags on without tangible actions, the more likely we are to end up in an election with a third consecutive election with foreign interference because the wrong measures will have been taken. And we will not be in a position to fight interference. In the motion, there are four main points that are enumerated: the creation of a register of foreign agents, the setting up of a public inquiry, the closure of police stations operated by the PRC, and the expulsion of diplomats responsible for affronting Canadian democracy. I will touch upon these 4 points, perhaps not in that order, but I would like to start with that which is most important in our opinion: the implementation of a public and independent inquiry. And the main and key point is that the person responsible for this inquiry needs to be appointed by all parties. This is something that we have asked for since the 28th of February, 2 months. And I find it impossible to believe that the parties in this House would not approve of a candidate for this inquiry. This is something that we have been asking for a while. It's also important to appoint someone neutral, someone that is fully impartial, because the public must have confidence in the recommendations that will come from such an inquiry, and we hope that these recommendations will be implemented. The public must also have confidence that if part of the investigation is done behind closed doors, people will have confidence that is for real national security issues and not because perhaps it might be a question of hiding issues. And so it's important to have a commissioner, justice, a neutral person in any case, so that we know that if information is in camera, it's non-partisan information hidden for non-partisan reasons. Some people stated that a public and independent inquiry, if it is done transparently and publicly, could perhaps harm national security issues by burning sources or by uncovering investigative techniques. And that's why we need a neutral presidency of this. We're not the only ones asking for a public inquiry. Jean-Pierre Kingsley said in March, Canadians need to know everything that happened. As long as there is no public inquiry, we will proceed piecemeal and people will pay huge prices. That's another issue. It's dragging on. No tangible measures have been taken. Information is coming out in an uncontrolled way, which may jeopardize potential investigations. This may also burn sources. Beyond the appointment of an impartial and neutral chair, one of our recommendations is to amend the Public Inquiries Act so that the appointment is done by a consensus in the House. The motion also talks about the creation of a foreign agents registry. We believe we should go much further than just a registry. This motion should also set up legislation to really tackle interference. This is something that has been called for by motion since November 2020, that be implemented mechanisms with much more bite to fight foreign interference. Unfortunately, we had to wait for a crisis and for the media to get involved, for the government to finally announce a month ago that there will be consultations about the possible implementation of a possible registry. Beyond the implementation of this registry, there needs to be a much wider statute that tackles interference, because one thing we learned at the PROC committee is that there are holes in legislation. There is information that we receive, but we can't tackle it because there is no legislative tool that allows us to move forward. Information is, again, piecemeal. National campaign officers said that information was sometimes just a one-way street. Parties would give information to intelligence bodies, but there would not be information in the other direction. And so sometimes a political party would not be able to act without this information. On the specific issue of the registry, it's something that is endorsed by both the RCMP and CSIS. Is this going to solve everything? No, but it is a tool with other tools, of course, that will allow us to take steps in the right direction. We have been told that such a registry could unfairly target certain members of the Chinese Canadian community. I would like to say that this is pure hypothetics. Nothing says that members of the Chinese Canadian community will be unfairly targeted, but we also know that there are members of the diaspora that are currently suffering. because they are being targeted, threatened, terrorized by foreign agents. So the balance of inconvenience argues in favor of the setting up of a registry in order to protect the Chinese Canadian diaspora. Another one of the issues raised in the Conservative proposal is that there be closures of police stations. The issue is that there seems to be certain disparities in the discourse between what happened. The Minister for Public Safety in committee on the 27th of April said that these police stations have all been closed, but we've heard through the media that when one calls these police stations, the operations are still underway, which leads us to believe that all the elements presented today are interlinked. One single recommendation targeted by the Conservatives will not have an impact. Their power is through their interlinked strength.
So there's no closure of police stations because it's not in law. So we need to set up a foreign agent registry that will have some clout in terms of these police stations. I'd also like to mention that these police stations are they're one thing, but we also need to address economic threats, for example, or threats to families of Chinese Canadians, or anything that has to do with honey traps where influence tactics are exercised. For example, a woman who, seduces a member of the community and then threatens to spill the information. Once again, diplomatic expulsion. Something could have been done about this because the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that it was hard to expel diplomats without sufficient proof, and saying that this goes against the Vienna Convention. But we know that Article 9 of the Convention allows that, and the government doesn't have to justify itself. And so we know that this is a request that was also made by the former Canadian ambassador to China, Guy Saint-Jacques and Charles Burton, who have said that Canada does not need a justification to expel diplomats under this convention. So it sends the wrong message when we see that other countries are doing so and Canada's not. So because we shouldn't be tolerating this type of intimidation. So in addition to all of this, I'd like to add something that the Bloc Québécois is proposing. There should be an office regarding foreign interference that doesn't answer either to the Prime Minister or the Minister of Public Safety, but rather to the House. And that office would also have the advantage of being able to work outside election periods so that this interference can be prevented. It should have investigative powers, seizure powers, and it could work in collaboration with the RCMP and CSIS to limit foreign interference as much as possible while reinstating trust in Canadians and Quebecers. So the Bloc will be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So far this morning, the member of Kingston and the Islands, Winnipeg North, and Vancouver Granville all alleged that the member from Wellington Halton Hills knew about the foreign interference and the threats to his family. The member from Wellington Halton Hills has stated that the briefing he received from CSIS was general in nature and did not contain any specific threats concerning a person in Canada, Mr. Wei Zhou, that he was targeting the member and his family. Why is it that the government continues to push a narrative that somehow the member from Wellington Halton Hills is guilty about what took place, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I do not claim and to know anything about what the government's thinking, and I certainly wouldn't want to either. there are discussions on both sides.
Asked on the right side of the House, and I don't recall recognizing other members on the left side of the House to pose questions aside from the one that I had already, who has already spoken. So therefore, I would ask members to be respectful while somebody else has the floor. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, what I was saying is that I do not claim to know what the government is thinking, and I wouldn't want to even try. But that being said, the first thing I said when I started my speech is that the longer this goes on, the dirtier it gets, and it becomes a partisan issue, whereas this should not be for the good of democracy. The more this House tries to refuse a public inquiry, the more we're just hearing he says, she says type of debates instead of putting in place concrete measures that will prevent foreign interference in the future. So unfortunately, this type of game playing, these insinuations are bad because it delays putting in place a public inquiry, and we risk more and more partisanship that doesn't help anyone.
Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't think that there's anybody on this side of the House saying that anybody is guilty of anything. What we're saying is the only person that had actually been briefed on this matter, a defensive briefing received by CSIS, was the member from Wellington Halton Hills. What I also know is that the member who posed the last question also received a briefing from CSIS, as he indicated in a PROC committee once. So I'm just left to wonder who the other 47 MPs are that have received briefings, because the CSIS report that was tabled this morning said 49 MPs have been briefed. I'm wondering if the member from St. Jean could tell us if she is one of those 47 remaining MPs that received briefings.
Order.
The Honourable Member for St. Jean. Madam Speaker, the answer is no. But in any case, I don't think it's that relevant given the debate we're having today. What I'm hearing is the questions I'm hearing from the different members makes me emphasize more and more that this is getting too partisan. It doesn't serve us. It doesn't serve democracy, and that is why I urge everyone to vote in favor of the motion, because it's calling for a public inquiry that is transparent and independent. That is what would allow us to shed light on this matter instead of playing partisan games this, because this problem might not be solved before the next election.
For Vancouver East.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I so appreciate the members' comments and providing a reasoned voice in this House where the hyperpartisanship has reached, I think, just through the roof. The matter here is too important to get into that sort of back and forth hyperpartisanship. So to the member, on the issue around the significance and importance of an independent inquiry, along with measures that sends a clear message to any country who tries to interfere and intimidate Canadians with our democracy, needs to be taken seriously. So my question to the member is this. Aside from the public inquiry, which we absolutely agree, and the NDP was the first to move and call on the government to do that, for an independent inquiry to be in place, aside from that, the measure that needs to be in place to send a clear message to all countries who try to undermine our democratic system, what does the member think that we need to do to ensure that that is put in place?
A brief response, the Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Brief response, long question. I completely agree with the premise of my colleague's question, except that I think it was the Bloc Québécois who underscored the importance of a public inquiry. So we need to create a registry, absolutely. That is something that we've been calling for since November 2020, and so it's only now that consultations are starting, whereas the registry would be a tool that would allow the prevention of foreign interference, and it would allow certain arrests to be made and expulsions to occur. All these actions have to be done in a concerted fashion, and there are many other things that could be done now. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Cyr-Sainte-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, welcome to Canada. Canada is is stumbling along when it comes to China. And the Beijing regime is applying the principles of a revolutionary war, which is goes back to Mao Zedong. And so China has become a very worrisome power. If China is one of the greatest civilizations, at least it has been in the past, but its behavior can stifle the truth, as we saw with during the pandemic. In 2013, the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, who was not yet Prime Minister, said, "I admire China in a certain way because their dictatorship allows them to turn on a dime in terms of economic recovery." So it's no doubt easier for him, but this is Parliament, and Ottawa has to be accountable for the Chinese interference that has been revealed. The facts are clear. When it became clear and with proof that there had been Chinese interference in the Canadian electoral process, there was only one possible solution, and that is an independent public inquiry. And this is an idea supported by the former Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Jean-Pierre Kingsley, and by the former head of CSIS, Mr. Richard Fadden. So what did Ottawa do? First, it rejected the idea of a public inquiry by saying that it posed a risk to public safety because secret information could be revealed and sources compromised. And then the numerous reunions of the PROC Committee concerning Chinese interference in our elections showed how important it was to have an independent public inquiry because the format is simply not the same. It's not sufficient. It works much better with a public independent inquiry. It's not the same way of questioning witnesses. And after this initial refusal, when concerns were growing, Ottawa appointed two former members of the Trudeau Foundation, which is also embroiled in a scandal because of its links with Beijing, i.e. Morris Rosenberg and David Johnston. So it doesn't sound good. Now, who are these people? Morris Rosenberg was appointed to investigate and report on the assessment of the critical election protocol in 2021. The same gentleman was the head of the Trudeau Foundation when it accepted a donation of $200,000, $140,000 of which are actually paid from Beijing because they wanted to influence the Prime Minister, according to CSIS. The Chinese donor Zhang Bing, a political advisor of the Chinese government, issued a check on behalf of a Chinese business, and according to the CEO, China laid down conditions around this donation. So unsurprisingly, Morris Rosenberg said that all was well. More surprisingly, this same Morris Rosenberg stated in committee that he accepted the Chinese donation to try to influence China. That's pretty rich. As for David Johnston, he is a former Governor General, a member of the Trudeau Foundation, and a personal friend of the Prime Minister. And he also has very close ties to Beijing. He was appointed special rapporteur by the Prime Minister to determine if a public inquiry should be held. The Prime Minister himself publicly stated that he was a close friend, especially since his father and Johnston were friends and had side-by-side cottages. Thus, the Prime Minister grew up playing with the Johnston's children, and he also said that he is a friend of the family. Mr. Johnston is also close to China, his three daughters having studied in China, and he was received by Xi Jinping in person. Mr. Johnston said that he felt very much at home in China. Did the Prime Minister do any checking before appointing Mr. Johnston? Or did he do the same kind of the checking that he did with regard to foreign interference? But perhaps the appointment was just very timely for him. Only a real public and independent inquiry can shed light on this situation. in November 2020, a motion was adopted by this House calling on the government to adopt legislation similar to what Australia has, including around a foreign agent public registry. A real country, would take the matter of national security seriously. The United States have had this type of registry since 1930. That's 100 years before us. This tool can have a real impact by making it easier to lay criminal charges when the law is not obeyed. And it is thanks to this registry that the United States was able to arrest two Chinese nationals who are operating so-called police stations in the United States. And in Canada, despite the vote in the House, nothing has been done. Two Chinese police stations are still open in the Montreal region. As if this wasn't enough, the Globe and Mail recently disclosed a report from CSIS dating back to 2021 stating that the member for Wellington Halton Hills and his family in Hong Kong were threatened by a Chinese diplomat who is still here in Canada working. Now, what did this very wicked person do? All he did was vote in favor of a motion condemning the genocide of the Uyghurs by the Chinese Communist Party. And the Prime Minister boasts about having telephoned him to reassure him. So now I think probably the member is not very reassured by the phone call. Let's specify something. We are opposed to the expulsion of the Chinese ambassador. That is only valid in wartime because we need to maintain international relations. Dialogue and diplomacy are still a good idea, but in the case of the diplomats who are involved in a foreign interference operation, in this type of operation that involves intimidation in order to punish people for the democratic positions they're taking, that's something else altogether. And Ottawa is doing nothing by saying that it's respecting international agreements by not expelling the diplomat involved, whereas the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations allows for the expulsion of such diplomats. So the official opposition motion that we're debating today has 4 points. The foreign interference, foreign agent registry, like in Australia and the United States, a national public inquiry on foreign interference, closing the police stations, and expelling diplomats from China who are involved in our Canadian democracy. So we support these points and will be voting in favor of the motion. In closing, Madam Speaker, the father of the Prime Minister published in 1961 a book entitled Two Innocent People in Red China. As a friend says, someone who's innocent is not smart enough to be guilty, and yet here there are some guilty parties, and we are not going to believe the government stories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know I share a similar hairstyle to the member from Caribou, Prince George, but the similarities seemingly stop there. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and it is always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I'd like to ask the member this. There's two tones that I've seen in my time in the House. The tone that really seeks to get to the bottom of this, to have a legitimate inquiry, but I've also seen what I would call a quarrelsome, a pugnacious, and a victim-blaming tone that's come from the other side when it comes to the member for Wellington Halton Hills. He has the utmost integrity in my view. So I just ask that the honourable member comment, where does he stand in all of this? Does he stand with being quarrelsome, or does he stand with the member for Wellington Halton Hills?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, it depends. If I'm not very belligerent. I like to think of myself as more of a diplomat in nature, but we need to get to the truth one way or another. So I'm not questioning the integrity of the Member of Parliament, but we need to get to the truth. We need to shed light on this matter. And because according to what we read in the Globe and Mail, the member didn't know about those threats. But one thing is clear. We need answers from the government instead of using diversionary tactics by challenging the members' statements. We shouldn't be rending our garments when the government simply needs to tell us what's what.
And to the Minister of Health.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais remercier mon collègue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech today, an excellent speech. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my solidarity with my neighbor for Wellington Halton Hills today. He is my friend and a good MP who represents the best in this place. My question for my colleague. He expressed a sense of guilt, or rather a matter of guilt, in these circumstances. And I'd like to say that today's conversation is about security for all Canadians. It's not a matter of guilt. This is a matter of the right way to secure all Canadians, or to assure them that our country is safe. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I am pleased to hear my colleague's question. The tone is much more appropriate to today's debate than what we heard earlier from that side of the House, and I'm pleased to hear that. I would say simply that in a matter of national security, well, if there has been interference, clearly someone has committed that interference, so clearly someone is responsible. Clearly something has happened, and that's why we need this commission of inquiry, because after all, it would be odd to assume that no one actually did anything anywhere. I'm not saying that I can determine who those people are today. I'm not the person investigating. But we need a real investigation and not just name friends of this regime to key posts.
Hamilton Centre, a brief question, please.
Madam Speaker, and I'm rising in support of the Honourable Member in his search for truth, and I would like to have the Honourable Member reflect on what he believes would be a reasonable approach should his family had been the target of the same type of intimidation and harassment. What would be his expectation in terms of having protection and information from the government at a time as a Member of Parliament so as not to have his privileges breached here in this House?
Une brève réponse, l'honorable député de Saint.
A brief answer, please. The Honourable Member. Well, I think that being made aware of a case like this would have been the least of things, and now, according to today's information, that was not the case, despite some other information we had earlier. So being made aware is the least of things, and I personally wouldn't be sleeping well at night knowing that the diplomat at the origin of all this is still comfortably in their position.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure with the NDP's House Leader, the member from New Westminster, Burnaby. And Madam Speaker, this is such an important debate. Let me put this in some context for all members in this House. 100 years ago, in this country, the government of the day brought in the Chinese Exclusionary Act to say to Chinese peoples that they're not welcome in this country, to make a very clear statement. After that, those who came to Canada to help build the railway connecting British Columbia to the east, from coast to coast to coast, that allow for Canada to exist today after all their blood and sweat, and which, by the way, they were also put in a position of extreme discrimination, the most dangerous work with the least amount of pay. Many died in that process. Let us be clear. That is Canada's history. 100 years later, we're in this House debating foreign interference. And in the passing years, what's happened? Discrimination and hate ebbed and flowed. Now, I immigrated to Canada as a little girl back in the 70s. When I landed here with my family as a little girl, I experienced discrimination right from the get-go. I looked different, I dressed differently, I didn't speak very much English, and I was mocked. I grew up denying, working so hard to do what? To belong. And I worked to deny myself of my own natural heritage. I didn't know any better as a little child how to belong, except to say, I am not Chinese. That's what I did growing up. Now I am smarter, thank goodness, from when I was just a little girl, and over the years, I've come to realize what a gift it has been that my parents has afforded me to immigrate to Canada, to give me the opportunities to thrive, to have access to education, and to be me, free of pressures, and to enjoy the freedoms that Canada affords me and all of us. I am Canadian, let us be very clear, and I have a natural heritage. The situation that's going on today is so distressing to me. Somehow, members of this House, both from the Liberal and the Conservative side, think that this is just about politics. It is not just about politics. It is about people and people's lives. It is about our collective future. And to the member from Wellington, Halton Hills, I cannot imagine what it is like for him to have found out that him and his family are being targeted, that his family is being targeted by the Chinese regime. I sit there and I think about that, and the dread that washes over me, not just for this member, and let us be clear, for this member. He has privileges too. He's a member of the House, and he has afforded to him, and rightfully so, various protections. But there are so many other Canadians who are faced with those kinds of threats who do not have access to any protection, who do not even have a voice. And their lives are in danger. So why do I feel so strongly about this? I will tell you, aside from myself having experienced discrimination growing up and all the way through, all the way to even now, the amount of hate mail that I get, I won't bore you with it. My grandfather, who came before me, used to tell me stories when I was a little girl, how he went on the bus, that he was thrown to the back of the bus, he was pushed off of the bus. He's now passed. The horrific stories that he shared, the discrimination that he experienced, that we have to fight so hard to gain to where we are today. And what's happening? During COVID, I'll tell you this. People said to me to my face that it is the Quan virus. That's what they said to me. Since that time, with all of this hyper-partisanship that's gone on, my daughter went on the bus to go to school, a teenager, and what happened to her? Someone spat on her and yelled racial slurs at her. This is what's happening on the ground and how it is impacting people. Let's just set aside partisan politics for just 1 minute. And why the NDP, right from the get-go, when this issue came up, said that we have to have a national inquiry into this foreign interference. Why the NDP moved the motion back in February in committee, gave notice, and that motion, after much filibustering by some members of this House, the motion finally passed. And then after that, in March, the NDP brought that motion to this House to the House of Commons to be voted on and got support from all the opposition members as well as the independent members. And that motion also passed. But instead of doing that right thing, the government decided that they would do another process, therefore escalating this situation, forcing drips and drabs of information to be released through the media about the risks that we're faced. And all in the meanwhile, what are we doing? Undermining our democratic system and continuing to cast that cloud over people who look like me. That is what's happening. And in that process, people get hurt. I know someone who contacted me who received a death threat. That's how serious it is. Somebody who is engaged in the pro-democracy movement for Hong Kong. Now, I was born in Hong Kong. It absolutely breaks my heart to see what's going on in Hong Kong right now. And that person received a death threat, reported it to the RCMP, and then what happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. Who do you think will come forward to say that this is happening to them when there is no recourse? Who will dare to speak up when even a member of parliament and his family could be threatened? This is the situation that we're faced with. So let us take a breath and stop this partisanship. Stop this bickering. Get on to doing what is right, because our lives depend on it. People who look like me get hurt every day because of it. And some people don't have a voice. And the worst thing of it all is Canada's democracy gets undermined. Something that I cherish, and that I do not take for granted. Because my parents, where they came from, my grandparents, where they came from, did not have that right to democracy. Chinese people had to die and go to war to fight for that democracy here in Canada. That's our history. That is what's happening in Canada. And I also think, aside from the national inquiry, that has to be completely independent and transparent and meets the political test of all the parties. Maybe we can all just sit down and say, hey, let's sit together, get this inquiry underway, get the mandate underway, get a completely independent person underway to do this job so that we can stop this in the tracks. That's what we need to do. And moreover, we need to send a clear message to those countries, and China is definitely one of them, but other countries as well, who attempt to meddle with our democratic process, whether it be Russia, Saudi Arabia, or even the United States, which we know they also meddle in our democratic system. Let us just be honest about all of that and get to the bottom of it once and for all. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many more minutes I've got. 15 seconds. So I implore all members of this House to set aside your partisanship to do what is right for people, for humanity, for democracy. And when you say you're against discrimination, racism, and hate, take a breath and stop this gamesmanship that is being played right now, because all that does is to escalate all of that, and it is not good for Canada, it's not good for our democracy, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. I'm going to let the honourable member for Edmonton West have the floor.
Before I ask my question, I do want to apologize to the member from Esquimalt, Sandwich Souk, for an unparliamentary comment I made about his question. He is a gentleman, and I enjoy working with him. I do apologize. I withdraw that comment. I want to thank the member for Vancouver East for a very passionate, very strong speech, and I thank her for it. Brought up an amazing amount of great points that we need to follow up on. but I only have one question. Just ask, how do you think we should how should the member think we should put together a nonpartisan independent inquiry, the process? What do you think the best way we can do it to make sure it is truly nonpartisan and independent?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, first off, I want to thank the member for rising up in this House and owning what he said that was inappropriate and making that apology. I do appreciate that. To the question about what would be a completely nonpartisan public inquiry, which I think is absolutely essential, is for all the party leaders to come to an agreement on who is the commissioner and that mandate. It has to be completely above board. It has to be completely transparent. It has to pass every single test because too much rides on it. If there is a shadow of a doubt being cast anywhere with that process, it undermines all of this important work that needs to be done, and we, people like me, will never get out from under it. And it is too important, and too many people's lives has been put in danger, and too many people have died fighting for democracy for Canada.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to express how much I appreciate the story.
Order. I just got here, so I don't know what would happen, transpire. But the honourable member does have the floor. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge and express that I appreciate the member sharing her personal story and recognize, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, it is important that we.
From the honourable member for Kingston Islands.
You've made the point, Mr. Speaker, that the member has the floor. I think that the member who gave the incredibly passionate speech has a right to hear what that question is.
I have a point of order from the Honourable Deputy Whip of the Conservative Party.
There's been ongoing demands today for the honourable members in the Liberal caucus to withdraw the comments that they've made about the member from Halton Hills. They've continually said that he was briefed about these 2 years ago, that he didn't inform anybody about these, that he didn't inform his family, that he didn't inform the Conservative caucus. This is unconscionable, and the members across the way should be gentlemen, stand up and apologize.
And no water over there. And then obviously I was just getting here, so I didn't know the context of what was going on. So, but the honourable member for Winnipeg North does have the floor. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is important that we recognize a couple of facts. One of them is the fact that we're not just talking about China. The second issue is that there's many members of Parliament. We're talking 49 members of Parliament in 2022. And there were members of Parliament before then, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very hard to be able to think.
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So this is the second time I've risen in the House today because we're talking about the state of democracy. My colleague here just spoke about how what is going on is impacting her as a Chinese woman in this country and the importance of working together in a nonpartisan way across party lines to deal with it. In the midst of all of this, I have to listen to members across the way name call each other. We have young people here. We're talking about democracy, about the fact that we have a right to have different opinions in this House. We still have an obligation to be respectful, including to this member who shared personal stories. And I am deeply offended, and I would like people in the House to remember this and to act like civilized beings fighting for democracy together, because we are all here. We're all supposed to be here fighting for democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Not a point of order. I appreciate the sentiment, of course, for making sure that our debate remains civil and calm, and because I know many of the debates that come before here are extremely important as it is today. So I just want to make sure that the debate continues in a respectful manner. Do you want on the point of order? Sure. On the point of order, I'll go with the honourable member for Foothills.
And on the point of order from my colleague, and I do agree that her colleague gave an excellent speech talking about the impact of Canada's Chinese community and the impact it's certainly having on her and her family. But the point of all of this, Mr. Speaker, is we have members across the floor who are victim blaming the member from Halton Hills and saying that his information that he's provided is not credible. What kind of message is that sending to Chinese Canadians that we are standing up here fighting on their behalf, that not only should members of Parliament be protected, but every Canadian should be protected? And it is clear that we are making a choice on the other side of the floor. I'm not trying to be overly partisan, but that's what's happening. Rather than standing on the side of a Canadian who is obviously threatened, not only himself but his family, they are choosing to attack him as a victim and victim blaming and gaslighting. That is not the message we should be sending to Chinese Canadians or any Canadian, where the government should be standing up for them, not defending an agent of Beijing.
Again, we are descending into debate, and probably the debate of what we're actually having here today. Still on the same point of order, the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, on this point of order, the double standard. It's so frustrating as a member of Parliament when we're being told, stop being partisan, you're hyper-partisanship. What is happening on the other side? They're accusing the member for Wellington Halton Hills for knowing this for 2 years when that is not true. Exactly. So can we all put the partisanship aside, actually work together, and stand for this democracy?
All right, this will be the last comment on this point of order. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think with all due respect, the Conservative Party needs to review what's taken place in the last number of question periods and then look in a mirror. There has been a politicization of the issue, Mr. Speaker, and if we were to stand up now and elaborate on those, I think it's very disruptive to the member who just gave a speech, and I would like to be able to start over.
All right, we're still on the order, and I said this would be the last point of order, but I will allow. I mean, we can go point of order all day and not debate the bill. I mean, that's kind of where we're falling into by the look of it. The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly what I was referring to. If we rewind the tapes to earlier today, that specific member had said that the member for Wellington Halton Hills has known for 2 years and he has done nothing about the issue. That is not true. That is misleading Canadians and it is misleading this House. And it's unconscionable that he's doing that.
All right, I'm just going to wait till the debate gets down. I see two people standing on. Order! Order! That's enough. Thank you. All right. I am going to go in this sequence. We're going to have one more round of this, and then we're going to move on to the questions and comments that we originally planned to do. The honourable member for Kingston the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the member from the NDP who spoke gave a very passionate speech about attempting to dial back the partisanship on this, and I would completely agree with her. I think that what we are trying to convey is that the accusations that the Prime Minister has known about this for 2 years are completely false as well. And so if you listen to what is being said on both sides, and in the interest of genuinely dialing back the partisanship on this, perhaps we can all start from a point of not making those assumptions.
Sometimes I wish they give me. Sometimes I wish they give me the warning before I come sit in this chair. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I need to bring my point of order forward. The member from Vancouver East just did probably one of the most important speeches we will hear today. She spoke from her heart. And I have to say, in this House, I've known the member from Wellington Halton Hills since 2004. He's an honourable member. We are debating today a government that has ignored this entire issue for 2 years. Chinese Canadians are being victimized and bullied by a government, and this member is blaming the member from Wellington Halton Hills victim blaming. It's totally unacceptable. We need to support our members who are speaking from their heart, that this is affecting them each and every day, Mr. Speaker. They need to apologize for that outrageous behavior.
Absolutely.
Okay, and the honourable member for Vancouver East on the same point of order.
No, sorry, in response to the question, I don't want to get into this bickering.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Again, this is a lot of the debate that we're actually having today, so I understand the passion that we're having today. All right, so the honourable member for Winnipeg North was making a comment and going to be asking a question. I don't know if the honourable member was complete. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I'll attempt to be brief. You know, the member did give a very passionate speech, as we've all attested, and we very much valued and appreciated the comments. It is not just about China. It cites other countries. An attack on one member is an attack on all members of the chamber, Mr. Speaker. When you get death threats put against members, it is also something all members universally acknowledge that we have to do what we can to fight for our democracy. My question to the member is, does she believe that the Special Rapporteur has any role at all in looking and reporting back to the government?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
I think what the government should have done is to actually initiate a public inquiry, a completely independent public inquiry. The thing that they should have done was engage all the party leaders in this House and agree to a process and the commissioner so that there will be no question about who is leading this work and the mandate related to it. I think that there needs to be interim reporting of this work so that we can actually put an end to it. All this bickering about who knew what, when, where, how, etc. could actually be investigated by under the national inquiry so that there is no sort of blaming this way and that way and the other way. And in the meanwhile, what is absolutely essential as well is for other work to be underway, which is why the NDP supports this motion. We support the Foreign Agent Registry as an example. We support fully that the police station that is operated by the Communist Chinese government should be shut down. And equally important, that there should be absolutely accountability to those countries that are interfering with our democracy. There has to be accountability and measures taken to send a clear message, no matter what country is attempting to do this, that Canada will not tolerate it.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start off by paying tribute to the speech that we have all just heard in this House. And these are words that we need to live by, not only through the debate, through the course of today, but in the coming weeks as we work through these issues. So I wanted to pay tribute to the member for Vancouver East for what she has told us on the floor of the House today. And I hope that we all listen. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to say, as you're well aware, last night I rose in this House on behalf of the NDP to reinforce the question of privilege that was raised by the member from Wellington, Halton Hills. What he raised as a question of privilege, to my mind and to our mind, is absolutely no doubt a question of privilege that should be moved in the House as quickly as possible. That, of course, is your decision, Mr. Speaker, and your prerogative. But the NDP brought extensive additional material to the very eloquent question of privilege that was raised by the member from Wellington, Halton Hills. And I certainly hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Speakership will make a decision in a timely way in this regard. There is no doubt that this debate needs to be heard on the floor of the House. And as I mentioned last night, there is no doubt it meets the criteria for a question of privilege. That, of course, is your purview and your decision, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the decision will be made soon. Alors, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as we said a number of times, the NDP will support today's motion. We support the 4 measures. We have supported these notions for a long time now. Like the member for Vancouver East just told us, it's not just a question of allegiance that comes from China. For us, it is absolutely fundamental to act in such a way that we tackle and counter foreign interference, come it from China, from Russia, from India, from Iran. It's important, essential for us to implement such measures. And when it comes to a public and independent inquiry, the NDP at the Procedures and House Affairs Committee tabled a motion that was debated. I'll be asking questions about it later. It was debated. Mr. Speaker, you will remember that at quasi-unanimity, this NDP motion was adopted, an immediate request for a public and independent inquiry. Only members from a single party voted against the Liberal Party MPs. I don't know why, because all other opposition parties and independent members voted in favour of this important motion. Like the member for Vancouver East just said in a very eloquent way, it's essential that this be implemented with the agreement from all recognised parties in the House. This is something that we can do together, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen our democracy and make sure that foreign interference cannot have an impact in counter. If we work in solidarity, if we work hand in hand, if the government works with the opposition, if all opposition parties work with the government, then and only then can we reach very important responses to the situation, important for all Canadians from all origins. Like the member for Vancouver East clearly stated, it is also important that these responses can allow us to be in solidarity as a country. This inquiry, therefore, must be created. I have no doubt that the special rapporteur will make decisions and make recommendations in a few weeks in that direction, because one cannot ignore the will that has clearly been established by the vast majority of members in this House. The decisions we have made together count. Independents, the Green Party, the Conservatives, the Bloc Québécois and the NDP all voted together. Now that, Mr. Speaker, lends weight to a decision that is to be made by the special rapporteur and recommendations that will be tabled in the next 2-3 weeks. And there is no doubt in my mind that with the recommendations, the government will have to move forward rapidly to create this public inquiry. This is essential.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I can't add to the eloquence that the member from Vancouver East has provided us for as reflection in this House of Commons moving forward, that we cannot be partisan about this. We cannot be finger-pointing. That's why the leader of the NDP, the member from Burnaby South, has written to the Prime Minister this week asking the Prime Minister to bring together the 4 recognized party leaders to ensure that we can put in place that strong foundation. The NDP has pushed for a national public inquiry. We believe it is vital at this point. And we believe that all members of Parliament are of good faith in this issue, that we understand that if we start to snipe at each other, what we're doing is undermining our democratic systems and those values that are so dear to Canadians, that we have to work together. That is the essence of the letter from the member from Burnaby South to the Prime Minister, and we hope that that will be promptly followed up in the coming days, because this is something that should concern all of us. It does concern all Canadians. By putting in place these measures, including a national public inquiry, what we end up doing is providing the answers that Canadians need to have. And, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the question of privilege from the member from Wellington Halton Hills is a part of that debate that we need to have in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, we've raised and support the concerns about foreign interference coming from China. I do want to raise similar concerns, as CSIS has, about foreign interference coming from Russia. And the CSIS, in its latest report, does state very clearly that Russian cyber actors continue to pose a significant threat to Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, we remember just a little over a year ago, the convoy that took over downtown Ottawa, depriving the freedoms of so many residents of this area. Families were deprived of being able to sleep at night. Seniors were deprived of the freedom to get groceries delivered. People with disabilities who were deprived of their freedom to get medication that is absolutely essential to them. And Mr. Speaker, as we know now from the series of articles published in the National Observer, as well as many other analyses that were done, there was substantial foreign interference in providing support to that convoy, and with all the results that we've seen. So, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that when we talk about foreign interference, we need to be concerned about that too. We need to be concerned about the evidence about interference from the government of China. We need to be concerned about the evidence that points to interference from state actors with the Russian regime as well. And, Mr. Speaker, as I know you're well aware, there have been disturbing reports from the diaspora, from India, from Iran, that those governments as well may well be participating in foreign interference, putting pressure on Canadians of origins from those countries, and trying to have that impact in our democratic system as well. These are profoundly disturbing allegations. We need to work together, cooperatively, all members of the House of Commons, all parties. That starts with the meeting that the member from Burnaby South has requested. It also starts with the government heeding the recommendation to put in place a national independent public inquiry into the issue of foreign interference. And, Mr. Speaker, it also, I believe, starts with us having a debate in this House today that is in keeping with the words from the member from Vancouver East, that we work together, that we work in solidarity, that we work to enhance our democratic system, and that we work in a way that makes Canadians proud of the debate that we're having in the House of Commons today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal-Tair, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much. And after listening to that member's speech, I hope he'll support this motion going forward. But I have one simple question for him. The member from Winnipeg North, the member from Kingston Islands, in this House this morning said that the member from Wellington Halton Hills knew about the harassment towards his family and himself by a briefing 2 years ago. I'm a father of 3 kids. Do you think anyone in this House knew that there were harassment allegations from a foreign interference from a foreign country would not bring those allegations forward if they thought their family was in trouble, was in danger? Do you agree that a member in this House would know that and not bring it forward to the government after a CSIS briefing? And do you agree with the member from Winnipeg North and the member from Kingston Islands, that member didn't take his family's security serious? Do you believe that they should be victim blaming our member from Wellington Halton Hills? Good question.
I appreciate the questioning. Make sure you come through the chair. The honourable parliamentary, the honourable member for
New Westminster Burnaby.
Oh my goodness, New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we are supporting the motion in response to his first question. His response to his second question, I wasn't in the House with this exchange. I am not going to impugn any members for anything they might have said, particularly if I haven't been there to witness it. I will say, as I stated at the outset, that the member from Wellington Halton Hills is somebody that is an honourable member who has served this country in a remarkably effective way And his question of privilege, I believe, Mr. Speaker, should be upheld by the speakership, though that is not in my hands. So any question of him being dishonorable, I would strongly react to and say simply that is not something that any member should be questioning in this House.
In comments, question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To correct the record, what I have been saying is that the member from Wellington Halton Hills received a defensive briefing from CSIS. I do not know the content of what was said. I have not said that...
And a point of order from the Honourable Member Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
Because the Honourable Member used the phrase to correct the record, myself, the Honourable Member used the phrase supposedly affected in regards to the member from Wellington Halton Hills today. And now he has a chance to stand up and apologize, we hope.
Okay, so we're on the point of order. So the Honourable Member for Kingston Islands.
The context in which he is suggesting that I said that was different, but if it, I certainly would ask Mr. Speaker that the record reflect that I did not intend to suggest that it's supposed. If the member says it, I take the member's word for it. So I do apologize if that's what the Conservatives have been hung up on. Now, here's my question, Mr. Speaker, is that what I have been saying all along is that he received a defensive briefing. I don't know the content of it. You don't know the content of it. But we will take his word. We will take his word when he says that he knew nothing about this. So my question is to the member from New Westminster Burnaby, if we should take his word that he knew nothing about it, and I do agree with that, should we not also take the word from the member from Papineau who said he wasn't briefed on this until last Monday?
I'm just waiting for the debate to cease, and then I'll allow the member for New Westminster Burnaby to take the... There you go. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, I would say let's dial things down. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that I've had defensive briefings that have no detail at all to them, and I believe the member from Wellington Halton Hills, because I know him to be a very honourable person, and I also believe that his question of privilege is a valid one, and I hope that this House will be seized with the debate around that at some point, but that is up to you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions or questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find that this debate, or rather what's not being said, is that Canada is a country of unicorns. It wears rose-colored glasses, and, so because here we are in the midst of this debate, and it's as if we're all of a sudden discovering that international powers are interfering. We talked about foreign interference. We've talked about Chinese police stations in Montreal. How can we accept that a country should be meddling in our affairs and surveilling people? There were Chinese balloons that flew over Canada. And so we wonder why it happened. These enormous balloons floating across the country. And we're wondering how it happened. There was also a spy who was arrested, who worked for Hydro-Quebec, who was taking pictures as well. There was someone who worked for the Chinese state who was able to take pictures and send them back to China. So doesn't my colleague think that Canada is indeed a country of unicorns? The Honourable Member. I find it really sad, Mr. Speaker. We've already said that we should be working together. And my colleague, raised this matter so he could attack Canada. But I find it sad and inappropriate that he should use this context when we should all be working together. Quebecers, Canadians, we should all be working together to address this matter. And yet he takes this moment to attack Canada. It leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, Mr. Speaker. I find it really inappropriate, especially given something that we need to work together on. This matter is so important. So we all need to stand in solidarity.
Reprise the débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, let me start. The member from New Westminster Burnaby kind of touched on this as a long-serving member of the House. I want to also express my solidarity and my admiration for the Conservative member for Wellington-Halton Hills, who we've been talking a lot about this morning. So perhaps members from all sides can recognize the important contribution that that member has made over the years in this place and to our country. And I also do want to just recognize the Member of Parliament for Vancouver East gave a very heartfelt personal speech as well today that might have been a little bit missed because of some of the chaos going on, because of some of the comments made earlier by two Liberal members of Parliament that I'm going to get to in a second. I'm astonished that we're even here today, Mr. Speaker. I'm astonished because when I take a look at the language in this motion, I just can't believe that any of this at this point in time hasn't already been done. I cannot believe that we don't have a foreign agent registry. I can't believe that it's astonishing that we haven't had a national public inquiry started on the matter of foreign election interference. I can't believe that we have police stations operating by the People's Republic of China, operating police stations right here in Canada. And I certainly can't believe that the diplomat in question and others have not been expelled from our country at this point in time, this far into this process. But even more so, Mr. Speaker, I am astonished that all of the things that I was prepared to say, I will probably talk very little about them today because of the way this debate started. When the honourable member from Edmonton St. Albert stood to open this debate today, and immediately members from the Liberal Party started to heckle, started to mock, laughing about the situation. In one of the questions that the member from Kingston and the Islands, and I'll point out that both of the members I'm going to refer to are parliamentary secretaries to the House Leader of their party. They're both in their party's leadership. They have been around this House for a long time. And to hear the member from Kingston and the Islands in a question refer to the member from Wellington-Halton Hills as, quote, supposedly affected by the situation, to me...
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
On this point of order, Mr. Speaker, I have since apologized for that and asked that that be removed from the record at this member's request.
It's not a point of order, but a good clarification. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Okay, so not on the point of order, but continuing my comments. Actually, if you listen to what he said if Conservatives were bothered by it. That was the caveat he added when he mentioned that just a few minutes ago. If Conservatives, that is what you said, and we can check that. I'm not going to get into a heckling match because that's where we got into this challenge in the first place. Good one, Mark. The members, there were about 4 members at the time, including these 2 members, who were laughing as the conversation was happening, specifically related to the member for Wellington-Halton Hills, and
They have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I walked into this chamber 15 seconds before the member from St. Albert Edmonton finished his speech. I was not here. This member is saying that I was laughing and heckling. It's simply not the case.
On the same point.
On the same point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was actually listening very tentatively, and I was not laughing either.
Not points of order either. So, but again, clarifications on grass. Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, I mean, those two members opposite have had the exact same talking points. They've been gaslighting and victim blaming the member from Wellington Halton Hills, which is pathetic. And by doing that, they're also undermining the member from Vancouver East, who gave a great speech about her personal situation and what's happening. And between the member of Wellington Halton Hills and the member from Vancouver East, they speak very clearly on behalf of all of the members of the Chinese diaspora who are experiencing the intimidation tactics by the People's Republic of China. And it's embarrassing to this country what those two members are doing.
Again, we're descending back into debate, and I really don't want to have to descend into debate again. We do have a member that does have time and on the schedule, but the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Simply replying to the inaccuracies that the member is stating, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable House Leader for the Conservative Caucus.
First of all, I note that the member may seek the floor when it's his turn. We want to hear from our colleague from Alberta here, who's got the floor now, reading a speech. But we all know what he said. We all know that both the member for Kingston and the Islands and the Deputy House Leader for the government were sent in here this morning to try to turn the victim into the villain. That's right. To try to somehow say that it was the member for Wellington Halton Hills' fault that they sat on a report for 2 years. 2 years. Knowingly giving permission to a foreign diplomat, an operative from the People's Republic, the regime in Beijing. I'd like to know if I could table the blues, Mr. Speaker. This is what the member for Kingston and the Islands actually said, quote, "The member for Wellington Halton Hills had a defensive briefing on this 2 years ago, so he knew about this when it actually happened." That is shameful. Yeah. If I call on the member right now to stand up and unequivocally apologize for that disgusting comment.
Liberal talking points.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that I said that the member from Wellington Halton Hills received multiple defensive briefings. Actually, he did. He did. He received multiple defensive briefings. And it is absolutely true, Mr. Speaker, that I have absolutely no idea what he was told. So I am trying to address the point, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I'm just gonna sit down. I'm just gonna sit down. For Kingston and the Islands.
I do not know what the briefing was about. And Mr. Speaker, I do apologize for saying that he.
No, I'm just gonna. All right, we're done. Okay, the honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin has the floor.
I will point out, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member in his defence mentioned coming in 15 seconds before the member from St. Albert Edmonton stopped speaking. I will point out that was the precise moment that chaos descended on this conversation. That was the precise moment. It was his question to the honourable member from St. Albert Edmonton that triggered the condescension and mockery amongst his colleagues over here. It was his question where he talked about the member being supposedly affected, which he apologized unreservedly but reservedly a few minutes ago. And that was what triggered the other parliamentary secretary of the House Leader. It's hard to keep track of the parliamentary secretaries to the House Leader over there. But the member from Winnipeg North, who then said to his laughing colleagues, the member's not credible. The member's not credible. Talking about the member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think it's highly irregular for a member to be able to stand up and then, an hour or 2 hours later, try to reflect in terms of what it is that I might have said from my seat, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that the member needs to take a look in terms of what the leader of the Conservative Party was heckling at the Speaker yesterday or the Prime Minister the day before. If you want to talk about behavior and inappropriate language in Parliament, look at what the leader of the Conservative Party does on an ongoing basis. That's what one should be shameful of. And if anyone owes an apology, it's the leader of the Conservative Party owes an apology to the Prime Minister of Canada.
Save it for your speech.
I don't know what's going on here because quite honestly, we all have set times in opposition debate, and we all have the opportunities to get our thoughts forward. And I would want it that the members who are on the list, tous ceux qui veulent parler,
for all those who wish to speak, should have the opportunity to do so and to express their thoughts on the motion before us today.
Us get to speak, and we don't interrupt each other. Maybe we stop standing on these point of orders with clarifications. Maybe we can do that for a little while. Let's try a few members and see how this goes in an opposition debate. See how that goes today. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I should mention that I'm splitting time with the honourable member from Edmonton, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Sorry, people get my writing name wrong all the time. Sorry. But I do, like, when we're talking about the situation that we're talking about, and the members keep getting up and talking, let's take a look at the context of the conversation that we're having here right now. We have a member of the House of Commons, a colleague of all of ours, well respected by members on all sides, whose family has been threatened and who clearly did not know about this situation. We have the honourable member from Winnipeg North, who said in the House earlier, the member for Wellington-Halton Hills has known for 2 years, and then asked, has he done anything on the issue?
Disgusting.
Like, what? How is he supposed to do anything on the issue? Do you know what the member? So here's the situation. There was a general briefing, right? A general briefing. The member from Kingston and the Islands has said dozens of members of Parliament have received these general briefings. So it highlights the fact that this is a general briefing. At no point was he ever informed. At no point was he ever informed that Wei Zhou was targeting him and his family. He said that. He said that. At no point did he know that. Meanwhile, this individual, just to be clear, the individual that we're talking about, Wei Zhou, who hasn't been expelled by the government, even though the government's known this for 2 years, the individual's been absolutely free to travel across the country, travel all over across the country, gathering information that he could use against that member and his family. And the government has done absolutely nothing about it. It's not a stretch for us to be able to imagine what that would be like for us. And it's not about any one specific person because this is happening to Canadians across the country. Canadians of Chinese origin across the country are victims of this. Their families in the PRC are victims of this. And the government, despite the fact that it's known for 2 years about this specific situation, has done absolutely nothing about it. And then the honourable members have the gall today, the absolute gall, to stand up in the House and blame the member from Wellington-Halton Hills for this. How in the world are we in a place for this? It's very rare for members of Parliament from the Conservative Party, the Bloc, and the NDP to agree on anything. But it's very clear that today we are in, like, vast agreement around this. And I think for all of us, it's just mind-numbing to think that the government, the elected, the party in power that has been elected by Canadians, as unfortunately as we might think that is, that the government is not on the same page in defending Canadians. So the government has actually come into the House today with a very clear strategy of sowing chaos and blaming the member of Parliament from Wellington-Halton Hills. You know, I mean, honestly, I think most of us are probably going to change the talking points, the notes that we had, the speeches that we came with. Most of us are going to change them because of the tone set by the two parliamentary secretaries to House Leader, two members of the Liberal Party in the Liberal leadership team who have come into the House with a very deliberate strategy. They've apologized for some of it, but then they've continued to get up and continue in the same vein that they came in with. And so I hope that from this point on, the tenor of the debate will change today. I hope that I'll see it in the questions that I get asked by Liberal members during my Q&A right now. And hopefully we can move forward and, as an entire House of Commons, in solidarity with Chinese Canadians across the country living in every corner of our country, including a couple of members of this, several members of this House, but Chinese Canadians who have been targeted by communist dictatorship in Beijing. Hopefully we can come together in solidarity with all of those Canadians, regardless of their political stripe, and support this very, very important motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. CSIS is the deciding authority that ultimately determines what is brought to a higher level. CSIS did not make the Prime Minister aware of this until Monday of this week. Yet the Conservatives have been accusing the Prime Minister of hiding. The members asking for members of this side of the House to apologize. Does he not see? Look in a mirror. Does he not see the hypocrisy that's oozing? Does the Prime Minister, is not the Prime Minister owed an apology, a collective apology from members of the Conservative Party for their behavior on this issue?
For Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, that is one of the most ridiculous questions I think I've ever heard in this House of Commons. We're talking about a member of Parliament who is serving in the government. Now, we all wish we were serving in the government, but we're not. There is one government, there is one Prime Minister. All of this happens under that Prime Minister's watch, and the government has known for 2 years about this situation, and they have done absolutely nothing. That member should be ashamed to get up in this House and ask that question.
Point of order.
I have to hear the points of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
So I just rhetorically asked the question, you only have to tell the truth when you're in government then, to which the response through a heckle was, that's right.
That's not a point of order, not something I heard. And on the same point of order, how about Regina Louvan?
On that point of order, the member said it's only the government that has to tell the truth, and I said you should try that.
Okay, I appreciate the clarifications all the time. A lot of clarifications today. Question, commentaire, l'honorable député de Drummond.
Monsieur le Président, d'abord une suggestion. Je pense qu'on devrait.
Mr. Speaker, I think perhaps we should rent a room, put the Liberals and Conservatives in the room, close the door, leave a little water in the room, and just give them the time to argue it out between themselves. My colleague earlier was saying that we all aspire to be in government, and I would like to say that's not true. That's not what the 32 members of the bloc want. But we are willing to collaborate when it's good for Quebec. My question for my colleague about the debate today is about the Conservative proposal. When people come onto the Hill to meet with government members and MPs to do lobbying, they need to register. We need to know who's trying to influence politicians. So why doesn't Canada have a registry of foreign agents? Countries like our neighbors, the U.S. has had it since 1938, and it would enable us to much more quickly target people who are engaging in dubious behavior, like the idea of opening Chinese police stations. So I'd like to hear from my colleague, why in Canada do we not have something like that, a register of foreign agents like the U.S. does?
Edmonton to Wetaskiwin.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the question, and it was a very thoughtful question. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I don't normally get this fired up in here. There are a lot of people that get very fired up in here. Usually, I try to avoid my hockey side, I guess, in a sense. But today I came in, and to the honourable member's point, you know, came in expecting to discuss a motion that I thought would be unanimously supported. I thought that, you know, you take a look at what's in this motion, including the measures on the registry and measures on closing communist China-run police stations in our country, and I thought we would just have common agreement here. I did not expect to come in here and be heckled and mocked by Liberal members of Parliament, especially members of the Liberal leadership team. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping again that we can move forward with this conversation in a more constructive way, and we can get to the heart of this what I think is a very thoughtful motion that hopefully everybody in this House can support.
Here, here.
And comments, question commentaire, the honourable member Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'm going to express my concern that the level of that this debate has descended to in this House actually does much of the work of foreign powers who would like to disrupt our democracy. And instead of focusing on the very good proposals put forward by the Conservatives in their motion today, which I do support, the debate has been of such a caliber that we lose sight of those things and how adopting those things, adopting those measures would actually help us counter foreign influence from China and from other powers. So I would like to give the member a chance to actually talk about the content of the Conservative motion today, which I fully support.
To the honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, again, thank you for a thoughtful question about the actual substance of the motion. So, I mean, there's four main elements of the motion, right? There's some preamble that's really important. The four main elements speak to things that I think should be universally supported. I think Canadians across the country will support them, and I'm glad to hear that the NDP and Bloc support them as well. So, really quickly, a foreign agent registry similar to Australia and the U.S., having a national public inquiry, which just seems like common sense given the circumstance that we're in right now. Closing down foreign-run police stations should be a pretty easy thing for us to agree on. And finally, expelling People's Republic of China diplomats responsible for and involved in these affronts to Canadian democracy. Hopefully we can all agree on those things.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on this gravely serious issue, on threats to our beloved country's sovereignty and security presented by foreign state-backed interference, especially such interference originating in Beijing. This is the primary defining security threat to our country in this time. Foreign state-backed interference seeks to undermine our sovereignty by co-opting and dominating our institutions through a variety of means, through both carrots and sticks. Speaker, people of all ethno-cultural backgrounds can be impacted by foreign interference, but members of diaspora communities are particularly vulnerable to threats from foreign powers if they have close friends and family members living in the state which is seeking to influence or intimidate Canadians. And we should stand together, stand with all victims of foreign interference, and implement effective measures that are required. This government has, though, been profoundly weak in its response to foreign interference. They have been worse than weak. In certain cases, members of their government have been complicit. I recall the time John McCallum spoke publicly saying that, well, in his view, the Liberal Party is better for relations with the PRC, and therefore the PRC should take certain actions or not take certain actions that would be useful to the Liberal Party in the lead up to the election. That was explicit comments by the former ambassador to China, the former immigration minister, speaking on the record. And the reality is many of those conversations, I'm sure, have happened behind closed doors. And we've heard so much, and the frustration within our intelligence agencies about the weak response from this government. This is not a new issue. When I first got elected in 2015 and I started engaging with members of different communities in different parts of the country, foreign state-backed interference was top of the list of concerns, not just from one community, but from many communities, actually. Very concerned about threats within their own communities that come from foreign governments and how it undermines their security, often involving threats to family members in other countries. Speaker, the problem of foreign interference requires us to again change the way we think about national security threats. There are many ways of framing this new understanding that we need to have, but at this point I think it is both honest and illuminating to describe the challenges that we face in the world today as something of a new Cold War. Although different in many respects, our current reality has many of the same features of the last Cold War. We greet this reality with no relish, but this new era of global tensions and conflict is one that we must, with sadness, recognize. And the world has now two clear blocks of nations who are engaged in both strategic and ideological conflict, each in hopes of creating a world that is more inclined to its own kind of political system, and we have varying degrees of non-alignment in between those blocks. So to describe those blocks, on the one hand, we have the community of free democracies, which believe in, though perhaps don't always perfectly practice, the ideas of freedom, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. The largest of these countries is, of course, the United States, but Canada is a key part of this community of free democracies, and this community includes other nations on various continents and of varying income levels. But then on the other hand, we have a community of revisionist neo-imperial powers. This community of nations does not have the same ideological clarity around its objectives as the free democratic world or even the old communist bloc did. But what unites this revisionist neo-imperial community is its collective rejection of the core ideas championed by free democracies. The revisionist bloc challenges the idea that freedom, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law are essential for political communities. It especially rejects the international rule of law, the idea that states should not be able to acquire territory through the force of arms and without the consent of people affected. Beijing's Communist Party is the primary player in this bloc, but it includes other players, most notably Moscow and Tehran. These other powers, of course, exercise individual agency and have distinct objectives, but they share a common antipathy to Western democracy and oppose the idea of an international rule of law binding neo-imperial powers. They are also increasingly working together. Now, between these two blocs of nations, we see many of the dynamics of Cold War competition have reemerged. And while I want to focus on the issue of foreign interference, I want to parenthetically say that one key area of Cold War-style competition is in the area of international development and in engagement with countries in the Global South more broadly. A sad reality of Western engagement in Africa is that the memory of Western colonization is still very fresh, and that the claims of Western nations to represent the rule of law and respect for national sovereignty can sometimes sound very hollow in light of that reality. This is one of the reasons why Beijing and Moscow have had success building influence in Africa. But this is not the only reason. Many African nations face serious challenges that require immediate solutions, and they desperately respond to the overtures of those who offer even short-term solutions in areas such as infrastructure and security. In the long run, the neo-imperial powers have imperialist designs in the Global South as well, and are in fact using the old imperialist toolkit to establish their control. But these long-term considerations can end up taking a backseat to short-term needs, especially when elites in the Global South are also subject to influence operations. Western engagement with the Global South needs to grow in this context, and it needs to emphasize collaboration on solutions to real-world problems that African nations and other nations of the Global South identify. Strengthening the hand of freedom and democracy in the world today requires us to win the hearts and minds of the in-between nations who are deciding whether to align with the community of free nations or to align with the revisionist neo-imperial ones. Our efforts to win over the swing states of this new Cold War must involve building substantial, mutually beneficial relationships based on mutual understanding. They must be based on a will to genuinely live out the commitment to freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. That policy will make us friends, if not with governments everywhere, then certainly with ordinary people everywhere. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of foreign interference here in Canada, though, ideological operations have always been a part of warfare, but they have escalated during the Cold War and have escalated since. During the last Cold War, nations which sought to represent certain ideas would seek to convince people elsewhere to buy into those ideas and then to be helpful in the advancement of their ideals. Today, ideological competition and influence operation dynamics are different because of the lack of ideological clarity within the revisionist neo-imperial bloc. They have become both more sophisticated and more crude. They are more sophisticated in the sense that they try to use a variety of different and even contradictory arguments to try to advance their strategic objectives. But they are also more crude in the sense that, without a unifying ideology, neo-imperialist revisionist powers often resort to effective bribery and threats much more than persuasion. And we see the reality in this new global context. The multiplication of foreign influence operations here in Canada, through it that the designs of revisionist neo-authoritarian powers are not geographically limited. They're not just limited to their so-called near periphery. Indeed, the comprehensiveness of influence operations here in Canada underlines that the threat to free democracies is direct and it is existential. The bottom line for Canada, then, is that we cannot put our head in the sand and pretend that these realities don't exist. We need a comprehensive and principled response to this new reality that includes military spending, strengthened engagement in the Global South, and most crucially, a comprehensive plan to combat foreign state-backed interference right here on our own soil. And our motion puts forward concrete tools for doing this, creating a foreign agents registry similar to the United States and Australia, establishing a national public inquiry on the matter of foreign interference operations, closing down the People's Republic of China-run police stations operating in Canada, and expelling all foreign diplomats, in particular from the PRC, responsible and involved in these affronts to Canadian democracy. Since this issue has arisen in public discussion, it's been a long-running issue, but since it's arisen in public discussion, we have still seen no action by the government in terms of expelling foreign diplomats that are involved in these threats. We know the names. In the case of the threats against the member for Wellington Halton Hills, we know the name of a person involved in that interference. And we had the Minister of Foreign Affairs committee before the Minister of Foreign Affairs before the Foreign Affairs Committee today, and she was asked, why haven't you expelled the diplomat? And essentially, she said, we are still studying the issue. We're still considering this issue. And she went on to say, because we have to consider possible retaliation. The implication of that, Mr. Speaker, is that the government is cautious or reluctant to hold accountable these foreign diplomats who are threatening Canadians because they're afraid that there might be some kind of response. But to think that and to say that and to be so behind the eight ball in response projects such weakness and increases our vulnerability. This government has failed to act. They failed to inform people that are victims, not just the member for Wellington Halton Hills, but others. They failed to create the systems in place where victims can have the support that they require. They failed to expel diplomats. They failed to establish the kinds of legal frameworks we need to protect the victims of this practice. And Mr. Speaker, it leaves us wondering why. Why has this government failed to act? And I think there are three possible explanations. One is naivety. They just don't know. Another is infiltration. They're compromised, which prevents them from actually responding to the problem. And third is weakness, is a philosophical weakness that makes them unwilling to confront the authoritarian threats that we face in this emerging new Cold War. And I think naivety could have been an explanation for a lot of the lead-up time. But I think it's too late to plead naivete, actually. It's too late to say you did not know. You may choose to look away, but you may never again say you did not know, as Wilberforce put it, because the facts are on the table now. This government was too naive for too long, but it's too late for them to claim naivete. Now they know. They knew 2 years ago in the case of the member for Wellington Halton Hills, and they failed to act. We know there have been issues of infiltration, but there is also a profound philosophical weakness, an unwillingness to project the kind of strength that's required to stand up to the threats we face in the world today. A refusal to take action that they know is necessary by standing up to the PRC, by expelling diplomats, by expelling those involved in foreign interference, and by undertaking the measures that are required. This government needs to act, or this government needs to change.
Yeah.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I reflect on the motion that the Conservatives have brought before the House today, the only one of the four demands that I really see as problematic is the establishment of the National Public Inquiry. And the reason why is actually when this was first being discussed in the Proc Committee, of which I'm a sitting member, I actually thought, yeah, this kind of makes sense. Have a National Public Inquiry. It makes the most sense to get to the bottom of it. Problem is that witness after witness that is privy to the sensitive information, that understands how information would be provided, that understands where and where information should not be provided, kept telling the committee time after time, no, a public inquiry will not be successful because you're going to try to put information in the public domain that cannot be discussed there for national security issues. Can the member explain why it is that Conservatives, and indeed I guess Bloc and NDP, can't wrap their head around the fact that the experts are advising against that course of action?
For Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, one of the critical tools we have in the fight against foreign interference is sunlight. When you expose the efforts of foreign powers to influence this country, it undermines the ability, not in every case, but in many cases, it undermines the ability of those efforts and interference to be effective. This is well established, and in fact, many other countries intentionally choose to declassify swaths of information with the objective of undermining that foreign interference. Now, the problem here in Canada is not only do we not see the use of sunlight in this strategic way, but we see this government using national security as an excuse to not share information when in reality that information would be about holding them accountable. Now, we have a major crisis of public confidence in this country around the issue of foreign interference. We have the foreign minister telling the committee today that she only found out about threats against the member for Wellington Halton Hills through the news. That Bob Fife and Stephen Chase are getting better information, apparently, about our national security from our intelligence agencies than ministers. We clearly have a problem. And this is why we, from time to time, as a nation, have used the tool of national inquiries to get to the bottom of serious crises in public confidence and allow us to get to the bottom of issues and propel forward the kinds of solutions that we need.
Comments, question commentaire, l'honorable député de Thérèse de Blain.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my Conservative colleague for his speech. However, it is unfortunate that here in this House, as opposition parties, we're being told that we don't understand anything, that we don't seem to understand anything about the idea that a public inquiry would enable us to democratically, transparently, to shed light on something that deeply affects our democracy. Apparently, here in the opposition, we don't understand anything. And the government seems to think it knows everything. Is it convenient for this Liberal government to keep secret all information that ought to remain public?
For Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great question. Clearly, in areas of national security, not everything can be shared publicly. But that shouldn't be carte blanche for the government to be able to call anything national security that might not actually pose a risk and to keep secret whatever information they, for their political interests, want to keep secret. Again, we clearly have a problem here of foreign interference and of lack of government action. So let's have a public inquiry where we have a leadership structure that all parties can agree on. We have a competent outside person that is investigating what the government is doing, making public what they can, maybe not making public everything, of course not making public everything, but that provides an accountability function that right now the government wants to avoid. They want to keep sharing any of this information out of the public eye, not just because of national security, but I think primarily for them the motivation is they don't want to be accountable.
For one more short question, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the House today and in committee meetings, we've seen the Conservatives and the Liberals proving that a public inquiry is the best place for this investigation. We've seen committee filibusters and hyper-partisan attacks instead of discussing the issues that matter to Canadians. We heard of many of the impacts from the member from Vancouver East of the impacts on Chinese Canadians of these hyper-partisan attacks. They need to stop. My question to the member is, when will we see the Conservatives finally stop the partisan games and start working together towards solutions?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I won't surprise the member that I don't agree with her characterization of our role in this. I think we have been putting forward constructive solutions from the beginning. We've been proposing policy ideas that the government could take. Our motion, I think, is very clear in putting forward policy solutions. It doesn't contain any shots at the government. It's in terms of the policy proposals that are being put forward. It proposes solutions, and if the House could get behind these solutions, then I think we would have a clear roadmap for going forward. I'm proud of the role we've played in holding the government accountable, but also being constructive in the approach we're taking.
Continuing debate. Before we do continue, I just want to remind folks that when we're speaking, to make sure we keep our cell phones away from the microphone so that that the interpreters don't have that buzzing in their ears as well. Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, it's been an interesting debate thus far. I hope to be able to contribute to it in a relatively positive way. At least that's my initial intent, Mr. Speaker. I do very much reflect in terms of what it is that the New Democratic member had put on the record in regards to the impact that it's having in one community. And I think it's a good starting point, recognizing that international interference takes all sorts of different forms, and it comes from a wide variety of other countries. It's not just one country, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's important for us to understand and appreciate as we continue to have the debate today. I think it's also important for us to realize, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is not alone. It's not like Canada is the only democracy in the world that's being looked at as a country that is vulnerable to foreign interference. We can talk about the USA, we can talk about Australia, we can talk about other democracies, France, that have the same sort of attempts in different ways from different countries, Mr. Speaker. And it's an attack intentionally to try to undermine the things that Canadians value so much. Our democracy, our freedoms. These are the things, Mr. Speaker, that are important to Canadians and important to all members of the House, I would suggest, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. My apology for calling you madam. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I think it's important that we recognize those two facts. The other thing that's really important for all of us to recognize is that it is very real and tangible the way in which members of Parliament have been targeted. Not only members of Parliament, but also members of legislators across Canada, councillors, and others, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have the report that actually gave some numbers just for 2022 from CSIS. 49 members of Parliament in 2022, 26 provincial, assuming that those are MLAs, I couldn't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure that that's the case, and 17 municipal councillors, in which CSIS was involved in, Mr. Speaker. It affects all of us when one person, let alone dozens of people, of elected officials, are being made vulnerable or being manipulated or threatened in any fashion. In my political career, I've had one or two occasions where my life was threatened. And I like to think, whether it's a minister, a prime minister, or leaders of political parties, or others inside this chamber, that we would all get behind the member and their right to be able to have and be able to represent the constituents that they're assigned to through our electoral process, Mr. Speaker. And there are mechanisms that are in place. So when members of the New Democratic Party stand up and say, well, we need to dial it down, make it less political, there are mechanisms that are there to make it less political. It's not the governing party that's bringing the issues up, Mr. Speaker. In many ways, the governing party has been listening and even taking serious verbal abuse on the issue, Mr. Speaker. Significant verbal abuse. All one needs to do is to take a look at the question periods of earlier this week. Yet the government continues to respect the work that CSIS has done. And I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the role that CSIS plays in this whole area. Because when you really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, it's a question of whether or not you have confidence and faith in CSIS. The Government of Canada does. And that's why you have seen, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Minister responsible, and others, as much as possible reflect in terms of what it is they know through what CSIS and their participation in CSIS is allowed for, Mr. Speaker. So, for example, when the Prime Minister said that he was made aware of it on Monday, all the allegations, Mr. Speaker, and the words that were being heckled and said on the record from the Conservative Party primarily, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you, did in fact politicize the issue. And Mr. Speaker, as they continue to want to heckle the comments, they can look and review. Mr. Speaker, the government, in a very real way, has been clear. An attack against one member of a parliament in any form is an attack on all members of parliament. And when the Prime Minister found out about it earlier this week, he ensured that CSIS would in fact be having meetings with the member in question. And like the 49 other members in 2022, I understand. I don't know the content, but I understand that there have been numerous members that CSIS has provided a general briefing to. But the member who's heckling me now doesn't know the content of those briefings, as I don't know the briefings. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. And the member should admit he doesn't know either, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister found out about it was on Monday. And Mr. Speaker, he took immediate actions. And now, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that we need to, if we want to start to depoliticize, as some in the chamber are saying that is so important for us to do, we need to take a look in terms of what it is. Do you support CSIS? I look at CSIS, and let's put in the perspective and the work that they do. Let me read from the report of CSIS. In an increasingly dangerous and polarized world, Canada faces multiple threats to our security, sovereignty, national interest, and values. CSIS is committed to keeping Canada and Canadians safe from all threats to our national security. In doing so, CSIS investigates activities that fall within the definition of threats to the security of Canada as outlined in the CSIS Act. Specifically, CSIS is authorized to investigate espionage, sabotage, foreign interference, terrorism and extremism, and subversion. Importantly, CSIS is prohibited from investigating lawful advocacy, protest, or dissent, except when it is carried out in conjunction with activities that constitute a threat to the security of Canada. This is what I really want to emphasize, just so that members have a sense of reporting and how important it is that you have a protocol that's put into place. And I quote from the report, "In undertaking its work, CSIS reports on these threats by providing advice to the Government of Canada, including through the production of intelligence assessments and reports, like the one I'm citing right now, Mr. Speaker. CSIS produced over 2,500 intelligence reports. And that is what I would argue, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why it is CSIS's responsibility to recognize those issues that need to be elevated. They have a responsibility to all members of this House, so that if there's concerns in regards to their safety, or there's been something that they believe that a member should be aware of, that they go and have that consultation with the member. I've never had that consultation, Mr. Speaker. And maybe that's something in which, as a standard rule, CSIS should be in the future providing something for all members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I think it might be something worthwhile. But, Mr. Speaker, every member has the opportunity to ensure to have that discussion, and CSIS is the one that determines what information that they're prepared to release, whether it's to the individual in question or whether it is something that needs to go up. So, Mr. Speaker, what happens is you have the Prime Minister now has given indication, because as the rest of the House, we just found out about it too, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the particular member. And the Prime Minister has indicated that all cases, so I would assume that that would be the 49, for example, in 2022 that CSIS looked into, should be raised to the attention of the PMO, Mr. Speaker. I see that as a tangible action, as I see a tangible action where you have the Minister of Foreign Affairs that has now called upon the ambassador to come before the government. And, Mr. Speaker, you constantly hear from Conservatives, expel the diplomat, expel the diplomat. They don't even know. They don't know the content, Mr. Speaker. Yet they feel that they can be judge, jury, and you name it. They've made the determination, and that could be the determination. I don't know the facts. How do the opposition know the facts? Do they know something that we don't know? Maybe they should be a little bit more transparent, members of the opposition. If they know something, tell us. All they're saying is get rid of the diplomats, and that could ultimately be the case. But I think you have to go through the process and have confidence in CSIS, Mr. Speaker. When you take a look at a government that has been proactive on the issue of political interference, you know, I sat in the days in which Stephen Harper, not entirety, not all those days, but in a good number of those days in opposition. And what did Harper actually do? Let me tell you some of the things that the government of Canada has done since we've been in government, Mr. Speaker. We established the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. When we were in opposition, we called, virtually begged, for Prime Minister Harper to bring in that committee. We attempted to get that committee. It's one of the big pushes that we had. And shortly after getting elected, Mr. Speaker, we instituted that committee. The Conservatives even protested it for a while. There was a good year in which they wouldn't even participate in the committee. What does that committee actually do, Mr. Speaker? It would address the issues that we are talking about today. They could actually have CSIS come before that committee and obligate CSIS to share the information. And the individuals that sit on that committee are Conservatives, Bloc, Liberals, I believe the NDP, and members of the Senate. That is something that we put into place shortly after the election, Mr. Speaker. What about the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency? Again, bringing together an organization to ensure that there's a proper review in process to protect the integrity and the safety of our freedoms and our democracy. A substantial initiative by the government. We had a critical election incident public protocol put into place. Top civil servants, Mr. Speaker. So that if something does happen in terms of foreign interference during the election, that there is something, again, that's tangible through the creating of the Security and Intelligence and Threats During Elections group. We established a rapid response mechanism now in sharing it with our G7 partners. Because Canada has made significant progress, a lot of the knowledge that has been gathered to date is now being shared amongst our allied countries, Mr. Speaker. Those are some of the initiatives that we have taken as a government because we take the issue seriously. You know, compare that to Stephen Harper. Yeah, the ghost of Harper. Yeah, he is haunting. He is kind of spooky. I agree. Mr. Speaker, look what Stephen Harper did. Let me think of what it is he did. Mr. Speaker, if I was just to think, I couldn't come up with anything because there was nothing that the former Prime Minister did. And you know what the ultimate irony is, Mr. Speaker? Guess who was responsible for democracy or democratic reform at the time? When CSIS first raised the issue of foreign interference, think about who was, and you know, it's almost like Trivial Pursuit question, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Kingston, I think, knows the answer. You know, and you know who you'll find, Mr. Speaker? It was the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. And that is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, it's difficult when you see the political party opposite feel that, look, they can be as political, they can take all their cheap shots, they can say whatever it is that they want, there's no recourse. But heaven forbid they get called out on it, Mr. Speaker. Heaven forbid that I point out some of the obvious things, Mr. Speaker, and then I'm the bad guy, when in fact I listen to Conservatives this week, and the language that they were using this week, Mr. Speaker.
We didn't do half bad. We got almost all the way through speech. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, just going back to the answer, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite, the member from Winnipeg North, this is what he said earlier, that the member for Wellington Halton Hills has known for 2 years. That's already been proven to be false. He has not apologized for misleading the House. The member from Wellington Halton Hills is a member of utmost integrity that all members of this House respect. We all agree on that, and he has been openly stated that it was a general briefing, there was no specific details in and about it, and that member has not yet apologized for misleading the House and impugning the integrity and the honor of the member from Wellington Halton Hills. He should apologize right now.
Hear, hear.
Unfortunately, not a point of order, but I think on the same point of order, even though it's not a point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the number of Conservatives actually stood up for the point of order, and they all had a piece of paper in their hand. I suspect that might be the speaking notes that they've been provided, and they shouldn't be able to use it. You see, so they've all been provided the blues, so they know, as they all wave the blues in front of me, Mr. Speaker.
We are descending into debate, and I mean, the member's got a whole 3 minutes left. His time. The honourable, 3 minutes. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you got to admit, it's somewhat cute. You know, I say they have their speaking points and they've been assigned a responsibility, and I make reference to it, and they all start waving. Yeah, they all got the same clip. I think I saw 3 paragraphs on each piece of paper, Mr. Speaker. So they've been given the directions. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, let's be real here. You know, the Conservative Party, and I've tried to amplify in terms of exactly what it is that they've done, and it's not hard to imagine it because it's zero while they were in government. I gave a lengthy list of the types of things in which we've done, and I know we can do more. That's the reason why we appointed the former Governor General Johnston as the special rapporteur. And I'll tell you something, Mr. Speaker, that is something in which ultimately could lead to a public inquiry. The Prime Minister has been very clear on that. Is that if he comes back saying a public inquiry is necessary, that's what's going to happen. But we're hoping that there'll be a number of things, and that could be a part of it, Mr. Speaker. When they talk about the registry, Mr. Speaker, that's now already in the works. We have a minister that has now and opened up the department to getting the feedback so that we can ensure that we develop a registry that's going to be effective, Mr. Speaker. So not only have we done things in the last number of years, we're looking forward to continue to build on protecting Canada's democracies and our rights and ensure that whether you are a member of Parliament or a Canadian citizen, that we have a process that's in place to protect us, Mr. Speaker. You don't have to be an MP. You can be a Canadian citizen. It wasn't that long ago where I was meeting with some constituents that were fearful to have a picture with me because they couldn't afford to see it in any form of social media because of potential repercussions in another country, Mr. Speaker. I don't need to be told how real it is, Mr. Speaker. I will defend all members of Parliament's rights, Mr. Speaker, on this issue. No one should be intimidated, and I'm proud to be a part of a government that recognizes it and has actually taken tangible actions in the past, continues today, and into the future. We will continue to build a stronger and healthier system, Mr. Speaker, so that Canadians can feel comfortable in knowing that we have a democracy that's going to work for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to support CSIS. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Question Kamaltar, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, gaslighting and victim blaming didn't work. So now he's saying, well, it happens to other countries too, so it doesn't matter as much. And he's trying to diminish the gravity of what's happened here. But what he fails to realize entirely is that this motion was not brought forward just on behalf of the member from Wellington Halton North. This has been brought forth for the millions of Canadians who have come to Canada from hostile countries, who have this great fears about what's happening to their families back home, and even their families here in Canada, because the Prime Minister has yet to close down the Chinese police stations set up by the communists there to harass citizens living in Canada. So my question is, to the member, is how does he think, and what kind of confidence will new Canadians have given the lack of importance in security for our very own members in the House of Commons?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall I actually said in my comments about in 2022, there was 49 members of Parliament, there was 26 MLAs, there were 17 councillors or reeves, I'm not too sure, it's municipal, classified as municipal, Mr. Speaker. And it would be a huge number of Canadians. Some of them are really tangibly affected. I just made reference to not that long ago, we're meeting with individuals that were nervous to have pictures taken for the simple reasons they were concerned about repercussions back home. That is the motivating factor for this Prime Minister, the Minister of Public Services. Indeed, I would like to think for all of us, Mr. Speaker. No one inside this chamber, I would like to think, supports in any way whatsoever what it is that a foreign country tries to interfere with the lives of Canadians directly or indirectly, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why this Prime Minister and this government takes the issue seriously, and that's why we've taken the actions we have to date. It's just the Conservatives continue to want to politicize the issue, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We learned in the Journal de Montréal a few months ago that in Brossard, we learned that there were 2 Chinese-operated police stations. I had put the question in February to an RCMP officer who said, no, there's nothing going on like that in Quebec. And then we learned that it was actually happening. Now, the person who operates them ran for office in Brossard. She was elected. And we know that the WeChat platform was sending messages in Mandarin to people from the Chinese community in Brossard. So here's the question for my colleague. How can we ensure that in the federal process there is not that kind of meddling without launching a real public independent inquiry?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's zero tolerance for international interference into Canadian society. I talked about the importance of Canadian values, and I can tell you from a personal perspective, there is no appetite at all, a zero tolerance for any form of international police force being established that's not Canadian.
I believe we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Seems to be a problem with facts here. I would like the member to explain what he means by zero tolerance. Thank you.
Yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Same point of order, Mr. Speaker. Zero tolerance is something that's been well established for many, many years at different levels of government. It means you don't tolerate it at all. If that helps the member, I'm glad to be of assistance. Hopefully that didn't come off my time, Mr. Speaker.
Not a point of order. The honourable questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm rising to ask a question and just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the quiet in here, but I'm really worried about the state of our democracy. The NDP first put forward the need for an independent public inquiry. The member from Vancouver East indicated and urged all parliamentarians not to be partisan, to bring the leaders to the table to pick somebody independent, chosen by all leaders of each party, because the partisan bantering, including from Winnipeg North, is just a stage for all the foreign interference that's happening now. In fact, I find it disturbing, particularly in the riding that he represents, certainly the riding I neighbor with all the anti-Asian hate happening, and how my colleague and member from Vancouver East spoke about how these kind of debates impact people who look like her. So I want to ask my honourable member, I appreciate the quiet and decorum in the House right now in respect of democracy. This is how it should be. I think this is good. But I want to ask the member across the way whether he agrees with the NDP that we need an independent public inquiry and that oversight needs to happen by somebody that is agreed upon by all leaders of the political parties, Conservative, Liberal, NDP, Bloc, Green.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure in my comments, in my speech, that I made reference to any single country. It's quite possible I might have, but I did start off by saying and making it very clear that there is no single country, Mr. Speaker, that there are multitude of different countries that participate in political interference, in interventions in Canadian society, and Canada is not alone. There's other countries like Canada, whether it's Australia, United States, European countries, other democracies that also get interfered with by a wide variety of other countries. I am very much sensitive to the issue. The issue that I would suggest to the member that she might want to give serious consideration to is having confidence in the former Governor General, who was a Stephen Harper appointment as Governor General, in being able to do the work that he needs to do, and that could ultimately lead us to having a public inquiry.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess that's just it. After all we've learned in recent days and weeks, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, at what point is it just enough? At what point have we already learned enough information that we don't need to wait for some recommendations from a rapporteur that it's pretty clear that we need an independent public inquiry on foreign interference? When is enough enough?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I have confidence in the former Governor General, Mr. Johnson, the Honourable Mr. Johnson, in terms of him being able to look in terms of what would be in Canada's best interest, in terms of how we best proceed. And if that means we have to be patient and wait an extra few weeks or a couple of months, I'm quite prepared to be patient, knowing full well that at the end of the day, it could lead to a public inquiry if it's deemed necessary, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the 2022 report by CSIS, the public report, was tabled. In 2013, there was also a report that was tabled that was received by the Minister of Democratic Institutions, who happens to be the leader of the Conservative Party right now. In that report, it said, Canada, as an open multicultural society, has traditionally been vulnerable to foreign interference activities when diaspora groups in Canada are subject to clandestine and deceptive manipulation by a foreign power in order to garner support of its policies and values. These activities constitute a threat on the security of Canada. As boundaries between foreign state and non-state actors become increasingly blurred, it is particularly challenging between legitimate and illegitimate activities. Foreign interference in Canadian society as a residual aspect of global and regional political and social conflicts or divergent strategic and economic objectives will continue in the coming years. This was a report received by the member from Carleton. What did he do about it?
I believe another point of order from the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
And sorry again once, Mr. Speaker, to bring you into this, but the member sounded like he was making a speech. It's supposed to be a question, limited in time. I would just challenge you that it sticks closer to the time. Thank you.
It's questions and comments, so it doesn't necessarily have to go into a question. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to correct my honourable colleague who was the chair of my former committee, and I don't like to normally cross him. It's not that he was making a speech, it's that every time he speaks sounds like it's a speech because it seems to go on for so long. So maybe if he was briefer in his response, it would be easier on all of us and we wouldn't get confused.
Okay, we're going to descend into another major debate here. How about we've got a whole 59 seconds to respond to it? The point of order for the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
I just was going to say, Mr. Speaker, that I agree with the member across the way in what his comments that he made. Thank you.
Okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 1 more minute, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what it does, and I appreciate the question, is it reminds us all that foreign interference is something that's not new in Canada. It's been around for a decade plus. CSIS has made us aware of it. What's important to recognize is that the government since 2015, this government has actually taken concrete steps towards providing the assurances, and there are many other opportunities for us to be able to not only improve the system, but to ultimately work in an apolitical fashion, hopefully through standing committees and other mechanisms, so that we can all get on side and assure Canadians that we have a democracy that's healthy and vibrant and will be there for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. It's always a pleasure and an honor to speak in this House, though today I feel dismayed that I'm even having to give this speech. Obviously, people on this side of the House are quite angry. We're quite angry with what we've learned about the member for Wellington Halton Hills and what he's been through. I want to say, as many others have said, that I stand in solidarity with him. We stand in solidarity with him, and I will commit to stand in solidarity with every member of this House, regardless of their party, if they suffer the same fate. Even if it is the parliamentary secretary from Winnipeg or the parliamentary secretary from Kingston and the Islands, who have, in my view, with all due respect, belittled what that member has gone through with their comments today. I want to pick up where the member for Winnipeg just left off. He said the Prime Minister takes this seriously. Let's delve into that just a little bit. And I wasn't going to go down this path, but since he opened the door, let's step right through it, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister does take this seriously. I know we as Conservatives take it seriously. He says that the Prime Minister does. I take it so seriously, I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. And I'm sure he takes it seriously as well. So the member just said, the Prime Minister takes this seriously. Why then did nothing happen until a Globe and Mail story with various leaks occurred? Why is that the action of a Prime Minister that takes this seriously? Waiting for a leak. Waiting for Bob Fife to report. That is what caused this government to act, and this is a government that takes it seriously. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, if I am incredulous and question what I would characterize as a dubious assertion based on the fact that this government only took it seriously when it came to light that it was occurring. This is a government that was supposed to be transparent by default. They knew and did nothing until a newspaper leak came out. That's unacceptable. And then waited for weeks and weeks, put it off for weeks. And then, and the Liberals might say, why am I yelling? I'm yelling because we should all be angry. We should all be angry by what the member for Vancouver East spoke about in her speech. We should all be angry about what the member for Wellington Halton Hills is going through. And we should all be angry that this came to light simply because of a leak. Not proactive, not transparency by default. Self-serving politics. The precise thing that we were promised would not occur. The member for Kingston and the Islands just asked in his question, well, I'm going to read from a 2013 memorandum or publication of some sort. And look what the Conservatives didn't do. Well, if it was such a big issue to the Liberals, why did they wait till 2023 to act? If they're going to trump what we didn't do in 2013, when I don't recall a member of this House being threatened in the same way. If it was such a big deal then, why then didn't they act in 2015 or 2016 or 2017 or 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023? Why?
8 years.
Kenny Chu lost his seat. All of us have worked so hard to be here. All of us give up time with our families. Every one of us. The member from Wellington Halton Hills has served this country in public service for 23 years in this House. I can't imagine the sacrifices that he has made, because we've all made sacrifices to be here, because we believe in this. And yet, it is not honored. And Kenny Chu, somebody who made sacrifices to sit here in this House with the green carpet, likely lost his seat and others due to electoral interference, and it was not on the government's radar until a leak. They were prepared to look the other way until a leak happened. And yet, we are supposed to believe this government takes electoral interference seriously. As my colleague from the Green Party just said, when is enough enough? When do we get to an inquiry? When? At what threshold? Does another member of this House have to be targeted with intimidation? To 3 members? Does it have to be a Liberal member? Does it have to be actual consequence? And I say this as somebody who in a prior job and in this job has seen criminal charges laid in respect of the work I do and the way people have dealt with me. When is enough enough? If we want to talk about past Liberals, I believe it was Jean Chrétien who said only 10 or 15 ridings were affected. No big deal. Well, no, it is a big deal. Because people have put their lives on the line to sit in this House. They have given up so much and sacrificed so much to be here. And if it's one person who doesn't sit in this House because somebody prevented it, that's unacceptable, and I will stand with my Liberal colleagues, my Green colleagues, my Bloc colleagues, my NDP colleagues, and my Conservative colleagues in saying that. Mr. Speaker, I touched on this very briefly, but I want to again recognize the member from Vancouver East in a very touching speech, speaking about racism. You know, I've spoken about solidarity here. That's something we also have to stand in solidarity with as a first-generation Canadian from a family who lived through fascism in Italy. We must all stand in solidarity. And I was told when I arrived, you know what? There's partisanship. We all go back and forth in the House. As a lawyer, I understand that. Happens in court as well. But at the end of the day, when somebody needs something, we're all going to be there. Well, this is the time for us all to be there. And what have we seen? A lack of action. Our motion speaks for itself. What consequences have occurred as a result of something the government isn't even denying happened? They're not even denying that the member from Wellington Halton Hills went through this. They're not even denying it. Where are the consequences? I understand the Foreign Affairs Minister appeared at committee this morning, and I haven't had a full briefing on what she said or reviewed her comments, but I really look forward to hearing from her, our highest diplomat, why nothing has occurred. In my last 2 minutes, I want to deal with some of the fallacious and ridiculous arguments that have been made, one of which was from the member from Winnipeg, quote, "The member for Wellington Halton Hills has known for 2 years. The question is whether that member brought it up with the member for Calgary-Midnapore or any member of the Conservative caucus. Has he brought it up in the chamber? Has he done anything on the issue?" End quote. With all due respect, it is not the member for Wellington Halton Hills to do something. It is for the government to do something. It is for this chamber to do something. And in fact, I will give him my last 30 seconds if he is prepared to apologize for those comments. Doesn't look like he's prepared to apologize for those comments. They're shameful. Absolutely shameful to say that the member for Wellington Halton Hills should have done something. Another argument, 49 people were briefed. What a terrible argument. The fact that 49 people were briefed means that the member for Wellington Halton Hills should have been aware, or whatever that means. Terrible argument. Another one, let's blame Stephen Harper. That's one of my favorites, Mr. Speaker, because if we are to do that, we could go back with every single prime minister, Liberal and Conservative, and say, why didn't they do what we are doing in the House today? Things evolve. I don't recall this type of issue coming up with Prime Minister Harper. And last, there's no need for an inquiry. Again, to the honourable member, what he said, when is enough enough?
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi Bay.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Kamloops Thompson Caribou for his very clear and precise speech. It's very upsetting what's happening with Chinese interference here. The government is not telling us what's happening. It's not being proactive. What is it waiting for to protect our democracy? We also need to protect people and our elected officials, as well as ourselves. I'd like to hear more from my colleague about what is not clear for the government here.
For Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, merci pour la question, for my Bloc colleague. I don't know what's not clear for the government, because it seems to me that it is abundantly clear that there is a problem. There is such a problem, and this government has governed by obfuscation. And that's part of the problem. They would rather that we not know, and I bring this up again, that they said we will govern by transparency. The member, the parliamentary secretary, saying, you know what, we've been clear with Canadians. No, you were clear with Canadians when you had a leak. For weeks, for instance, we also asked who stayed in that $6,000 a night hotel room and didn't get an answer. Nothing is clear with this government. So to my honourable colleague, I don't know what they're waiting for. It certainly isn't for transparency to knock on the door.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been very clear. The Prime Minister found out on Monday. I don't know if the member, maybe he can share with us, do we have any sense in terms of...
I beg a point of order. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
You know, when the member gave a speech, he asked the member to apologize. We made the point a few times. The member said some extremely egregious things about the member from Wellington Halton Hills. He's impugned the integrity of this House and of that member. And what has he done?
That's the part of the debate. That's part of the debate. That's not a point of order. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll rephrase the question in addressing the point of order, and ask the member: am I not accurate by saying that the member in question actually did get, I'm told, not only one, but there was multiple debriefings. And it doesn't take away, I suspect, like me, the member himself has no idea that was actually what was the content of...
The point of order from the honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
No, well, but he's referencing the point of order. The fact of the matter is, if you're looking at that particular point and there's something else you should apologize for, but you've, on a technicality, said it wasn't on the record. But on that particular point, you said the Prime Minister got a briefing Monday, and then you said that the member got the same briefing 2 years ago. The member did not get the same briefing that the Prime Minister got, and then you put it on the member and asked...
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to wait a second. I'm just waiting a second. And I also need to remind folks to run it through the chair and don't speak directly to the members. That there's a reason why we have a chair here to be able to do that. It isn't a point of order, but I know the member for Winnipeg North does want to respond to it. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there was never my intention to say that the Prime Minister and the member had the same briefing. And if that is in fact what I said, I would apologize for saying it was the same briefing. But the question that I posed the member was, can he please correct me if I'm wrong? They're accusing me of saying misinformation. Did I misquote in any way that the member did get a briefing?
Okay, so responding to a no, it's okay. We're into questions and comments for a moment here. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I would say that that member did misstate, and I will invite him with my last 15 seconds to apologize. Here's what he said. The member for Wellington Halton Hills has known for 2 years. Has known for 2 years. So let's see what the member for Wellington Halton Hills said this morning. I'm holding up a press conference here. The briefing was general in nature and did not contain any specific threats concerning a person in Canada. I'm paraphrasing next. My family was about the targeting of me and my family. I welcome these briefings. The government, paraphrase again, moving forward, the government knew about this 2 years ago and they did nothing. They didn't tell me about this particular individual in Toronto, and they didn't expel this particular individual. So when the member says for Wellington Halton Hills has known for 2 years, that is inaccurate. He received a general briefing. That was wrong, that he knew what actually was occurring for 2 years, that him and his family were targeted. That's wrong. I invite him to apologize.
So normally questions and comments, I mean, it is the constant comments for the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Is it a point of order? Okay. Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments.
How about we just fair? Let's let the honourable member for Vancouver East have the floor. There's 1 minute and 9 seconds left, and I would really like to get to the next speaker. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What is clear in terms of what's happening is this ongoing tit-for-tat situation. Who said, she said, they said, he said, without actually getting into the central issue. And I think the central issue here is this: to take the partisanship out of this debate and get a course correction in the action that needs to be taken by the Canadian government in putting in place a public inquiry, an independent public inquiry. Aside from the points that the motion indicates, the other piece that I'm wondering about is this: would the member agree what is important also is for Canada to work with its allied countries to come up with a common strategy to deal with this threat of foreign interference by any country?
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, in a quick answer. We've got 10 seconds left.
100% yes. Thank you.
Continuing debate. The honourable member for Mission, Mascouche, Fraser Canyon, with about 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just some of the points I was going to make in my speech were just covered by the member from Kamloops, Thompson Rivers, Kamloops. I'll just say Kamloops. And just in respect to the debate we just had, the point is, during the debate this morning, the member from Kingston and the Islands, the member from Vancouver, Granville, and the member from Winnipeg North all alluded to the fact that it was the member from Wellington Halton Hills who knew and did nothing, Mr. Speaker. Painful. That is a form of victim abuse. That is not acceptable for this House, and it pains me to see members of the government, parliamentary secretaries, building a narrative to discredit an honourable member of this chamber, Mr. Speaker. It has to stop, and they need to apologize today. Mr. Speaker, the government is defensive, and they're defensive for a very good reason. And it goes back to the 2020 report of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians covering their actions in 2019. Of particular interest is Chapter 2 of this report, the government response to foreign interference, which notes, I will add, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's allies have identified interference as a significant threat and initiated various countermeasures. And I quote, "Foreign interference in Canada has received minimal media and academic coverage and is not part of the wider public discourse. Wow, have things changed since 2020. In their review of foreign interference activities, this nonpartisan committee, which only issues reports if every member of Parliament of said committee agrees to them, found the following few items. Finding number 8, that some foreign states conduct sophisticated and pervasive foreign interference activities against Canada. Those activities pose significant risk to national security, principally by undermining Canada's fundamental institutions and eroding the rights and freedoms of Canadians. That can be found in paragraphs 136 to 175. Finding number 9, Mr. Speaker, CSIS has consistently conducted investigations and provided evidence to government on foreign interference, paragraphs 195 to 201. Finding number 10, Mr. Speaker, throughout the period under review, the interdepartmental coordination and collaboration on foreign interference was case-specific and ad hoc. Canada's ability to address foreign interference is limited by the absence, and I quote, "a holistic approach to consider relevant risks, appropriate tools, and possible implications of responses to state behaviors." Parliamentarians can find that in paragraphs 219 to 227 and 280 to 285. Finding number 11, Mr. Speaker, foreign interference has received historically less attention in Canada than other national security threats. This is beginning to change with the government's nascent focus on hostile state activities, but nonetheless, the security and intelligence community's approach to addressing the threat is still marked by a number of conditions. There are significant differences in how individual security and intelligence organizations interpret the gravity and prevalence of the threat. In determining the measures the government may use to address instances of foreign interference, responses address specific activities and not patterns of behavior. Finding number 12 outlined that government engagement on foreign interference has also been limited. With the exception of CSIS outreach activities, the government's interaction with subnational levels of government and civil society on foreign interference is just minimal. Engagement is limited in part by the lack of security-cleared individuals at the subnational level, but there is no at the subnational level. Another point of consideration is that there is no public interference strategy or public reports similar to those developed for terrorism or cyber security. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but my time is limited today. The committee made a number of recommendations on actions that the government could take to combat foreign interference, and yet none of those have been taken today. We have still not seen a foreign registry tabled in this parliament, and we have still not seen real action by this government. The only reason we're seeing any action today is because of Robert Fife in the Globe and Mail. Hear, hear. So recommendation 5 in this report says that the government of Canada must develop a comprehensive strategy to counter foreign interference and build institutional and public resiliency. Drawing from the committee's review and findings, such a strategy should include identifying short and long-term risks and harm to Canadian institutions and rights and freedoms posed by the threat of foreign interference. Point B, examine and address the full range of institutional vulnerabilities targeted by hostile foreign states, including areas expressly omitted in the committee's review. Point C, assess the adequacy of existing legislation that deals with foreign interference, such as the Security or Information Act or the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, and make proposals for changes if required. And point D, develop practical, whole-of-government operational and policy mechanisms to develop and respond to the activities of hostile states. Point E, establish regular mechanisms to work with subnational levels of government. Point F, include an approach for ministers and senior officials to engage with fundamental institutions and the public. And point G, guide cooperations with allies on foreign interference. Point 6, that the Government of Canada support this comprehensive strategy through sustained central leadership and a review of legislation. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the government has done nothing outlined in the 2020 report. The only reason we are here today, and the only reason the Conservative Party has brought this motion forward to establish a foreign agent registry, to establish a national public inquiry, to close down the People's Republic police offices in Canada? My God! watch what is happening to our sovereignty, and I will state this emotional appeal.
I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Deputy Whip. Deputy House Leader, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand the member opposite is passionate. However, for the sake of the interpreters, I'd ask that he not scream.
Mr. Speaker,
I still have. Okay. So the Honourable Member of Mission Mass Creek, Fraser Canada.
But the passion in which I speak today is because I am scared that our sovereignty is at stake, that this government has been negligent in its responsibilities to Canada, and that the country I knew as a young man is not the country of today. Mr. Speaker, I can remember in the early 2000s, it was a big national news when members of the American government, of the FBI, came into Canada. Man, was Canada upset. Yet we stand negligent today when a foreign dictatorship that does not have the interests of Canada at heart establishes a police office in our country, Mr. Speaker. I will conclude that this government has been defensive. They need to vote with we need to vote with the official opposition and take immediate actions to rectify the grave and serious problems they have caused in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When we return to debate, the Honourable Member will have 3 minutes left, and then we can do questions and comments after that. And I'm going to take a little bit of a deep breath and allow the next member to come in. And the members all ready? Okay, good. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dutch Heritage Day is celebrated annually in Canada on May 5th to recognize and honor the contributions made by the Dutch community to Canadian society. It coincides with the anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands by Canada during World War II, a day my own mother remembers well as she and her family were there. They came to Canada on the first ship after the war. My grandmother and her 6 children were the 7th on the way. They moved to Owen Sound, where they re-established the dairy farm they had left behind in Holland, maintaining a connection to agriculture that informs my own role on the Agri Committee today. So I was delighted to meet with the Dutch Ambassador to Canada, Her Excellency Ines Kovalis, on Tuesday in an event hosted by the Speaker of the House. She spoke passionately about the many areas of shared values and cooperation, from security and agricultural innovation to respect for the freedom of the press and technological advancements. I was also able to meet with members of the Liberal Party of Holland during the meetings of Liberal International in Ottawa over the last 2 days. It was a great opportunity to see so many of my colleagues celebrating Holland. The Dutch community in Canada is one of the largest and most well-established immigrant communities in the country. I'm proud to be of Dutch descent, and to all Canadians of Dutch descent, especially my mother and her family, and those of Dutch descent living in my riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, thank you for all you've done, and for the Dutch treats like stroopwafel, pannenkoeken, and oliebollen. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, 7 people were attacked with bear spray in broad daylight on a Calgary LRT platform. 2 of the victims were my daughters. The investigating officer said that it was the 8th such incident that week. Fortunately, they weren't seriously injured, but sadly, Mr. Speaker, violent attacks are now a daily occurrence on Canada's transit systems. In April alone, there was an Edmonton bus stop stabbing, a sexual assault on a Toronto bus, a shooting on a Calgary bus, 3 separate stabbings on the SkyTrain in BC, and a stabbing murder on a Surrey bus. Mr. Speaker, people need public transit. It's part of the solution for reducing traffic congestion and emissions. But people won't take transit if this government won't do something about the chronic, violent, repeat offenders who make our communities and our transit systems unsafe.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Granville.
Mr. Speaker, as Liberals from across Canada gather in Ottawa this weekend, we will be missing a woman that left an indelible mark on our Vancouver Liberal family. On April 25th, Audrey Sajonki, a tireless advocate for women in politics, passed away peacefully at her home in West Vancouver. She dedicated her life to education and to giving back to her community. She believed deeply in a progressive, inclusive Canada and ran for the Liberal Party of Canada in the 1993 election. Hers was the first campaign I ever worked on. She made sure my voice and the voices of young volunteers on her campaign were included in every aspect of what she did. And she never forgot her volunteers. Every time I saw her, even after I was elected to this House, she reminded me of how grateful she was for the work I had done for her 30 years ago, and how proud she was of all of us that had achieved great things from her campaign. Among her many achievements, she was president of the United Way of the Lower Mainland, a board member at the Vancouver Port, and at the Vancouver Art Gallery. She was also a proud Ukrainian Canadian and deeply involved in the Ukrainian Orthodox community. She leaves behind her loving son Toma, his partner Lee, her grandchildren Alexa and Lucas, and countless other relatives and friends. Rest in peace, Audrey. We'll be thinking of you this weekend and always. Vishnaya Pamat, memory eternal.
L'honorable. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of Mental Health Week, which this year invites everyone to share their stories. On this occasion, I would like to hear some stories that we don't hear often enough. The stories of our farmers and producers. Behind the beautiful landscapes of our regions lies a life of challenges and too often solitude. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to salute and commend all of our proud farmers and say to them, tell us your story. Do not accept to carry an undue burden alone, no matter how strong your shoulders are. Speak out. Get help if you need it, whether it's from a loved one, a farm worker, Heart of Farm Families, or a health professional, or from the UPA. Above all, know that we see you at work 7 days a week. Persevere through the bad times, labor problems, the uncertainty of succession, and foreign competition. Know that Quebecers are with you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, as a Portuguese Canadian, I'm honored to rise today on behalf of the Portuguese diaspora in Canada and across the world. Initially established as Portuguese Language and Culture Day in 2009, in 2019, UNESCO officially proclaimed May 5th World Portuguese Language Day, Dia Mundial de Língua Portuguesa, and since then celebrated to honor the Portuguese language and its cultural significance worldwide. Portuguese is spoken by more than 265 million people globally, making it the fifth most spoken language in the world. Primarily spoken in Portugal, Brazil, Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, São Tomé Príncipe, also in India's Goa region and Macau, China. My sincere thanks to the Portuguese ambassador in Canada, Antonio Rocha, and Mrs. Luisa Rocha for their great service to our Portuguese Canadian community. Viva a língua portuguesa! Obrigado! Thank you!
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are completely out of touch when it comes to the future of energy production and electricity in Saskatchewan. The plan to completely shut down coal-fired power by 2030 and the quite likely natural gas by 2035 is idealistic but entirely unrealistic. These federal initiatives would mean the end of up to 86% of the power production in Saskatchewan by 2035. Thankfully, our Premier has stated that despite the federal Liberals' misguided policies, the province will not risk plunging our homes, our schools, our hospitals, and our businesses into a cold and dark evening. He is right. Soaring rhetoric cannot change the laws of thermodynamics, and the federal plan ignores the reality that Saskatchewan requires homegrown, reliable, affordable electricity that is available on demand. Conservatives understand that we cannot put the security of Saskatchewan's energy system in jeopardy for the sake of ineffective Liberal policies. It is time to make Canada proud, honoured, and respected once again. It is time for a new Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, on March 18th, the Sri Guru Ravidas Sabha Vancouver marked a momentous day by breaking ground at the site of their new Gurdwara. This wonderful organization was established in 1982 and provides both a place of worship for Sikhs and a center for social, educational, and cultural activities for the entire community. For over 4 decades, their congregants have shared and taught us all the values of equality, justice, and compassion. Congratulations to Vancouver Kingsway resident and Gurdwara president Bill Basra. and his entire executive on their initiative and hard work to get to this exciting point. Mr. Basra is a pillar of the community who helps people from all walks of life. He's a shining example of kindness, generosity, humility, and true leadership. I look forward to celebrating at the official opening of the new Gurdwara with all who are contributing to its creation. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. May 5th is Dutch Heritage Day in Canada. The bonds of history and friendship between Canada and the Netherlands are unbreakable. Dutch immigrants have been coming to Canada for over 100 years, and today over 1 million Canadians can proudly claim their Dutch heritage. That includes my dad, Joe, our siblings and cousins, and over 2,000 Miltonians. Even Princess Juliana, before she was Queen of the Netherlands, sought refuge in Ottawa during the dark days of the Nazi occupation. By 1943, she was expecting a daughter but couldn't return home, so Canada declared the Ottawa Civic Hospital outside of Canadian territory, allowing Princess Margriet to be born a Dutch citizen. 78 years ago today, the Netherlands was liberated by a Canadian-led force, which they still celebrate and remember today. Dutch tulip farmers and their royal family send us tens of thousands of tulips for Ottawa's annual Tulip Festival. So as you walk around Ottawa in the coming days and weeks as the tulips bloom, thank Holland. Our two countries share so much, a commitment to fighting climate change, investing in science and innovation. We're also two of the first countries to legalize same-sex marriage. And to this day, our mutual admiration for our two nations runs strong across the Atlantic Ocean. Like over 1 million Dutch Canadians, I'm proud of my Dutch heritage and proud of our truly diverse and multicultural Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Canadians are out of money, and the Prime Minister is out of touch and out of the country. This is the Prime Minister's record in just the last 5 months. 5 lavish vacations, living it up in New York with celebrities, a $162,000 vacation to Jamaica paid for by the Trudeau Foundation donors.
True.
Under this Prime Minister, overdoses are up 300%. 22 people a day are dying from overdoses. People do not feel safe in their community. Yesterday, I met with a paramedic who has to wear a bulletproof vest to work every day. There are viral videos of people lining up down the street for food banks. Leadership is taking responsibility, not observing. Leadership means you give people hope and opportunity. Leadership means pivoting and changing when things aren't working. Canada doesn't have a leader. Canada has a Prime Minister who deflects responsibility and is completely out of touch with the suffering he is causing. Canadians are out of...
The Honourable Member for London West.
We recognize the International Day of Midwife, a day to recognize the essential contributions that midwives make to ensure safety, quality, and reproductive for newborn care to pregnant people, mothers, and babies everywhere. The Canadian Association of Midwives not only supports midwives in Canada, but also works towards improving sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls globally. Canadian midwives are playing their part in providing capacity building, education, and clinical expertise to midwives in countries such as South Sudan, Somalia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Haiti. We have over 2,300 midwives who are providing primary health care and about 120 Indigenous midwives providing culturally appropriate care to their communities. Midwives are also well positioned to address specific challenges still faced by rural, remote, and Indigenous community in Canada. The world, including Canada, needs more midwives to ensure equitable access to primary care for all Canadians, regardless where they live in this vast country. So join me today in celebrating midwives across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
It's unconscionable. The Prime Minister is making the victim the villain. An agent of the communist regime in China attacked a member of this House and his family. Period. Instead of defending every parliamentarian, all Canadians, members of the Liberal caucus have attacked the honourable member of Wellington Halton Hills. They have falsely claimed that our colleague has no credibility. They have also claimed that he knew about the attacks on his family. Liberal, do they really think that Canadians believe that the honourable member knew about threats against his family but did nothing? Well, at the same time, the Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and even the Prime Minister were oblivious of these attacks and threats against a Member of Parliament.
by blaming the victim of these threats, sends a very frightening message to Chinese Canadians and all Canadians who are being intimidated by Beijing and China. We will not defend democracy. We will not defend Canadians. We will not defend this House. They need to stand and expel this member.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Canadians are out of money, the Prime Minister is out of touch and out of the country. Many of my constituents could only dream of lavish foreign vacations, a trip to New York hobnobbing with celebrities, or getting a free $80,000 vacay in Jamaica, courtesy of Trudeau Foundation donors. I don't think that this Prime Minister has any idea how difficult it is for a family in Kelowna struggling to pay over $1,000 a month more for a mortgage, or how crippling his hike in the carbon tax is for a family in Headley who has to drive to a different community to get their kids to school, to see a doctor, or buy groceries. In Merritt, drug houses and pushers are immune from prosecution because of this Liberal government's drug decriminalization pilot project. And while the Liberals and NDP pat themselves on the back for this pilot project, let's not forget that their project set a new record for drug overdose deaths in BC for the first quarter. The police are powerless, but drug dealers are the ones who profit because of this Prime Minister's out-of-touch Liberal NDP ideology. The Canadians are out of money, the Prime Minister is out of touch and out of the country.
L'honorable député de Brassard-Saint-Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the coronation of our sovereign, King Charles III, and the beginning of a new reign of service to his 15 realms and the Commonwealth. Fulfilling an uniquely subliminal contract with the millions of citizens who rely on His Majesty to provide a continuity that is so difficult to define, I would like to offer King Charles III my sincerest wishes for a happy and productive reign. D'aussi loin que je m'en souviens.
For as long as I can remember, the principle of constitutional monarchies has attracted and engaged me. The state, as represented by the Crown, facilitates societal evolution in historical continuity. The new King of Canada, His Majesty Charles III, will have to weave tighter the bonds of affection and trust that he has developed with us over the years. But I'm convinced that he will be able to do so.
Long live the King.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Mental Health Awareness Week, and I wish to acknowledge the important work of Vancouver Island Mental Health Society, VIMIS. Starting with providing essential psychiatric rehabilitation supports, VIMIS now also provides services including housing programming, harm reduction services, psychosocial rehabilitation, community outreach, and public education. VIMIS's programming has supported thousands of people over the years. A resident of my riding shared a touching story about how they were struggling with intense and frightening delusions, marijuana withdrawal, and lacking sleep, which took a tremendous toll on their lives. VIMIS was there to provide necessary supports for them to get back on track to living a life of dignity and joy. This resident is now focused on their health, well-being, sobriety, and learning skills, including cooking, yoga, and attending university. This resident, Mr. Speaker, recently scored a 97.4% on their midterm. Congratulations. I want to thank all individuals working in mental health. Thank you, VIMIS, and others in Nanaimo Ladysmith. Your work matters to so many.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Amétis Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, today, the 4th of May, is International Firefighters' Day. Throughout the world, we salute and commend the courage of those who fight fires and, more broadly, protect their fellow citizens against the forces of nature when they are unleashed. All over the world, but especially here, today, as Quebecers have been shaken by the ultimate sacrifice of two of our own. 2 volunteer firefighters lost their lives in Saint-Urbain, swept away by the current whilst trying to rescue victims of high water. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to the families, loved ones, and the community in the mourning of Christopher Lavoie and Régis Lavoie. This tragedy raises questions that must be answered regarding the deployment conditions of our volunteer firefighters and their safety. But by its very nature, this profession will always require a large element of risk. And that is the reason for which, on this International Firefighters' Day, the entire population will always be indebted to those who respond. Brother firefighters, sister firefighters, thank you for your dedication.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling through the effects of inflation, high interest rates, and slowing economic growth. Canadians need a finance minister who will stand up and explain to them why they can no longer afford a home, why families have had to cancel vacations, and why millions are having to visit food banks. Instead, we have a finance minister who's only spoken 7 times in this House all year. Wow. She's refused 3 separate invitations to the Finance Committee. We are once again inviting her to speak at Finance Committee to defend her record of high taxes, enormous deficits, and slowing economic growth. The Minister of Finance is asking for Canadians to give her $490 billion, $60 billion in new spending, and $12 billion in unallocated spending. All we're asking for at Finance Committee is 2 hours. I'm asking her today, through you, Mr. Speaker, does she really believe that her time is worth more than $8 billion per minute? Is there something more important to her than the Canadian public? It's time she stood up in this House and was accountable.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, on May 5th, the National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirit People, we must reckon with the nationwide emergency that is the horrible, continuous loss of these precious lives. I am devastated that as time passes, we continue to lose mothers, sisters, aunties, daughters, cousins, and friends. Just this week, we learned of yet another young woman in Alberta who was senselessly taken from those who knew and loved her. This emergency demands immediate action and adequate investments. We need to implement the calls to justice. First and foremost, we must follow the lead of women and survivors on the path of healing and reconciliation. This is a systemic crisis that needs systemic solutions. We must ensure that women have access to all the resources they need to have their rights fully respected. This is why I wish to echo the calls by the member for Winnipeg Centre and many others to implement a red dress alert system. I believe that this alert would raise awareness of this crisis and would save countless lives. The time for discussion is over. The time for urgent action is now. Indigenous women and girls and diverse gendered peoples deserve love, safety, and justice.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, members of the government said earlier today in the House that I had known for 2 years about the specific threat that a PRC diplomat in Toronto was gathering information to target my family. That is false. I'll categorically state again for the record that the defensive briefing of 2 years ago in June of 2021 was general in nature. It did not contain any information about the specific threat that a PRC diplomat in Toronto, Mr. Wei Zhou, was targeting my family. Will the Prime Minister correct the record to stop the spread of this misinformation?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague opposite that we take the concerns that he has expressed and that have been expressed in public with regards to foreign interference and the targeting of himself and his family extremely seriously, which is why we will continue to work with him, provide him with briefings. I would also point out, Mr. Speaker, that earlier today we tabled the 2022 CSIS report, wherein it states, among other things, that CSIS provided briefings to 49 federal parliamentarians, and by working with everybody, we can protect our democratic institutions.
I want to remind the honourable members. The honourable member, well, I'm not going to say honourable member. Did he want to withdraw that, please? Do you want to withdraw that? No. Order. Order. What's his writing? Grand Prairie, Mackenzie. That you do not respect the chair. The chair will not recognize you while you're in this House. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I've just been informed by the National...
Withdraw and apologize. The chair will not recognize you for the next, well, no, until you do, indefinitely. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I've just been informed by the National Security Advisor that the CSIS Intelligence Assessment of July 20th, 2021 was sent by CSIS to the relevant departments and to the National Security Advisor in the PCO. This report contained information that I and other MPs were being targeted by the PRC. This contradicts what the Prime Minister said yesterday. He said CSIS made the determination that it wasn't something that needed to be raised to a higher level because it wasn't a significant enough concern. Will the Prime Minister correct the record that this report and information was sent to the departments and to the Privy Council office?
The Honourable Minister of Public Service.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for sharing that update with this chamber. I can also assure him that, as the Prime Minister said, and I said earlier this week, that we found out on Monday of this week, which is why we acted very quickly and decisively to reach out directly to the member for Wellington Halton Hills, make sure that he was offered a briefing, had that briefing happen, and we will continue to work with him to address and mitigate any concerns around foreign interference, because every member in this chamber deserves to be able to do their work in representing their constituencies in a manner that is safe and secure.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, CSIS has been advising the government, the departments, the Privy Council Office, the National Security Advisor, deputy ministers, that foreign agents in Canada, foreign diplomats in Canada are presenting a threat to Canadian MPs in this House of Commons. In fact, the 2022 intelligence report of CSIS today says that these threat actors must be held accountable for their clandestine activities. And we also will continue to inform national security stakeholders and all Canadians about foreign interference. So why is the government not listening to the advice of CSIS and not listening to the advice in the reports that are being distributed here?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, taking concrete action, and in fact, as my colleague, I hope, would know, the Minister for Global Affairs earlier today summoned the Chinese ambassador to ensure that we're clear about any consequences around hostile activities or foreign interference, and that is very much consistent with Canada's strong record in condemning this kind of behavior. Moreover, we'll continue to work with all parliamentarians to protect the people that work in this chamber so we can uphold our democracy.
Honorable député de Mégantic-Clairable.
Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clairable. Mr. Speaker, it's a dark day for democracy. Rarely have we seen a political party fall so far so fast. A member of this House is the victim of intimidation from Beijing, and the members for Winnipeg North and Kingston and the Islands, on behalf of this government, on behalf of this Prime Minister, have continued the trend and are now conspiring against our Conservative colleague. They're spreading disinformation, and they should be ashamed. Why are they defending Beijing instead of a Canadian member of Parliament? When will the Prime Minister finally apologize for the unconscionable attitude of his political party? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure my colleague that we share the concerns of the member for Wellington Halton Hills, and that is why we offered him a briefing. CSIS delivered that briefing. We're going to continue to offer him all the support he needs, and to all members who work in this House of Commons to protect our democratic institutions. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clairable. Disinformation, disinformation, disinformation. The member for Wellington Halton Hills learned today that the memo from CSIS, which stated that he was clearly a victim of intimidation by a diplomat in the consulate in Toronto, had been transferred to just about everyone on the Liberal side. And they did nothing. They didn't expel any diplomat, and they continue to spread disinformation. When will they finally apologize, Mr. Speaker? They should be ashamed to even attend their convention. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety, of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I understand the frustration, the fear on the part of our colleague, and the fact that he and his family were targeted by the Beijing government. And that is why we have always, will always say that any form of foreign interference is unacceptable. Now, that is why my deputy minister today summoned the Chinese ambassador. And, Mr. Speaker, if I may continue to speak without my colleague interrupting me, if I may continue to express myself, Mr. Speaker, what we also said, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, a new development. According to the Prime Minister, it was CSIS that didn't inform a member of the opposition that he was being threatened by China. But Richard Fadden, former head of CSIS, demolished this excuse in the Globe and Mail. He explained that not only was the memo found by the media sent to the Prime Minister's staff, but also to Foreign Affairs and Public Safety. So, at the very least, the Prime Minister and 2 ministers got that memo. So why did the Prime Minister keep it a secret? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. It was not until Monday this week that the Prime Minister, myself, and the government members were informed of the concerns regarding the member for Wellington Halton Hills. And after that, we took action. We offered a briefing to the member on the other side, and we are going to continue to work together with all members in this House to protect our democratic institutions. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is blaming CSIS, but he's been ignoring their warnings for years. Even before the 2019 election, CSIS warned him that a Liberal candidate was perhaps supported by China. He turned a blind eye. Then CSIS said that the same Liberal was discussing the 2 Michaels with Beijing. He turned a blind eye. And then in 2021, CSIS said that China was threatening an opposition member, and he turned a blind eye. He was only interested now because the info was leaked to the media. Is it worthy of a member of Five Eyes to blame his own intelligence service for his voluntary blindness? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is working very closely with our allies, including G7, the Five Eyes, and that is why we created a protocol to fight disinformation, and that is why we're going to continue to work with all parliamentarians to fight foreign interference with resources. But this is not a partisan issue. This is a cross-Canada issue, and all parliamentarians need to stand in solidarity to protect our democratic institutions.
The Prime Minister has been the leader of the Liberal Party for 10 years, and in those 10 years there's been a lot of broken promises and empty words, in particular when it comes to housing. The Prime Minister promised to make housing more affordable, and it's been the opposite. It's become more expensive than ever before. Now, at the same time, profiteers have been making more money than ever before. So when will the Prime Minister take the housing crisis seriously and acknowledge that we are in an emergency situation that needs urgent action to fix?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We share the same goal, which is to increase the housing supply for all Canadians in this country, and that is exactly what we did with the National Housing Strategy. We invested more money. We also invested in the right to housing, and we're going to continue to work for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, but housing costs have become higher than ever. It's been 10 years that the Prime Minister has been in office, and he has completely failed in addressing the housing crisis. He doesn't walk the talk, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that there is a crisis in our housing system. So when will this government finally take this crisis seriously and fix the problem? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. But in Quebec, when you talk about walking the talk, it's because they are lacking in arguments. Mr. Speaker, this national housing strategy got 400,000 people or rather 36,000 people got them off the street. It helped 68,000 people get a home, and we invested $4 billion in housing for Indigenous people. So we are people who get things done.
For Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, a massive hole has been blown through the Prime Minister's story about the foreign interference campaign and harassment of a member of Parliament's family. We now have confirmation that CSIS informed the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister that members of Parliament's families were being targeted by an operative from the communist regime in Beijing and to intimidate that member's family because of a vote in this House of Commons. The Prime Minister claims that he only found out about it on Monday. We now know they've known about this for 2 years. So why have they allowed this operative to continue this interference campaign, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, as my colleague heard earlier today during this question period, my colleague, the Minister for Global Affairs, has summoned the Chinese ambassador to make it abundantly clear what is legitimate and what is not. And this is consistent with Canada's strong position when it comes to hostile activities, especially with regards to foreign interference. Every single member in this chamber has a right to be able to represent their constituents in complete and total safety. We will continue to work across the aisle with all parliamentarians to make sure that that objective is secure.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
So, Mr. Speaker, it sounds like the Minister of Public Safety is saying that the Chinese consular office had to be told what's allowed and what's not allowed in Canada when it comes to foreign interference. And that's their excuse for letting this operative stay. This operative from the communist regime has been conducting an interference campaign and a harassment campaign targeting a member of Parliament's family because of a vote in this House of Commons. We now know they've known about this for 2 years. Right. Why is this operative still in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's one thing I'll agree on, and that is Canada's will always be clear about what the boundaries are and what is right, what is legitimate, and what is lawful, and what is not. And I'll tell you something else, Mr. Speaker. That is a far better approach than the one that the Conservatives proposed when we were getting the 2 Michaels back, which would have been to capitulate to the People's Republic of China. We'll never do that. We'll always stand up for human rights. We got the 2 Michaels back, and we'll make sure we protect all members in this chamber so we can uphold our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, today 2 high-ranking senior Liberals entered this House claiming that the member for Wellington Halton Hills was briefed 2 years ago about the threatening allegations and simply ignored it. Didn't talk to colleagues, didn't talk to his family in Canada or abroad. This is outrageous, inexcusable, but most importantly, unbelievable. To the Public Safety Minister, Canadians are watching you, sir, and demand an answer. When were you first briefed?
I want to remind the honourable members, in order to ask a question, please do not ask directly or speak directly to each other, but speak through the chair. The Honourable Public Safety Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first I would like to reiterate that we do take the concerns that have been expressed by the member for Wellington Halton Hills very seriously. That's why as soon as we were informed about this issue, which was Monday of earlier this week, we reached out to him directly. We offered a briefing to him. We made sure that that briefing happened, and we will continue to work with him and all members to make sure that we can uphold our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, enough of the political spin. An attack on one member is an attack on this entire House. Canadians have questions. It's time for the Public Safety Minister to start answering them honestly and directly. When was this minister made aware that an agent of Beijing's Toronto office was intimidating a sitting member of this House?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, might I suggest that my colleague across the way listen carefully to an answer that I've given now on multiple occasions. As I said, I was informed on Monday of this week with regards to the specific issue pertaining to the member for Wellington Halton Hills, and shortly thereafter I reached out to that member. I wanted to make sure that he knew that he would have my support, that he would have our government's support, because we in fact do care for his security, for his family's security. This is not a partisan issue, and making scandalous allegations allegations doesn't advance the debate around national security. We need to work together to protect our democracy. That's what we're committed to doing.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the minister had just said that this is not a partisan issue, but this government made it one. This morning, 2 parliamentary secretaries who were high-ranking said in this House that the member for Wellington-Halton Hills knew for 2 years that the Beijing government had targeted him and his family. Earlier, the member just said that this was not true. Mr. Speaker, is there anyone on the other side who have a sense of honor and dignity, and will they apologize? The honourable minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, of course. That is why the government contacted the member for Wellington-Halton Hills to express our support for him and his family. We are supporting him, and not only him, but all members in this House. We have to work together in good faith to protect our democratic institutions. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this is outrageous. The victim here is the member for Wellington-Halton Hills, and the attacker is the Liberal government this morning. Instead of defending the member, they are attacking him. That's the reality. That's what happened this morning, not once but twice, both by parliamentary secretaries. So I am calling on all the ministers of this government, and I know them. I know that they are honourable, and I know they're people of dignity. So which one is going to stand up to apologize to the member for Wellington-Halton Hills? The honourable minister. Mr. Speaker, this government will always defend the rights of members of parliament to do their work safely, with no foreign interference, and that is why we put in place mechanisms and powers to do so. That is why we strengthened our level of transparency with the creation of NSICOP to work in a cross-party fashion, because we need to work together to protect our democratic institutions. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, CSIS published its annual report this morning, and it confirms the existence of police stations, Chinese police stations in Quebec and in Canada. It also confirms that China has been bullying its diaspora with agents from its public safety department, and it confirms that Beijing is seeking to influence candidate nominations for elections and to influence their policy stances as well by clandestine means. Mr. Speaker, when this info appears in a public report, it's because the Prime Minister has known about it for a long time. So why does nothing move unless there's a leak to the media? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for shedding light on the excellent work that CSIS has done, which in its report tabled today. And the report indicates that CSIS offered 49 briefings to members of Parliament from this House, and that is a concrete example of how we can do work to protect our democratic institutions. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, speaking of newspapers, the minister said that the article in the Globe and Mail was false when it said that the government had been informed that a member of the opposition had been targeted by threats from China. Today, all of a sudden, he's changing his tune and confirmed that the information existed, but it was CSIS who didn't tell him. So the information does exist, and the briefing note revealed by the Globe and Mail specified clearly that China could target a number of members of Parliament. It was written in English, Canadian MPs with an S. Are there other members? Who are they, and have they been warned? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the issue of foreign interference is not new. It has existed for years, and that is why, since our government came to power, we have introduced new powers for CSIS. We have invested additional resources, and with NCIRA and NSICOP, we have strengthened the level of transparency, and that is how best to protect our democratic institutions. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was informed in 2021 that a member of the opposition was targeted by threats from China, and he did nothing. Today, he will neither confirm nor deny the information obtained by the Globe and Mail that China could be targeting other members of Parliament. All we want is for him to tell us yes or no, are there other members of Parliament, and are they aware? That is why the Prime Minister does not deserve our trust in the matter of Chinese interference. He does not want to shed any light on the matter, so when will finally a public inquiry be set up? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have made investments, and we trust our agents who work in matters of national security to do a good job and to protect all parliamentarians in this House. It's not easy. There are challenges, but if we can work together, we can better protect our democratic institutions.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
In this debate, two members of the Liberal government have claimed that the member for Wellington Halton Hills had known for 2 years that his family was being targeted by Beijing operatives on Canadian soil. That is categorically false, Mr. Speaker. Those members should be ashamed for their victim blaming and trying to shift responsibility away from the Prime Minister, who has not stood up for Canada and for Canadians. If the Prime Minister won't expel these Liberals from his own caucus for promoting conspiracy theories and disinformation, will he very at least expel these communist operatives who are still in Canada, Mr. Speaker? Will they?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have to rise in my place because I think it's important for us to take a step back and recognize right now that as Russia and China, yes, target this House and all democratic places everywhere, there is absolutely no question that this government, and I would say no government in the history of Canada, that would see a threat against any parliamentarian as anything other than a threat against every single person in this House. The assertion that anything else is the case is ridiculous. All of us stand firm and resolute against the threat to democracy. It is absolutely a threat against us all, and we will rise to the hour every time.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Liberals have not only failed to do anything about the fact that a diplomat from Beijing has targeted a member of Parliament and his family because of how he voted in the House of Commons. Today, they've stooped to a disgusting new low. The Liberal MPs from Kingston and the Islands and Winnipeg North have both stood in this House to imply that it is the MP for Wellington Halton Hills who himself is to blame for the government's inaction. Will the Prime Minister rise in his place and apologize for these despicable false claims coming from these Liberal MPs?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what we can agree on, unequivocally, is that it is disgusting.
The Honourable Government House Leader, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, what we can agree on unequivocally is that a targeting of a member of Parliament's family is an act beyond anything we can imagine. Every single one of us have dedicated our lives to democracy. We have seen ourselves...
Okay. I've gotten up twice already. The third time I'm getting up. Whoever's next from that party is going to go to the end, and we're going to start scrambling things. Not scrambling, exchanging. It's going to go to the back end of the line, and we'll let the next person who's last come in her place. So I'm going to ask everyone to be quiet and be respectful, ask questions quietly, and hear answers quietly as well. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many members of this chamber have been named and targeted by Russia. That number is high. I don't know how many members have been targeted by other foreign powers, but I do know this, that there are forces right now that would see democracy piled under the dirt, that would attack our democracy, and that we need to stand shoulder to shoulder, as we do with the member for Wellington.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. I'm ready.
Liberal MP from Winnipeg North said that the member from Wellington Halton Hills has known about the threats against him for 2 years. That is categorically false. The Liberal MP from Kingston and the Islands said that the MP for Wellington Halton Hills was briefed on these specific threats 2 years ago. This is categorically false. Liberals are now targeting the MP who himself has been targeted by Beijing. So when will the Prime Minister get up and apologize for these Liberal MPs spreading these outright lies?
Will the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope withdraw his statement? Very good. Let me consult with the table and see exactly what we can do about that. Order. That's not allowed in the House. It's not parliamentary. So I'm going to give the honourable member one more chance, and then we'll move on, and we're not going to have many people left to ask questions. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope, will he withdraw?
Mr. Speaker, I stand by what I said.
Good. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope will not be recognized by the chair until he withdraws. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Liberals abandoned their responsibility to build social housing, and Canadians are paying the price. Under this Prime Minister, the cost of a home has nearly doubled. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments allowed corporate landlords to buy up affordable housing stock and jack up the cost of housing for renters and homeowners alike. Will the Liberals stop treating housing as a commodity and commit to building at least 500,000 units of social housing and co-op housing so that families can find a home that they can afford?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie ma collègue pour sa question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. We agree about the challenges having to do with housing supply throughout the country. But my colleague knows that we have made historic investments since this government was elected, starting with the very first National Housing Strategy. We brought in 180,000 new housing units. We avoided having many people end up in the street. And I agree with her that there is still a lot more to do.
Vancouver Kingsway.
The Liberals promised universal public pharmacare in 1997. Since then, countless committees and commissions, including this government's own Hoskins report, have advised that single-payer pharmacare is the only way to go. But Canadians are still waiting for this Liberal government to keep their promise. While the Liberals protect Big Pharma's profits, the NDP is fighting to deliver public pharmacare so Canadians get the medicine they need. Yeah. After a quarter century of delay, will this minister finally commit to implementing universal public pharmacare?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very, very grateful for the question. Very grateful for the opportunity to speak to what we are doing. Indeed, to increase accessibility, affordability, and appropriateness of drug use in Canada, mentioning the launch just a few weeks ago of the strategy for drugs for rare diseases, a $500 million investment every one of the next 3 years to make sure that children in particular and other people living with their rare diseases have access to those very important drugs. The Canada Drug Agency, which is going to be set up quickly, to set up a national formulary, again to reduce...
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, this week, several regions in Quebec were hard hit by floods. We were very saddened to learn that 2 firefighters in the Charlevoix region lost their lives while they were trying to help residents who were in danger. I send my full condolences to Christopher and Régis Lavoie's families in this difficult period. Can the Minister of Emergency Preparedness tell this House about the measures taken by the federal government to help communities affected by these floods?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member from Longueuil-Charlemagne, for her question and also for her and join her in her condolences. Our deepest condolences, Mr. Speaker, go to the families of firefighters Christopher and Régis Lavoie. They went out in the middle of serious flooding to do their jobs and to save lives, and we mourn their loss and we recognize their sacrifice. And as Charlevoix and the Quebec region begins to recover from these floods, I have reached out to Minister Bonnardel to offer both our condolences and our support. We are monitoring the flooding conditions very carefully across the province. We'll continue to stand ready to ensure the province has the assistance that it needs in response and in recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs has said that she is assessing interests in determining whether to expel the Beijing diplomat who arranged to punish the family of the member for Wellington, Halton Hills. The minister has a choice to make because the #1 priority of this government ought to be the safety and security of Canadians. And by allowing this Beijing thug to remain in Canada, they are putting Chinese Canadians at risk. So when will they get their priorities straight and send him packing today?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Of course, when it comes to foreign interference, we will never tolerate it, and that's exactly what I said to my counterpart when I met with him a month ago, and that's also why we summoned the Chinese ambassador a bit earlier today. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're also, as a thoughtful government, assessing all the interests that are at stake. Why? Because we know, based on to Michael's experience, that when it comes to the PRC, they will take action and will have an impact on our diplomatic, consular, and economic interests. That being said, all options are on the table, including the expulsion of diplomats. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton will now be last. We'll now go to the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, the Ontario government is actively looking to go backwards in the climate fight by building and expanding natural gas-fired electricity plants. Natural gas is no climate solution. The federal government must step in to ensure that Ontario doesn't undo hard-fought gains in the midst of a climate crisis. Their upcoming clean electricity regulations must deter provinces from this kind of climate backsliding. Will the minister commit to making these regulations stringent enough to stop natural gas expansion in Ontario?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. We made a commitment during the last election campaign to have a net zero grid by 2035 in Canada. Canada already has a grid that is 80%, more than 80% non-emitting, Mr. Speaker, and there are a number of provinces doing amazing things when it comes to renewable energy. Let's talk about Alberta, which in 2016 committed to eliminate coal by 2030. Alberta will have eliminated coal this year, Mr. Speaker. This is what we're aiming to do across the country.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, Beijing operative Zhao Wei sought information and the whereabouts of the family from the Member of Parliament from Wellington Halton Hills so that they could make an example of him. This is a direct threat against a sitting member of this House and their family. Zhao Wei is still in this country. The response from the Liberals today is to blame a sitting member of Parliament. Victim blame. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister do his job? Stop blaming victims, send a message to Beijing, and send Zhao Wei home.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, any suggestion that we don't have care or concern for the member for Wellington Halton Hills is absolutely absurd. I've reached out to that member. We made sure that we got a briefing. We'll continue to support him and all members in this chamber because every member of Parliament, indeed every parliamentarian, has a right to represent their constituencies. We need to do this work together so that we can push back against the forces of foreign interference and uphold our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Isches-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the Vienna Convention, it is possible to expel diplomats. The Prime Minister should send that memo to caucus. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs can't seem to make up her mind, and Liberal parliamentary secretaries are blaming the member for Wellington Halton Hills, a man who is very respected in this House. Everything is upside down. Instead of turning aside, will this Prime Minister expel that diplomat who should be persona non grata? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I previously mentioned, my honourable colleague for Foreign Affairs called in the Chinese ambassador to underscore that there are activities that are legitimate and others that are not legitimate, and in fact that are considered foreign interference. We will continue to condemn what was done to protect our democratic institutions. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. According to the Prime Minister, everyone's going to be glued to their TV this weekend to watch the coronation of Charles III. According to the PM, Canadians are looking forward to celebrating His Majesty's coronation. I'm not sure who he's talking about, but certainly not Quebecers. Now, if he had said Canadians are looking forward to getting rid of the monarchy, that would have been at the very least more factual. It's not too late to make things right. When will this government get rid of this passé and anti-democratic institution? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are currently facing heavy flooding. They are facing climate change. They are concerned about affordability, about the housing crisis. They're concerned about our health system, which is under strain. And yet the Bloc Québécois is spending all its time in this House talking about the monarchy. Our Liberal government is firmly concentrated on the real priorities of Quebecers and all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that we're always being told that we should talk about something other than the monarchy, despite that, the Prime Minister is trying to have us believe that the coronation will be the most popular media event since his hit TV show, La Petite Vie. Yet this government has decided to hand out 30,000 coronation medals. And this government is going to arrive in London with a couple dozen representatives plus staff, which is once again going to cost us an arm and a leg. So if the monarchy isn't a priority for this government, can the minister explain why there's this whole media circus around it? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, am I dreaming? For those who are watching at home, everything is upside down. The Bloc Québécois is using up our time in the House to talk about the royalty and the monarchy and the coronation. It's so confusing at a time when there is flooding in Quebec, at a time when we're talking about cell phone fees, health, and all sorts of other important things. Suddenly the Bloc Québécois has decided it wants to talk about the monarchy. On this side of the House, we will continue to work for Quebecers about things they really care about. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. That is the legacy of a Liberal Prime Minister, his legacy to Canadian society over the last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, Letting out violent reoffenders and the decriminalization of hard drugs are increasing violent crime and overdoses in our communities. Why is this Prime Minister so determined to send us into a dead end? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to feel safe and to be safe. That's exactly why we are working hard with the provinces and territories to strengthen the parole system. We will continue to take these decisions under our jurisdiction, and we will find solutions by working together, because these are complex issues. We are working together, and I hope to have more news shortly. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, at a time when everything is costing more, at a time when Canadians are suffering and struggling, the Prime Minister has taken not 1 but 5 luxury trips abroad to get a nice tan and live the high life in New York. It's a scandal, Mr. Speaker. Housing costs have doubled. Instead of wasting our money, what will this Prime Minister do to reduce inflation throughout Canada? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, do you know what's a scandal for people who are watching us today? It's to know that the Conservatives are going to vote against the budget, Mr. Speaker. A budget that was designed for Canadians throughout the country. We listened to Canadians, rather. They told us that the most important thing is the cost of living, the cost of groceries, and we are presenting a grocery rebate for millions, 11 million Canadians who will benefit from that. Canadians have asked us to help them with health care and dental care. They've asked us to invest in tomorrow's economy. We even brought Volkswagen to Canada to build our country, and that's what a responsible government would do.
For Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
While Beijing agents strike at the heart of Canadian democracy, imperiling our freedoms by threatening our democratically elected members and their families, the Prime Minister is off on lavish Jamaican junkets and footing Canadians with a bill. After 8 years of ineffective and inept governance, Canadians are out of money, and the Prime Minister is not only out of touch, but also often out of the country. Mr. Speaker, when will this government finally start taking responsibilities seriously, or get out of the way so we can start tackling the crises that are paralyzing Canadian society?
The Honourable Leader, Government House Leader.
As I've said to this House on many occasions, the member is right. The Prime Minister took a vacation with his family over Christmas. He did so staying at a friend's house. If the member is either asserting that the Prime Minister shouldn't be able to take a vacation with his family at Christmas, or is the member asserting that if he does so, he doesn't have security, which was the vast preponderance of the cost. It seems that they want to torque and play partisan games with a family vacation that the Prime Minister took. I think that's inappropriate, Mr. Speaker.
Member, l'Honorable Député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, everyone in Canada deserves to be safe. Tomorrow will be Red Dress Day, which is an opportunity to remember the tragedy of women and girls who are missing or murdered. We must all do more. Can the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations tell this House about the work that this government is carrying out to protect women and girls in Indigenous communities? The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. We are all responsible when it comes to resolving the systemic issues that are continuing to feed this national crisis, and in order to implement calls to justice. That's why Budget 2023 invested $120 million to implement the National Action Plan, support the National Families and Survivors Circle, and create a Red Dress Alert. We are determined to continue working with survivors, their families, and communities to continue this important work.
Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, while this Prime Minister is living it up, taking international celebrity selfies, a generation of Canadians are giving up on home ownership. Down payments have doubled, rents have doubled, mortgage payments have doubled. Builders can't build because it takes years just to get permits in Canada's large cities. When will this government do something about the big city gatekeepers who are choking Canadians out of access to a home.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I am a former municipal councillor, and for the first time in this House, a leader of a party has denigrated and insulted a duly elected municipal government. When you insult and denigrate, well, that's certainly not the way to get more housing built. I am disturbed about the fact that Conservative members, former mayors, I am shocked that they did not bring their own leader back into line.
Mr. Speaker, we'll always stand up for Canadians who can't access homes. The Prime Minister has been on 5 lavish trips already this year, including a vacation worth $80,000 paid for by Trudeau Foundation donors. He's out of touch and Canadians are out of money. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. A 41-cent a litre tax on gas, groceries, and home heating, and endless deficits that drive up interest rates, pushing access to housing even further out of reach. When will he get to work and stop making life more expensive?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that Canadians are struggling right now and that there is a high cost of living. But unlike the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, we're actually acting. We have put measures in place like the Canada Child Benefit, like the Climate Action Incentive, like increasing the Guaranteed Income Supplement, like the new grocery rebate. We are actually acting to help Canadian families at this time of struggle, where we know what the Conservative playbook was. Send checks to millionaires and make seniors work longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is the policies of this government are the very ones that have been driving up inflation and making everything more expensive for Canadians. Now, as grocery prices are rising to the point where people have to turn to food banks, housing prices have doubled and many young people are worried they'll never be able to afford a home. The clawbacks on paychecks are making it so that people who are working harder are falling further behind. While all that is happening, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to take lavish vacations like his $80,000 trip to Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister finally take responsibility for what he has broken and fix this inflationary crisis?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from these Conservatives who have left the town of St. Thomas in southern Western Ontario down, Mr. Speaker. We have let 8,000 workers down, Mr. Speaker. We have let the auto sector down, Mr. Speaker. We'll do what we do best, Mr. Speaker, is to build a future for Canadians. We'll attract investment like Volkswagen. We'll create thousands of jobs. We'll build our auto sector. We'll build Canada for the 21st century, Mr. Speaker. That's what we will do.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député d'Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Halifax West, we know that search and rescue capabilities are critical to those in our fishing industry, to tourism, for the safety of Atlantic Canadians. Canadians need to know that no matter where they are, the Canadian Armed Forces will always answer the call. Could the Minister of National Defence please provide an update on the Cormorant helicopter fleet announcement she made in Halifax last week?
Well, Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, search and rescue capabilities are at the very heart of the expertise of the Canadian Armed Forces. That is why last week I was pleased to announce the expansion and upgrade of our Cormorant helicopter fleet, which is projected to add 650 jobs annually and $79 million to our economy annually, Mr. Speaker. And most importantly, it will ensure that our Canadian Armed Forces are always prepared to answer the call.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian voting system promises 100% of the power to political parties that get less than 40% of the vote at election time. That's a problem the Prime Minister seemed to have understood in 2015 when he promised to change the voting system. Since then, opposition parties laid out a path forward. He threw that in the bin. In the last Parliament, Procedure and House Affairs Committee passed a motion to study this. He ended it by calling an election. Now at the Liberal Convention, there's a motion on the floor to look again at proportional representation, will he respect the decisions of these democratic decision-making forums, or is he going to put his personal agenda ahead of that once again?
The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for that question. We share a number of objectives that he and I have discussed on numerous occasions in terms of increasing the ability of Canadians to access voting, ensuring, for example, that campus voting is something that's prioritized by Elections Canada. We are always looking at ways, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our electoral system is accessible, is reflective of the choices Canadians make in their governments. And, Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work with my colleague from Elmwood Transcona and others on ensuring that we have the best electoral system that we could possibly have.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, by allowing Zhao Wei to stay, the Liberals have given Beijing the green light to attack the safety and security of Chinese Canadians with impunity. Article 9 of the Vienna Convention gives the Minister of Foreign Affairs the unfettered discretion to expel any diplomat at any time for any reason. There is no excuse for delay. What is she waiting for? Will she expel this Beijing thug today?
The Honourable Minister.
Colleague, the Minister for Global Affairs, has been abundantly clear that she has convened the Chinese ambassador to make it clear where the boundaries are, and obviously will continue to condemn any foreign or hostile activities here in Canada. What we've seen today, Mr. Speaker, has been shameful. We've seen unparliamentary language from the Conservatives. Why? Because they'd rather highlight the problem rather than be part of the solution. How do we know that, Mr. Speaker? Because instead of supporting this government and giving CSIS the tools they need, they opposed it. And instead of supporting the Committee of Parliamentarians, they continue to play Jekyll and Hyde with that committee. They need to stop politicizing this issue and get behind the cause of the government to defend our institutions.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today for question period. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of Her Excellency Meritxell Batet-Lamagna, President of the Congress of Deputies of the Kingdom of Spain. I would also like to draw attention of the members to the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Vlado Milosevic, President of the Chamber of Deputies of the Republic of Chile. And lastly, I would like to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of Mr. Karim Khan, Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the two firefighters who lost their lives in Saint-Urbain, Quebec. J'invite les honorables députés.
I invite honourable members to rise.
Merci. Thank you. Now we have a point of order. Is the honourable member for White Rocks,
Surrey White Rocks.
Southwest Surrey White Rocks.
Thank you,
Opposition
Mr.
Whip.
Speaker. I rise on a point of order. We are looking for some consistency in the Speaker's rulings. On March 31st, 2023, the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities said, and I quote, in this House, Madam Speaker, I am absolutely disgusted that the member opposite would outright lie. And yes, I am saying outright lie. Later on, when asked by the Speaker to withdraw that statement, the same parliamentary secretary said, and I quote, Madam Speaker, I will withdraw the word, but the sentiment remains that it absolutely did not, and then was cut off by the noise in the room. The point being, Mr. Speaker, that there should be consistencies in rulings from the chair. That member was neither sanctioned nor was time taken away from the Liberal Party, nor was that person threatened with being kicked out of this House or any similar type of sanction. We want consistency in the rulings from the chair so that we understand how it is we can and are able to conduct ourselves in this place.
Yeah. The honourable member for Uxbridge.
To clarify, perhaps this would help the members opposite. The Speaker's office did ask me to withdraw and apologize, and I respect the rules and decorum of this place, and I did just that. And I would suggest that the members opposite follow your same suggestions and rulings.
I mean, the honourable opposition whip.
That one cannot do indirectly what one cannot do directly. By saying that she withdrew the word but not the sentiment, she doubled down on what she was saying and on the remarks she had made. I need no lessons from the House Leader of the government. Thank you.
If I could just order. I'm at one moment. I just want to say I'm trying to hear what the opposition whip is saying. Please start from the top, please, so I can hear everything. There's a discussion going back and forth.
The House Leader from the government side was not saying that I don't know my job or do not know how to address the Speaker. I am talking to the Speaker, the chair of these proceedings, and my statement is that you cannot do indirectly what you should not do directly. And by simply saying I withdraw a word, not the sentiment, is doubling down on those words. We all know it, and this member was sanctioned in no way for those comments made on March 31st, 2023.
Yes.
I want to, the Honourable Government House Leader wants to rise on this point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, we had another one down there.
The comment that is being
I'm sorry. Member for New Westminster Burnaby was up before the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I've said before, we empower you to ensure that there is order in this House and that there is a respect for all members at all times, including the Speakership. And I think it is appropriate for every member now to understand that if there is disorder and they do not heed the Speaker, that they may end up losing a question. That applies to all parties, and that is a fair and appropriate way to proceed. And when you ask, as you have quite rightfully, for members to withdraw their remarks and apologize, that they do so. This is appropriate, this is right, and these are the powers that we have granted to you as Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader, then the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Speaker, and let me clarify that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure actually was informed by the Speaker that if she wasn't to apologize, that she wouldn't be able to speak in the House. She did then go the next week and apologize unequivocally in the House. So I understand that the opposition whip may have not been present when the member was in the House and did apologize, but the Speaker was very very clear that if the member did not apologize, she would not be able to speak. Subsequent to the quote she is making, many days later, I believe it was after we returned from a time in our constituency, she, at the first opportunity after returning from the constituency, she rose in her place. She clearly and unequivocally apologized, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country is rising on the same point of order.
Same point of order, Mr. Speaker. So just on this matter of consistency, I'd like to bring to your attention for consideration that on Tuesday of this week, I had to start a question again twice, so a total of 3 times. And I do appreciate the opportunity that I was able to do that, Mr. Speaker, but this was due to uproaring from the NDP and Liberal members. However, I do want to note that at the time, the Speaker did not insinuate to the NDP or Liberals the taking of questions due to their excessive disruption. So I would just like for you to take that as part of your consideration as well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I want to thank the honourable member for her input. I will be coming back to the House. I will look at what was done and what was asked. I know we have a record of everything, and I want to make sure that I come back with the appropriate response to what happened in the past. As of right now, I can speak for today, that if someone uses unparliamentary language, I will ask them to withdraw it. If they do not withdraw it, I will not recognize them because they are not recognizing the chair's authority. I think that's fair. That's from now on. And I am escalating because the insanity in this place has been escalating since we got back from the break. And I don't want to go into June with a nut house. It's just, and I'm sorry if nut house is not a parliamentary word, but it's exactly what it looks like. So what I want to, I'm not done yet. 1 second. Let me finish. And I just want to make sure that everybody's clear. And as far as the questions go, I mean, it's really unfortunate. If you want to speak to each other, please just cross over and go see each other, but don't shout back and forth. Now, let me finish. As far as the questions go, if one group is getting rowdy or trying to drown out the other side, it's no better than bullying in a schoolyard where a group is picking on one or another group. That's not acceptable in the House. So what I've done today, and I will continue to do, and it was unfortunate that was the member for St. Albert Edmonton, because he's not part of the problem today. He just happened to be the victim of taking his question and exchanging it with the one at the back. Watch. So what will happen is we'll be using that tool to calm things down in the chamber. I hope people take it to heart and start respecting each other. Now, the Honourable Opposition Whip is rising on a point of order again, or on the same point of order?
No, a second point.
Okay, I believe the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean just got up. L'Honourable Député de Saint.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all need to calm down and especially be confident, place our trust in the Speaker that this House has elected. I hope that we can stay polite. When you speak, Mr. Speaker, I heard the NDP parliamentary leader shout to a women MP to sit down with a tone that was unacceptable. So I think everybody needs to take a deep breath. We have a Speaker who can make decisions. Let's be polite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go back, I believe the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville was rising on this point of order. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I think part of the issue here today is the inconsistency in which this type of behavior has been handled in the House across party lines, but also with inconsistencies with whoever happens to be in the chair. And so I would ask for consistency there. And it is really important that we don't escalate responses to a particular behavior in the House in a way that it looks very much partisan. The member across was allowed incredible latitude for a long time before she was required to do what you instituted in a second in this place. So I just ask for consistency.
It was instituted instantly on her part. I don't want to start an argument, but it took a while. It takes a while for people to come around, and that's human nature. So we have to deal with human nature in this House. The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just for clarity, we do respect your authorities. I agree that you are here in this place to bring order, sometimes from chaos, and that we respect those decisions. The issue was on consistency. So I leave it at that. This point of order, Mr. Speaker, I rise on, is another serious point of order to address two incidents that took place during the course of debate on the Opposition Day motion earlier today. As the Chair knows, the House is debating a Conservative motion that addresses the serious threats made against the family of the member from Wellington Halton Hills. The statements I'm about to bring to your attention center around one defensive briefing provided by CSIS to the member of Wellington Halton Hills about foreign interference 2 years ago. It is important to note that the member from Wellington Halton Hills has been clear in his public comments that he was actually in the House today during question period that the threats made to his family were never made known to him in that briefing. The only specific briefing he received happened this week, only after the matter became news reported by the Globe and Mail. Yet during the debate, both parliamentary secretaries to the government House leader engaged in misinformation and disinformation in a blatant attack on the reputation of the member from Wellington Halton Hills. The member from Kingston and the Islands said about the threats, and I quote, "The member for Wellington Halton Hills had a defensive briefing on this 2 years ago, so he knew about this when it actually happened," end quote. The same member went on to say, quote, "It is true that I said that the member for Wellington Halton Hills received multiple defensive briefings. He did. He received multiple defensive briefings, and it is absolutely true that I have absolutely no idea what he was told." These comments are outright disinformation. The member from Kingston and Islands ought to know that there was only one briefing 2 years ago and that it was a general defensive briefing that did not contain information about specific threats. Yet he has allowed his false statements to stand on the record and was given many opportunities to withdraw. To make matters worse, the member from Winnipeg North said, and I quote, "The member for Wellington Halton Hills is known for 2 years," end quote, and then went on to accuse the member of doing nothing about these threats. The accusations made by the members of Kingston, the Islands, and Winnipeg North are false, and worse, they amount to victim blaming. I demand that these members rise to correct the misinformation and disinformation they provided to the House, and that they apologize for their attempts to impugn the reputation of an honourable member, it being the member of Wellington Halton Hills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston, the Islands, is rising on this point of order.
On this same point of order, Mr. Speaker, what I had indicated previously when I said that the member was aware of this, I apologize for the choice of words. What I was trying to imply was that he was aware that there were some threats that were out there, which is the reason why he received a defensive briefing. I apologize unreservedly for my choice of words, because in doing so, I have led people to believe that he knew about specifically what was being talked about today. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, to that member who I have a ton of respect for, to all Conservatives, to you, to the Chair, to this House, I apologize.
Okay, we can put that to rest. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and again, who's here and who's not here at times in which members stand up, just for clarification purposes. This is, in fact, what I had indicated, Mr. Speaker, and I quote from earlier today. Mr. Speaker, it was never my intention to say that the Prime Minister and the member had the same briefing. If that is, in fact, what I said, I would apologize for saying that. It was the same briefing, for saying that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. On the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, I understand that it's only my second term and I haven't been here for 4 years yet, but I have a question for you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps you can answer. Those questions were asked during question period. The Conservative Party was correctly asked the members who just rised to apologize during question period. question period is over. They didn't rise during question period, but now they're apologizing now that everyone's gone. I'd like to know how that works. Should they have answered during question period, or should they wait for all of the journalists to leave before they answer?
Okay, ça c'est plutôt.
Okay, that's more debate. It's a question. I'd like to remind members that the House is always full of people who are working.
The Honourable Opposition Whip is rising again on a point of order. The same one, I take it?
Yes,
okay, very
Mr.
good.
Speaker, but to clarify, and I have the quotation from earlier today from the member for Winnipeg North, and he said, the member for Wellington Halton Hills has known for 2 years. And then he went on to accuse the member of doing nothing about these threats. We're not talking about the briefing this week, the one that the Prime Minister and the member had. We're talking about not just a suggestion and an assertion that the member has had information about the threats to his family for 2 years, which is false, and has done nothing about it, blaming the victim. There should be a proper apology, and that wasn't it, Mr. Speaker.
What I'm going to do is, I was not here. There was another person in the chair. So what I'm going to do is we'll take a look and see what the scripts are, because this is turning into a he said, she said. And I just want to make sure that we've got everything down. All the Hansard is in place, and we will come back to the chamber should I see fit. Now we have the Thursday question. The Honourable Member.
Speaker, thank you very much. With it being Thursday afternoon after question period for part of the routine aspects of things, Conservatives are looking forward for the rest of the week, which actually be just this afternoon as the House is adjourned tomorrow, but are anxious to know what legislation and what details be brought forward by the government so we can be ready to hold them to account. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague on the other side for the question and the opportunity to illuminate the government's agenda for the coming week. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, we will resume report stage debate of Bill S5, which amends the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. On Tuesday morning, we will call Bill C42 regarding the Canada Corporations Act, and then return to debate on Bill S5 in the afternoon. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday and Friday, we will call Bill C13, an act for substantive equity of Canada's official languages. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that Thursday, May 11th, shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, business of supply consideration, resuming consideration of an opposition motion regarding interference by the People's Republic of China, standing in the name of Mr. Cooper.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to rise today to speak to this motion. I want to, from the outset say, Mr. Speaker, that I have the absolute most respect for the member from Wellington Halton Hills. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the member from Wellington Halton Hills is the only Conservative member of this House over the last 8 years that I have had the pleasure of going out to dinner with alone to talk about issues that we are both passionate about. I have always regarded the member from Wellington Halton Hills as being one of the most progressive voices from the other side of the House. Now, in fairness, the bar has been set pretty low, but nonetheless, okay, Madam Speaker, I have always had the utmost respect for him. I sincerely do apologize, Madam Speaker, for the manner in which this debate got kicked off this morning. I should have perhaps chosen my words a little more closely. I've since apologized for that. But I think it's very important to reflect on what we're actually experiencing here. We hear from Conservatives routinely, day after day, get up and directly and indirectly accuse the Prime Minister of Canada of lying. They have said so many times in this debate alone that the Prime Minister of Canada has known, the government has known about a particular incident with the member from Wellington Halton Hills for 2 years. And they're saying it now, they're heckling it now. So why I find this to be so incredibly amazing, Madam Speaker, is that on the one hand, we all believe the member from Wellington Halton Hills when he says that he wasn't briefed on this specific matter, but yet we will not afford that same luxury of belief to the member from Papineau when he says the same thing, the Prime Minister of Canada. And so I can't help but wonder where all the outrage is in this House when the Prime Minister of Canada says, I didn't know until Monday, and time after time after time, Conservatives will get up and say, well, yes, you did know, you're lying to us. And so that's the double standard around here, Madam Speaker, that I'm having such an incredible time wrapping my head around. I believe the member from Wellington Halton Hills. I'll get to my comments previous, but I also believe the member from Papineau, because they're both honorable members that come before this House. And I think that anybody who comes in here and cries bloody foul over the fact that we have to trust every member at their word as being honorable, but then choosing who exactly they're going to accept that from is disingenuous at best. So, Madam Speaker, you know, I think it's important to go back and reflect. What I said earlier in this debate is I said that the member from Wellington Halton Hills, along with 47 other members of Parliament in 2022 alone, although his may have been in 2021, in 2022 alone, 48 members of Parliament received defensive briefings from CSIS. Now, of course, we don't know what the content of those briefings would be. We don't know exactly what was said, but we do know, generally speaking, what a defensive briefing is. And a defensive briefing is basically CSIS coming to an individual, a member of Parliament, and saying, we want to give the heads up that you're a person of interest. You should be watching out for certain things. Here are some tips on how to handle this. Here are the things you should be looking out for, and you should be informing us of when things happen. And so we know that member, and we know that 47 other members, or 48 members in 2022 alone, received that particular briefing. And so when the member from Wellington Halton Hills says, I didn't learn about these specific threats, I believe that. But all I'm trying to say is that we have to understand that these particular briefings occur on an ongoing basis, and to suggest that, or to come to the conclusion that they're one-offs is just not the reality, because the CSIS report actually indicated that, the 2022 report. The other thing that I'm having a very hard time with, Madam Speaker, is the general assertion from the other side of the House that this government has done nothing as it relates to foreign interference, because that is completely and utterly untrue, Madam Speaker. I'll read again what I read earlier in a question. I'll read the second half because I think it's the most important. This is from a 2013 CSIS report, the same one as the 2022 version from CSIS, the public report. In the 2013 report, the leader of the opposition, the member from Carleton, who was at the time the Minister of Democratic Reform, received this briefing. And in the briefing it said, as boundaries between foreign state and non-state actors become increasingly blurred, it is particularly challenging for intelligence services to differentiate between legitimate and illegitimate activities. Foreign interference in Canadian society as a residual aspect of global or regional political or social conflicts or divergent strategic and economic objectives will continue in the coming years. The member from Carleton was the Minister of Democratic Reform. He received this briefing in 2013. He did absolutely nothing about it. For 2 years, they remained in government and acted on this in no regard. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, when we came along in 2015, shortly thereafter, we brought in a bill that actually started to tighten up rules, in particular around funding in foreign interference. You know who voted against it, Madam Speaker? Conservatives.
Not surprised.
Conservatives voted against Bill C-76 at the time. I believe that was the number. And that was the bill that specifically went to strengthen our ability to control foreign interference. We have done a whole host of things in addition to that. We've set up a special, first of all, we established NSICOP, the National Security and Intelligence Advisory Committee of Parliamentarians, which means, Madam Speaker, that there are Liberal members, Conservative members, when they choose to show up and aren't boycotting the committee, Bloc members, NDP members who sit on this committee, who are sworn to secrecy to receive the most sensitive information, not just for this country, but indeed for our allies around the world. They have the political oversight and the accountability to assess the information and recommend and make recommendations to CSIS and the government how to act on them. That is an incredible tool that, by the way, the United Kingdom has and other Westminster parliamentary systems have. We adopted that. What else did we do? We brought in a special advisory panel that is activated during the writ process of an election, because everybody in this House and other candidates are running around the country trying to sell themselves and their political party as why we're the best choice. We don't have the time and the capacity in those circumstances. We need a caretaker to look over our democracy in the most important time, the time when an election is actually happening. And we established that committee made up of experts who understand, who are charged with the ability to be able to react in real time to what is happening. Indeed. It's something that the Conservatives criticize as being a tool that is useless almost. Sure. These are the people that are watching our elections in real time to make sure that they're not being interfered with by foreign state or non-state actors. And so, for Conservatives to come in here and suddenly say we've done nothing, when the record clearly shows that they knew about this from CSIS in 2013, did nothing for 2 years, we came along in 2015 and have been implementing policy and legislation time after time since then to strengthen our ability to control foreign interference as it relates to our democracy here. So it is completely unfair, Madam Speaker, for Conservatives to be making that assertion, and they should know better. I will get to this particular motion that we're talking about today. And I'm going to be honest with you, Madam Speaker. The 4 calls in this motion, 3 of them, I actually don't see a particular problem with. Create a foreign agent registry similar to Australia and the United States. Well, we announced months ago that that's already in the process. That's already happening. Establish, I'll get to the public inquiry in a second, but the other one was to close down the People's Republic of China run police stations operating in Canada. Of course the RCMP is going to be seized with that. Of course they're going to do everything that they can. There's only one police authority of each jurisdiction that is ever going to be respected in this country, the RCMP federally, your provincial police where they're applicable, or the RCMP as charged by the provincial governments, and of course local police. Those are the only police authorities that this government or any member of this parliament, regardless of the rhetoric, will ever accept. And we, of course, would do whatever necessary to ensure that illegal police stations like this or police operations like this are shut down immediately. And of course, to expel all of the People's Republic of China diplomats responsible for and involved in the affronts to Canadian democracy. As indicated today by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, she is absolutely willing to do that where it's deemed necessary. There's obviously a process in place to do that. She's already summoned the ambassador of China regarding this issue. And so I don't have an issue with that either. I think as appropriate, that absolutely has to happen. The one that I have the problem with, Madam Speaker, the one that I feel is the most political is about this public inquiry. And I will be honest with you, Madam Speaker, I'm on the PROC committee. When this first came before the committee, I thought to myself, well, yeah, that makes sense, a public inquiry. Shine light on this issue. Why wouldn't we do that? Well, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, what we heard from the experts that came before the committee, CSIS, the national security experts, the head of the RCMP, everybody told us, you're dealing with extremely classified information here. There's no way that we can release this information in the public, not just because of the effect it has domestically, but can you imagine how our Five Eyes partners would feel if they realized that we are sharing this sensitive information? We would be the laughingstock of the international community. They could never trust us with that information. We would be ostracized from the international community if we were to do that and to try to release that information. It became very clear to us, those that were sitting on the committee and those that were interested in hearing the expert advice, I should say, that a public inquiry is not the place for this sensitive information to be discussed in, but rather we were told it should be discussed in NSICOP, which is the parliamentarian committee that's established for this. What I found to be the most interesting out of all of that when this discussion was happening, Madam Speaker, is the member from Carleton, the leader of the opposition, was asked in the media, well, the government has offered to give you a briefing. You'll have to be sworn into secrecy. Would you be willing to take that briefing? He said no. He said no. I don't want to know the information. Then I can't go and talk about it. All that matters to the member from Carleton, the leader of the opposition, is to grandstand and to get out there and politicize every single issue that he can get his hands on. And so he's not interested in receiving highly classified information, even if it is in the betterment of the country. He's not interested in that, Madam Speaker, because it serves absolutely zero political gain for him. And that's, I think, what Canadians should be reflecting on. So, Madam Speaker, as I come to the conclusion of my speech, I just want to say that I think that there is great opportunity for this House to work together. I understand that there's a difference of opinion when it comes to the public inquiry. I'm going to respect whatever David Johnston, the former Governor General, recommends to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister already said that we would accept his advice. If he says public inquiry is the best way to go, we will do that. But I also find it very troubling that conservatives, primarily conservatives, rail against a former Governor General that is so highly respected throughout this country. They talk about him as though he's a liberal insider or something. A Governor General that was appointed by Stephen Harper. Think about that. They will stop at nothing. They are on a crusade to just take down absolutely everybody, as long as it gives them a tiny bit of political gain. They will take an ounce of political gain at the expense of ruining somebody's reputation if the opportunity presents it to them. And they do it time after time after time. So, Madam Speaker, we have an opportunity to work together to do something about foreign interference. I respect the debate between a public inquiry versus not a public inquiry. It's a debate that I respect. It's an issue that I have found myself on both sides of at times. And I hope that we can have meaningful debates about how we can genuinely affect the security of our democracy. It is absolutely imperative. It is not something that we should be playing politics with. And the way that this debate started off today, I will take my responsibility for that. I feel as though I contributed to perhaps the manner in which it could, and I apologize for that, but I really hope that when this settles down, we can all focus on what's really important, and that's about protecting the democracy that we all hold so deeply.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Lewin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the apology from my colleague across the way. What happened this morning was wrong, blaming what happened to the member on our side for the harassment he received at the hands of a diplomat, and I appreciate that very much. And I listened to his speech intently, and one question I did have, and something we agree on, because I want to find some common ground, is that the Chinese-run police stations, the foreign Chinese-run police stations, should be shut down. And there's still 2 in operation, as we heard from the Public Safety Minister. And this member said they should be shut down immediately. And my definition, immediately, is as soon as right now. So will he stand with me and ask his minister to shut these down before the weekend? They should be shut down before the weekend. Will he stand? Will he talk to his minister? Will he put his name on the line and say they should be shut down this weekend?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am not aware of the details of the operations that are apparently still ongoing, but I have great confidence in the RCMP to do their job. The RCMP have been charged by this government and indeed all Canadians. The RCMP walk the halls of Parliament. That's a pretty big deal, Madam Speaker. Only about 5 years ago, they didn't. The RCMP wasn't even allowed in this building, if you remember correctly. But we have great faith in the RCMP and their ability to protect Canadians. And I have no doubt that the RCMP is doing and will do whatever is necessary to combat not just this, but all illegal activity, in particular as it comes from foreign actors.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really happy to hear our colleague indicate that 3 of the 4 elements of foreign interference or he agrees with them, particularly when it comes to expelling the diplomats who are involved in foreign interference. So after this week that's been pretty crazy with all the revelations that we've seen and all the information that we've seen, does he really believe that there has not been foreign interference from a Chinese diplomat?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I didn't say that I don't believe that, Madam Speaker. I didn't say that. But I respect the rule of law, and I respect the manner in which we take information, assess it, and then determine how to act on it. I respect the agencies that are charged with the ability and the requirement to exercise that. You know, interesting how the Speaker at the end of question period said this was turning into a nut house. Politicians are not the police. Politicians do not do the investigating into issues. We charge our agencies with the responsibility to do that, and if necessary, we'll act on that. But it's certainly not going to come, in my opinion, from 1 or 2 reports that the Globe and Mail has put out there. This is all information. There's a difference between an accusation and evidence. And I think it's very important for members of this House to wrap their heads around the difference between the two, because they are not the same.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich-Gold-Fallons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my first opportunity to get the floor today, not my first attempt. I want to put on the record that both my colleague from Kitchener Centre and I will be voting for the motion before the House today. We would wish that the Liberal members would do so too. And I want to make it very clear that I do not believe that in voting for the motion before us, I am saying that in any way, shape, or form, I do not believe the Prime Minister. And without evidence to the contrary, I absolutely take the Prime Minister at his word that CSIS did not brief him. So when I am asked, don't you trust the RCMP? Don't you trust CSIS? I'd be a fool to do so. The RCMP, we know, are the only proven agency that interfered in a Canadian election and changed the result from a Liberal win to a Conservative win in 2005. We also know that CSIS isn't exactly reliable. They allowed trumped-up charges against Maher Arar and continued to defend them past the point that they knew that the charges were a lie and that they were covering up for the false arrest, imprisonment, and torture of a Canadian citizen. I will never blindly trust any agency. I want civilian oversight all the time, and that's why I support an inquiry into this matter and make sure that we know that we do not have a vulnerability as Canadians to any form of interference, whether the state police or CSIS or China.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, we do have that oversight, Madam Speaker, and it's through NCIRA and NSICOP. We have a committee of parliamentarians specifically that is given the responsibility to have that oversight. But when it comes to executing the laws that we have, parliamentarians don't execute laws. We make the laws, we create the laws that we then charge our agencies to deliver. Do we need to have oversight on that? Absolutely. That's what we do. We have oversight on what goes on, and we do that through the 2 organizations that I just mentioned, NCIRA and NSICOP.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want to moralize, but I've been watching Question Period for the last 2 weeks now, and I heard my colleague say that he agrees with expelling diplomats in certain conditions, and now we're at a point where CSIS is leaking information, and I'm saying, well, the Chinese must be laughing at us, seeing what's happening here. And it seems to me, Madam Speaker, that diligence from the government side could have prevented all of this whole situation, which we've been in for the last couple of weeks here in the House of Commons, and which is pretty pathetic. So why didn't they act more quickly in taking decisions? Why did we have to have a motion to get to this point? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, that's what we did right after we were elected, Madam Speaker. We established NSICOP to have that oversight. The member is saying that all of this. He is suggesting that just based on Question Period alone over the last 2 weeks, we should start expelling people. We're not going to expel people just based on the questions that are asked and the answers that are asked in this House.
Doesn't work that way. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member spoke in his speech about the partisan nature of the leader of the official opposition. He talked about when he was Democratic Reform Minister, how he received briefings about foreign interference. He spoke about, and did nothing, he spoke about how the leader of the official opposition is refusing to have a national security briefing now. How does he feel, in addition to that when the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs also raised the point about him as minister did nothing to deal with foreign interference, the leader of the official opposition said, well, it wasn't in our partisan interest to do so. Does that bring confidence? Does a member think that brings confidence to the nonpartisan nature that we need to be at when it involves foreign interference?
Unbelievable.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it doesn't, Madam Speaker. It's not about one individual or one political party. It's about the fundamental idea and the fundamental rule of democracy in our country. We will all be gone from here one day, Madam Speaker, but we have a responsibility to make sure that we protect democracy while we're here so that it can be the benefit of generations, politicians, and Canadians to come in the future. And I think that when we start making comments like the Leader of the Opposition did, that he wasn't interested because it had nothing to do with their political party, it's just completely offside. It's a complete misunderstanding of why democracy is so important to uphold and to protect, not for any one individual, but for the collective of all of us.
Just a very quick question from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, what I don't understand by this member's speech, by the actions of this government is, we do have this information now. This information, should have gone to the member for Wellington Halton Hills sooner, certainly. But we have this information now. Why on earth would the government not expel the diplomat responsible for this? It's so easy to do. It doesn't even require the government to provide a reason. They can just do it. So why don't they?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So what we have, Madam Speaker, is we have accusations, we have information. CSIS gathers that information. They determine at what point it reaches a certain threshold to involve and to advise various different levels of government. They advise what to do in certain circumstances based on meeting and not meeting various thresholds. And if we have a problem with that, then our job as lawmakers is to change the law and to make modifications, just as the Prime Minister did when he learned about this. The Prime Minister was shocked about it and said, from now on, I want to know about anything that has to do with any MP.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's not new information that the PRC is targeting the families of Canadians in the PRC to coerce and intimidate Canadians here on Canadian soil. That is not new information. We have known for years that the PRC uses these coercive tactics in democracies like Canada to intimidate citizens in these democracies into silence or into other actions in order to mold the debate in democracies, in order to threaten democracies, in order to get their version of an authoritarian world promulgated around the world. That is not new. We have known this for years through investigative reports by journalists at reputable publications, through committees of this House, both in this Parliament and in the previous Parliament, through reports of government agencies and services. We have known about this for years, and not just in Canada. We've known about this taking place in other democracies. We've known, for example, that Canadians here in Canada who are advocating for democracy in Hong Kong, who are advocating for civil rights in Hong Kong, who are advocating for free expression, for the freedom to associate, for freedom of the press, have been targeted by the PRC, and that their families back home have been threatened. We have known that those advocating for the human rights here in Canada of Uyghurs, Tibetans, and other minorities in the People's Republic of China have had their family in the PRC threatened by the PRC. What is new, Madam Speaker, is that 2 years ago, the government did nothing when it came to their attention that a diplomat working in Canada with the approval of the Canadian government was targeting me and other members of this House in an attempt to change the course of the debate, to attempt to intimidate MPs into voting a certain way on the floor of this House. That is what is new here. That is the issue here. Madam Speaker, I might add, I'd like to split my time with the opposition whip. That is the new information at play here. And when the government knew, it did nothing. It wasn't until it became public several days ago that the government started to treat this seriously. And Madam Speaker, that is shocking. What else is going on that is threatening the national security of this country, that is threatening the safety and security of Canadians here on Canadian soil, that we don't know about and the government is doing nothing about? Now, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and Public Safety Minister say they didn't know until this past Monday that a PRC diplomat was targeting me and other members of this House. That is astounding. That is unbelievable. That should shake everyone in Ottawa to the core. I want to quote, Madam Speaker, from Open and Accountable Government. The Prime Minister is responsible for the machinery of government. And I want to quote from Open and Accountable Government, quote, "The Prime Minister forms a team, decides on the process for collective decision-making, and builds and adapts the machinery of government in which the team will operate," end quote. The Prime Minister is responsible for the machinery of government. The Prime Minister is also responsible for the broad organization and structure of the government. And I'd like to quote from Open and Accountable Government, a document of the Privy Council Office, quote, "The Prime Minister determines the broad organization and structure of the government in order to meet its objectives. The Prime Minister is responsible for allocating ministers' portfolios, establishing their mandates, clarifying the relationships among them, and identifying the priorities for their portfolios through their mandate letters. The Prime Minister's approval is required for the creation of new institutions and the elimination of existing organizations, some of which may also be subject to parliamentary decisions. Any proposals made by ministers for significant organizational changes or for altering their own mandates or those of other ministers must first be approved by the Prime Minister," end quote. And here's the most astounding part. The Prime Minister is responsible for national security.
Yes.
I quote from Open and Accountable Government. Quote, as head of government, the Prime Minister has special responsibilities for national security, federal, provincial, territorial relations, and the conduct of international relations. So the Prime Minister is not only responsible for the machinery of government, how information flows, how the Canadian Security Intelligence Service transmits information to the other parts of the Government of Canada. He's not only responsible for the machinery of government, he's not only responsible for the broad organizational structure of the government, the Prime Minister is responsible for national security. And for him to be the head of a government that he has set up in such a way that he doesn't even know what national security threats are being directed to members of this House and their families is a complete abdication of his responsibility. It really calls into question, Madam Speaker, how safe and secure we are in this country. We know the Prime Minister privately told NATO officials that Canada was never going to meet its 2% commitment. Right. Despite the war in Ukraine having begun over a year ago, Canada's defense spending remains stuck at 1.3%, well below the Wales Declaration commitment made in 2014. Despite the threats we have been facing in the form of foreign interference threat activities, nothing has been done. We've not seen a single diplomat expelled. We have not seen the introduction of a foreign agents registry. We have not had a single prosecution that has led to an arrest of individuals in this country who are intimidating and coercing Canadians here on Canadian soil on part of a foreign government. We've had no action from this government. Other countries have taken action. In recent weeks, we've heard of the FBI arresting individuals in the United States for setting up illegal police stations. One of those individuals happened to be the same individual that helped set up a legal police station here in Canada. We've had other Democratic allies expel diplomats for this coercive and clandestine behavior. In fact, Germany just expelled dozens of diplomats of the Russian Federation in order to protect their citizens, because these diplomats were engaged in subversive activities. Since the war began in Ukraine, over 400 Russian diplomats have been expelled by American and European governments. Not one from Canada. Shame. Not one diplomat from the People's Republic of China has been expelled for their intimidation and coercion here on Canadian soil. Now, Madam Speaker, this isn't just happening to me and other members of this House. This foreign interference is happening to Canadians across the land who suffer in silence as their government can't even be bothered to learn about national security threats that PRC diplomats are conducting across the land. Madam Speaker, this is absolutely gobsmackingly astounding that the Prime Minister didn't know about what was going on. What else does the Prime Minister not know about what is going on to the safety and security of this country? He clearly doesn't care about properly funding our Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. And now it's quite clear he clearly doesn't care about learning about serious national security threats to the members of this House and their families, and the threats that are being presented to Canadians across the land. Madam Speaker, I close by saying this. Canadians, thousands of Canadians across this land suffer in silence and have been suffering in silence for years because their families are being intimidated by authoritarian states back home, whether it is in the People's Republic of China or in the Islamic Republic of Iran or in other authoritarian states. They have been suffering in silence. And this government has not even had the interest to follow what is going on with these threat activities. The Prime Minister didn't know. The Public Safety Minister didn't know because they didn't care to set up the machinery of government, the broad organizational structure, in order to ensure that they did know so that they could take action to protect Canadians.
Great. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As the government...
Can we have some order, please? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as the government has recognized and said, an offence on one member of Parliament is an offence on all members of Parliament, and we should all be concerned, Madam Speaker. And that's one of the reasons why we have seen literally hundreds of dollars of investment coming from Canada to places like the Board of Internal Economy to ensure that MPs have things such as panic buttons, cameras around homes. We've seen all sorts of actions, legislative initiatives, Madam Speaker, to deal with the issue of election interference and foreign interference, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to the member, when we take a look at the two... Madam Speaker.
Can we let the Honourable Member ask his question without interruptions, please? Can we ask the Honourable Member to ask his can you let the Honourable Member ask his question? The Speaker made a ruling and we'll wait until the Speaker comes back to the House. The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, to imply in any way that the Prime Minister did nothing when the Conservatives know firsthand that he found out earlier this week, I think is highly irresponsible. And the question that I pose to the member, if the member believes that all members are honourable members, would he not agree that the Prime Minister found out for the first time this week?
Well, member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is responsible to ensure that he sets up the machinery of government and the broad organizational structure of the government to ensure that he is informed about national security issues. The Prime Minister is responsible for the government's relationship to this place, to Parliament. And the fact that the Prime Minister set things up in a way so that he didn't know is shocking. It's like the head of a government of a G7 country says to the Chief of the Defense Staff or the Armed Forces, I actually don't want to know if there is an intrusion into our airspace. I don't want to know when that happens. Don't bother telling me. That's essentially what has happened here with the Prime Minister setting things up in a way so that he wasn't informed about these things.
The member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the member of Wellington Halton Hills, the sum of activities or mistakes, errors of the Government of Canada, be it the Trudeau Foundation and other things, not having informed the right people, not having acted on foreign interference, isn't this all going to amount to the Canadians losing confidence in their government?
Je veux dire merci.
I would like to say thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. In fact, it's a very important question. It's absolutely unbelievable that the Prime Minister created a structure for the Government of Canada to make sure that the Prime Minister shall not know what is going on in the area of national security.
It's up this way. And it really shakes me to the core and should shake Canadians to the core that clearly the national security of this country is not a concern of this Prime Minister or this government.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills for his intervention today. And I again want to express my sympathy to him for what he's had to endure and what his family has had to endure. And I appreciated that he brought up that this is, first of all, something that Canadians, Chinese Canadians have dealt with for a very long time, and also Iranian Canadians. And also a number of Canadians around this country that have been telling us in this place for many years, for decades in fact, that this is real, that these threats are real against them. We've called for a public inquiry. We support the call for foreign registry. But I'm wondering, finding ourselves in this situation, clearly mistakes were made. Clearly the government acted completely inappropriately. But I'd like to hear from the member for Wellington Halton Hills. What the most urgent thing we need to do right now is? What's the thing that we could do right now that would help to fix this problem?
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for questions. It's an important one. I think the immediate things that need to happen is the government needs to immediately introduce a foreign agents registry so that we can debate it here in the House and get it adopted as quickly as possible. The government also needs to expel Mr. Wei Zhou, a diplomat located at the consulate on St. George Street in Toronto. Now that this information is public, the government, in my view, has no option but to expel this diplomat. Otherwise, we're putting up a massive billboard for the world to see, Madam Speaker, that we're open for foreign interference threat activities and that there will be little, if no consequences, other than a démarche to be chewed out by the Deputy Minister for these authoritarian states. So those are just two measures that should be immediately undertaken.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Canada's democracy is under threat. Its citizens and its institutions of governance are under threat. And this is a serious moment in our history as a nation. Canada has been under threat before and fought for its place among the family of nations that believe in peace, stability, the rule of law, and protection of the citizens from adversaries within and without. Canada, as it exists today, would not have been possible without the sacrifices, deprivations, and evolution of many peoples, both Indigenous and those who arrived later, coming together over time to fight alongside one another to forge a nation whose citizens pride themselves on upholding individual freedom, human dignity, and enthusiasm for a way of life that is envied around the world. As Winston Churchill famously said, and I quote, "No one pretends that democracy is perfect and all-wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time," end quote. This Conservative Opposition Day motion recognizes we have to fight and protect our citizens again. As Chief Opposition Whip, I have the added duty to stand up for the members of Parliament who comprise His Majesty's loyal opposition in this special place, this House of Commons, the House that represents the common people of Canada, elected from ridings from coast to coast to coast. We have a green carpet representing the grass beneath our feet, the color of the pasture and the greenwood, of the village green used by all. In other words, the color of the common men and women. We have a common home and we should protect it. There are no titles of distinction in this place that give one person's vote more weight than another's. I have the honourable designation before my name as a former minister and Privy Councillor. But my vote in Parliament remains one, as is the privilege of every other Member of Parliament. That vote counts for something. That vote represents a whole district of Canadians who voted to give me and you, Madam Speaker, and each person honoured to put their name and be here in this chamber, their voices to be put forward and amplified often into law after debate. Those laws govern Canadians equally, and we believe in equality before the law. Where there is injustice or unfairness, we have mechanisms to deal with those human failings. An imperfectly, entirely human system, yes. A flawless system, no. But our Canadian system is as good as any in the world and strives to uphold its founding principles of peace, order, and good government. We are a welcoming place for new Canadians to come and make it their home. No matter the date of their arrival into the Canadian family, they should have the protection of this nation's government. That any member of this House would find themselves under threat for a vote taken in this place for any reason, but particularly to uphold human rights in this country or any other country in this world, is an affront to our democracy. Let's speak some truth in this House today, Madam Speaker. Political interference and intimidation of Canadian citizens was rampant and pervasive in the last election, and as we now know, the elections previous as well. In my province and riding, we have a sizable community of citizens of Chinese ancestry. They love their country of origin, its beauty, its art and culture, its language, its prominence in all areas of endeavour. They have enriched Canada in all aspects of life, the arts, literature, music, academia, business, and yes, even politics. We are all better for their contributions to this land and leadership. Historically under the harshest of conditions as labourers building a national railway that united us. Excluded from many aspects of citizenship, they were among our World War I and World War II soldiers, and they are today valued. These are the Canadian citizens who took my volunteers and me aside during the last election and with tears in their eyes asked us to turn off our phones so we could speak in their backyards because they believed they were under surveillance from Beijing and if seen talking to a Conservative would be punished by Beijing, either directly or through their family members still living in China. They were told through WeChat and similar online groups that I have seen that China had people in every polling booth in Canada and would scan their voting cards and know if they voted Conservative. They were told that Conservatives wanted a foreign registry to register every person of Chinese ethnicity in Canada so that they could be later rounded up like the Japanese were during World War II and confiscate their assets. So they stayed home. And their absence affected who sits in this House now. Today, many of these same spokespersons are publicly saying that the call for a foreign agent registry, similar to the one in Australia and the United Kingdom and United States, is Chinese exclusion 2.0. False, 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 c'est complètement faux. There was and is an orchestrated campaign by a foreign country, publicly admired by this Prime Minister, with books of praise written about it by his brother Alexandre Trudeau and his father Pierre Trudeau many years ago, to interfere with and campaign against votes in this House and the votes in a democratic election. As I stated earlier, it is my duty as Chief Opposition Whip to stand in defense of the rights and privileges of every member of the House, not just my caucus colleague from Wellington Halton Hills. After all, and I heard this actually repeated from the government side today, a threat made against one of us is a threat against all of us. This House must demonstrate a collaborative, nonpartisan response. Yet we see both parliamentary secretaries to the government House Leader have repeatedly engaged in victim blaming today. Let's be very clear. CSIS did not make known to the member from Wellington Halton Hills that threats were being made against his family. He was given only a general briefing. I had the same briefing, Madam Speaker. Very general, about how foreign governments, and several foreign governments were highlighted, seek to influence Canadian politics and politicians, how they might go about doing so, might infiltrate an office, might volunteer in a campaign. We were told about these things. Nothing specific and nothing personal whatsoever. The member of Wellington Halton Hills has been clear in public statements and before the press. He never had numerous briefings from CSIS, as the Minister of Public Safety repeatedly declared in the House yesterday. And the assertions from the government benches today that he, the victim, has known details for 2 years and that he, the victim, did nothing about it are irresponsible, completely false, and meant to deflect from this government's past and ongoing failure to protect its citizens of Chinese descent from intimidation, coercion, and manipulation that we know this is real and playing itself out across this country on a daily basis. But CSIS did advise this Liberal government about these threats. This information would have been brought to the attention of the Public Safety Minister, the Foreign Minister, and the Prime Minister. Those ministers need to be clear about what they learned and what they did about them. To say nothing, as the Minister for Public Safety and Foreign Minister did previously in this House, or for the Prime Minister to tell us scrum yesterday, he just learned about it through the news, is a dereliction of the duties to protect the citizens of this country, both writ large and the privileges of the members of this House. And as the member just stated, it is a dereliction of the duty to put into place the mechanisms that would make sure that those people knew. Who else are Canadians to turn to? Another abject failure, another I'm just an observer Prime Minister answer. No wonder CSIS members are frustrated in talking to the press. And no wonder Canadians have lost faith in this government and cannot trust their safety or protection to this Prime Minister anymore. I ask all members to support our call to action, the creation of a foreign agent registry, the establishment of a public inquiry, the closing down of Beijing-run police stations operating in Canada, and there are some in BC as well, by the way, Madam Speaker, the expulsion of Beijing's diplomats responsible. We call on this government and this Prime Minister to show up, to stand up, and do the hard work of governing this nation.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I believe whether it's the Prime Minister or the government will continue to build upon the work that we've already been able to do, and we've put into place, Madam Speaker.
I interrupt the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands on a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, no less than 5 times today, I've stood up in this House and I've asked the member across to apologize to the member from Wellington Halton Hills for impugning his integrity.
The Speaker has made a statement on this matter, and the Speaker will come back to the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as I've indicated, the government has and will continue to build upon the work that we have done over the last number of years dealing with election interference and the issues that we have before us today. We've commissioned a special rapporteur in former Conservative Stephen Harper appointment, the Honourable Mr. Johnston, to be able to conduct a report which could ultimately bring in a request for a public inquiry. Will the Conservative Party of Canada support what the former Governor-General brings back to Parliament?
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Madam Speaker, it is true that David Johnston served honourably as our Governor-General, but that was before he was chosen by this government to be the overseer of the election debates, and it was before he was named to the Trudeau Foundation as a director, a position he finally stepped down from after there were complaints that this put him in a rank conflict of interest. The conflict of interest because the Trudeau Foundation had received depending on the reports, $140,000 to $200,000 of money from someone attempting to influence this government. That is why we said it should be someone completely independent of this government, completely independent of the Trudeau Foundation, who would look into any of these matters. We're calling for a public inquiry now, and they should vote for it.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Recently, at the Ethics Committee, we received the President of the Foreign Interference Committee of the European Parliament. Raphael Glucksmann told us that China had a strategy to sow chaos in countries it targeted and said that chaos is equal to opportunity. Would my honourable colleague believe that this chaos that is persisting here is paralyzing our Parliament and is forcing us to react on an extremely serious topic that is blocking our work on foreign interference?
Surrey White Rock.
I thank the honourable member for the question, and most people, because it was so long ago, might not know this, but I took my undergrad studies on communism. So I'm quite familiar with how communism works. And he is absolutely right that it is often a matter of creating chaos and disorganization among in a government, in a foreign government, or in a foreign place, that communist government wishes to either influence or take over, for that matter. This has nothing to do with it being China. It has everything to do with it being a communist government that is acting in its own interest and not in the interests of Canada. And the chaos continues.
Member for Nunavut.
Mayor Okaktiti, I'd like to thank the member for her thoughtful intervention. She talked about trust, and I think we all know in this House that Canadians need to trust their democratic institutions. That trust is being broken by foreign actors. That trust is being broken down is so evident in this House, and it's so unfortunate that all this stuff related to foreign interference is causing so much separation and segregation between Canadians. And I wonder if the member agrees that Canadians want us to build trust in our democracy and not tear each other apart.
South Surrey White Rock.
I thank the member for her question. I always find her very thoughtful in this House and her remarks. Yes, I think trust is lacking. I think there is a lack of trust in this government for the very reasons that we have outlined here today, that they have not taken the steps necessary to create trust and give confidence to Canadians that they are protecting them. And it doesn't matter what category of citizen you are. We don't have categories in Canada. Whether you're a newly arrived citizen or you've been here for generations or since time immemorial, this government is tasked with our national security and safety and needs to take it seriously. Thank
you. Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House of the questions it will be covering at...
Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound, Labour. The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York, Democratic Institutions. The Honourable Member for Nunavut, Justice. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I just want to make a quick remark to the member from Wellington Halton Hills that obviously every member of Parliament, every person that has the privilege of representing their constituents and who is elected here to come to do the good work that Canadians expect, that we are all in solidarity with them. With that member of Parliament, and of course it's unacceptable what is transpiring or transpired. I do wish to say, Madame la Présidente, I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Scarborough-Guildwood, very learned and honourable member, if I should say that. So it'll be a pleasure to split my time with the Honourable Member. And I always look forward to that Honourable Member's remarks, but he's going to have to listen. They will have to listen to my remarks first through you, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, l'ingérence est...
Madam Speaker, foreign interference is a critically important debate. No country is immune from the threats of foreign interference. A country like Canada that invests in democracy and prides itself on the integrity of its electoral system can be an attractive target for malicious actors. Malicious individuals or organizations, including foreign states, may attempt to create tension or distrust in our government and institutions. But I want to reassure Canadians that our security and intelligence agencies are constantly monitoring threats and providing advice to ensure the protection of our citizens. We are constantly working to strengthen our safeguards. The Government of Canada continues to look for new and innovative ways to improve the robust measures we have in place to combat foreign interference, and to learn from the experience of international partners to see what might be desirable or possible in Canada. Consistent with this approach, on March 6, 2023, the Prime Minister announced new measures against interference. These initiatives include the following: the establishment of a new National Foreign Interference Coordinator at Public Safety Canada to coordinate efforts to combat foreign interference. Requests for review by the Committee of Parliamentarians on National Security and Intelligence and the National Security and Intelligence Review Office on the state of foreign interference in Canada's federal electoral process and how our national security agencies have responded to this threat. The development of a plan to address the outstanding recommendations of the PSNCB, the Rosenberg Report, and other reviews on these issues. The report entitled Addressing the Evolving Threat, an update on recommendations to prevent foreign interference in Canadian democratic institutions, was released on April 6th, and an investment of $5.5 million to build the capacity of civil society partners to prevent misinformation, promote democratic resilience, and raise public awareness about foreign interference. The Prime Minister also stated that Public Safety Canada would launch public consultations. Madam Speaker, these consultations would help guide the creation of a foreign interference transparency registry, or perhaps a foreign influence transparency registry in Canada, to ensure that those who advocate on behalf of a foreign government are transparent and accountable, and that communities that are often targets of foreign interference attempts are protected. The Minister of Public Safety launched these consultations on March 10, 2023, and they will continue until May 9, 2023. The Government of Canada is also making significant investments in our foreign interference capabilities. Budget 2023 provides $13.5 million beginning in 2023-2024 and $3.1 million to Public Safety Canada to establish a national office to combat foreign interference. The 2023 budget also provides $48.9 million to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to protect Canadians from harassment and intimidation by foreign actors, to increase its investigative capacity, and to work more proactively with communities at greater risk of being targeted. These investments build on Budget 2022, in which the government committed $13.4 million to renew and expand the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism over the next 5 years to address foreign threats to democracy. In addition, Madam Speaker, $12.9 million will be invested to establish a research security centre at Public Safety Canada to protect Canadian research while strengthening security measures at universities and research institutions. These important investments will help increase the Government of Canada's capacity in its ongoing efforts to combat foreign interference. As I said, Madam Speaker, we have announced the launch of public consultations to guide the creation of a registry for transparency on foreign influence in Canada. While protecting our country is paramount, it is equally essential to ensure that communities that are often targets of foreign interference are protected. These consultations with key stakeholders and the Canadian public will help chart the way forward including new measures to strengthen our national security.
In addition to these consultations, the government is working to ensure that our democratic institutions are safe from malign foreign influence. Before the 2021 federal election, for example, we implemented the Major Election Incident Public Protocol, which is a mechanism which alerts the public to threats to the integrity of a general election. We also renewed the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism to consolidate and disseminate international best practices related to foreign threats to democracy among G7 countries. In preparation for the 2019 elections, we established the Election Security and Intelligence Threat Working Group. This working group coordinates intelligence and information between the Communications Security Establishment, Global Affairs Canada, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. During the 2019 and 2021 federal elections, CSIS and the RCMP worked closely with members of the task force to coordinate efforts against foreign interference by raising awareness, assessing threats, and preparing the government's response to those threats. The task force also remains active outside of electoral periods, as threats to democratic institutions, such as foreign interference and disinformation, persist outside of election time. However, Madam Speaker, the protection of our institutions does not end there. We are fortunate to be able to count on the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, CSIS. CSIS is responsible for investigating threats, advising the government, and for taking all necessary steps to mitigate threats to national security. And this, in particular, includes threats caused by foreign actors. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I look forward to questions and comments.
The Honourable Member from Mission Mascouche, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. But there is a very important point that needs to be clarified today. Earlier today, the member from Winnipeg North, the member from Kingston and the Islands, implied that the member from Wellington Halton Hills had been aware that threats had been made against his family 2 years ago. Can the member clarify who is correct, the member from Winnipeg North or the member from Wellington Halton Hills?
May I remind the Honourable Member that the Speaker has addressed that issue right after question period, and that we will pursue on the
point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, the Honourable
I wasn't aware of that. Can we reset the time and I'll ask another question?
Please, from the top. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Earlier today in my speech, I referenced the report that was tabled on March 12th, 2020 from the NSICOP committee. In it, it said that the Government of Canada should have established a comprehensive strategy to counter foreign interference. Why, after 3 years, have we seen no action from this government to take these critical steps to uphold Canadian sovereignty? And why do they continually allow an illegal police station to operate in a Canadian city? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank the honourable colleague from Mission Mascouche, Fraser Canyon, from beautiful British Columbia, for their very important question and as far as their participation in the debate today. What I am very happy with is obviously that our government has launched consultations on setting up a foreign agent registry. We need to be judicious. We need to be diligent on the foreign agent registry. As I've said before in this House, I have said this publicly, that I am in favor of a foreign agent registry modeled after other countries. We should obviously practice or undertake to adopt best practices. That's what we're doing, and we're consulting with our partners and with various parties, and that's the direction we should be going in. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from across the way for his speech. Listen, after having seen Chinese police stations in Canada and attempts to interfere at universities and et cetera, I wonder if my colleague is ready to understand or assume the fact that there are regimes in the world which are philosophically hostile to democracy, and that the Chinese regime is one of those. So I would ask him, does he agree with me in saying that the Chinese regime is hostile to democracy?
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very important question. Our Canadian values.
Human rights, minority rights, democracy, we must always stand for those, and we always must stand against any foreign actors that go against those values of democracy, of human rights and minority rights. As for our relationship with many countries around the world, we must cooperate with many countries, we must challenge them when they don't fit our values, and we must compete against them. And I think that's the way I've said it in the past with regards to the relationship with the People's Republic of China, with the Chinese government. We must compete with them, we must cooperate with them, but we must also challenge them when their values do not align with Canadian values. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'll paraphrase an expression to not use non-parliamentary language, but when it looks like a duck, when it quacks like a duck, and when it swims like a duck, it's probably a duck. So here we have something that looks a lot like foreign interference, and the facts are piling up, Madam Speaker. My colleague, after everything that we've learned over the last weeks, does he not agree that we should just have an independent, transparent public inquiry to shed light on foreign interference so that we can reestablish Canadians' trust in our democracy and our institutions and in the Prime Minister's office and our security services?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. It's a very important question, and we certainly need.
Inquire or not, there is an individual who's very held in very high esteem. Excuse me, so tongue-tied, who will be making the determination of a number of recommendations that the government will follow. I look forward to seeing those recommendations as well. What we need to ensure is that Canadians, every single Canadian, almost 40 million of us, have confidence in our electoral system, that there is no election interference, and that we understand the world we live in. We must deal with foreign actors who do not have their best intentions here in Canada and other parts of the world. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Question from the Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Speaker, I want to read into the record Article 9 of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, and I quote, "The receiving state may, at any time without having to explain its decision, notify the sending state that the head of mission or any member of the diplomatic staff of the mission is persona non grata, or that any other member of the staff of the mission is not acceptable." I want to ask my colleague who sits on the government benches, if setting up illegal police stations on our Canadian soil doesn't meet the threshold, if targeting a member of this House's family does not meet the threshold, what meets the threshold to actually kick someone out of our country?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to say thank you to the Honourable Member from Spadina for York for their question. Obviously, the issues and matters at hand in front of the government, in front of all members of this House, are of very important consideration. I would say critically important. Obviously, whatever decisions are made, they'll meet the proper thresholds. I'm obviously not privy to all the information and so forth of what has transpired. So for me to opine on that would be.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Vaughan Woodbridge for setting me up. I can hardly wait to hear what I've got to say. Yes, I was literally sitting here, Madam Speaker, wondering what it is I can contribute to this debate, because one of the honourable members talked about the chaos in this chamber, and it's true. Question period was chaotic, and I've never seen the Speaker quite so animated and so angry. We've all contributed to that chaos that's here. And I wonder actually what Beijing thinks. In some respect, Beijing's having a good day because we're fighting among ourselves. However, I have some confidence in colleagues that we can actually come to some point of resolution on the, not only on the motion, but the way in which we face the existential threat that is the government of China to the nation of Canada. And I think it's a fair observation that we as a nation have never faced such a threat from another nation, from another government that wishes to turn us into a vassal state, a subservient state, a state where literally the Belt and Road applies to us. The road, all roads lead to Beijing. The belt is for our neck. So that is the ultimate goal of the government of Beijing. And stirring up chaos in our country is the technique. And part of me regrets standing here, participating in this debate, because in some manner, I'm contributing to that chaos. But as I say, I'm rather hoping that by the end of the day, we may have some resolution, or at least we'll be starting to move towards some resolution on how to deal with this existential threat. I had the privilege of traveling with the honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills, a couple of weeks ago to Taiwan. I regard that member as a friend. And I think that maybe that would be one of the first things that we could deal with. We are a little too partisan here. And there's not many on that side that can say there are friends on this side, and there's not many on this side that can say that there are friends on that side. But I do regard the member from Wellington, Halton Hills as a friend. And as a consequence of traveling with him, along with and a delegation of 10 to Taiwan, all senior members of all four parties, we had what I regard as an exemplary way in which Canadian parliamentarians can do good diplomacy, can actually move the yardsticks in a serious area of diplomacy. And, Madam Speaker, the honourable member and I, and I'm sure with other members of the delegation, discussed his last election. Now, obviously, we didn't get as far as some of the material that's come out in the last little while, but he was aware at the time that there were people who were strangely part of public events for him. I don't, we all live in a political environment. There are times I don't know who's supporting me, and I don't even know who's not supporting me. Sometimes there's a lot of people that are not supporting me. It doesn't happen to anybody else, of course. The point I want to make about the unanimity that's required in order to face this existential threat and to move our diplomatic interests forward is that we based part of our time in Taiwan on a unanimous report generated by the Canada-China Committee. There are times that reports of committees hit the floor of this House and that's it. You never hear from them again. Interestingly, this report was taken by us to Taiwan and presented to the President, literally presented to the President by the chairman of the committee, and I won't say she clutched it, but it wasn't too far from that. It was a show of unanimity by this Parliament, these parliamentarians, and a friendship to a government that is literally under an existential threat. when we arrived, there were warplanes overhead. There were warships surrounding the island. And we all concluded that, frankly, you could learn a lot from the Taiwanese government, the Taiwanese people, on how to respond to existential threats by the People's Republic of China. So, as a first point I want to make, Madam Speaker, is that we do, for the sake of our nation, need to come to ground on the way in which we respond to misinformation, disinformation, interference, and intimidation. And one of the points that comes up in the motion is the issue of the police stations, one of which is in my community. It's from all reports that we can gather in the public domain, an intimidation operation run out of local Chinese diplomatic authorities, and it affects the diaspora community in ways that we probably can't even imagine. So in that respect, I think the motion has merit, but I just point out to colleagues that if we are to have integrity to ourselves, then we also need to let the police move as police move, which is basically on the basis of evidence. And as much as I would like to light a fire under the police authorities in my community, or the RCMP, as the case may be, it's the way we operate in this country, and I don't think because we are unanimous, or virtually unanimous in our view, that these police stations need to be shut down, that we need to deviate from the rule of law and the way in which we prosecute. The other area in which I agree is the foreign agent registry. I think we're moving forward on that. The minister is moving forward. I don't know that it's the be-all and end-all, but I think it's a useful thing to do. Other nations have adopted it. I just take note of the same Canada-China Committee, Madam Speaker, that they have adopted a motion which says the Government of Canada prioritize the introduction of legislation to establish a foreign agents registry. Interestingly, Madam Speaker, that was a Liberal motion. So I see that I have run out of time. I hope that is a contribution to the conversation here today, and I look forward to colleagues' questions.
St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his thoughtful speech. The honourable member mentioned that there is a Beijing illegal police station operating in his riding. I presume that he has brought that to the attention of the Minister of Public Safety. Last week, when the minister appeared before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, he repeatedly claimed that the RCMP had shut down all illegal police stations. That isn't true. Either the minister doesn't know what is going on, or he intentionally misled the committee. Does the honourable member have concerns with that? And did the honourable member alert the minister to the illegal police station in his riding?
Honourable member for Scarborough, Scarborough-Guildwood.
It wasn't in my riding, it was in my community. But having said that, I had received assurances that from the minister, because it is of concern, that it was that the one in Scarborough has been dealt with. So, as far as I know, that's true.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his speech. And it's not every day that we hear philosophical reflections in this House, and we don't hear them often enough, unfortunately. And so all this leads to the question of why. why are we here today? Why are we in this situation? And instead of reducing the question to simply what to do, I'll ask him the following question. Does he not believe that the Conservative motion today is an excellent opportunity to think about why we've got to this situation and to use this chaos as an opportunity to take control over our destiny?
Barbara Gilwood.
I want to thank the honourable member for his question, which I think is a good one. Why are we here? I think the larger answer is that we as a nation, we as parliamentarians, even we as a government, are flummoxed by how to deal with the way in which China intervenes routinely, regularly, massively in the fabric of our society. We've never, ever in the history of our nation faced such a threat. That's why we're here. And this is symptomatic. It's important. I want to stress how important this motion is, but it is symptomatic of our somewhat chaotic response to the threat to our democracy. So, again, I thank the honourable member for his question. I've asked myself why a few times myself. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. I was one of the members that traveled with him to Taiwan on that very recent trip. My concern now is, as we go forward, how do we deal with this perception by Canadians that our democracy is perception, and real perception, I would say, that our democracy is at risk, that our institutions are under attack, that Canadians are being threatened. When we hear things like the member just said, that there was a police station in his riding, and he doesn't know what happened, but he's been told it's been dealt with. Well, that doesn't seem like that's the way that we are going to give Canadians confidence that this is actually being accurately taken care of, because from my understanding, no one's been charged. There's been no arrests. Nothing's been done. So I wonder what he would suggest we do in order to rebuild confidence in our institutions, in order to rebuild confidence in our democracy, in order for Canadians of backgrounds from a variety of different countries to feel safe in our country again.
Barbara Gilwood.
Again, I thank the honourable member for her question and appreciated her contribution to our delegation in Taiwan. The short answer is I don't know how to answer the question. I know that's strange in this place. Everybody answers the questions, they even give answers to questions that aren't asked. But we are, it's kind of a bit of trite but true, but we are a bit of an inflection point on how to move forward democratically. I was asked by the press yesterday how I will conduct a future election. And I now have to think about that. I now have to think about who's supporting me, who's contributing.
And that will leave it at those questions. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm rising today in my role as the Shadow Minister responsible for national defence for the official opposition. And I have to say that that I agree with my colleague who just spoke, that this is an issue that all members in this House should be engaged with. This is an issue that is definitely impacting each and every one of us in our ability to represent our constituents without fear that a foreign entity will be trying to intimidate us by threatening our families abroad. And as everyone knows, I've been incredibly outspoken as a critic of Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation. I was in the original tranche of 13 members of parliament and prominent Canadians who were sanctioned by Russia back in 2013. And now we witness a situation where one of our fellow colleagues, my friend, the Member of Parliament for Wellington Halton Hills, who has been targeted by the communist regime in Beijing, and that foreign agents that are here in Canada are threatening him and his family back in Hong Kong. Unfortunately, what we've seen from this government is just dithering and delay, the typical Liberal way when it comes down to doing things that are important to each and every Canadian. National security and national defense, Madam Speaker, are things that are paramount in the responsibilities of the Government of Canada. And yet, what we're seeing here is a government that has not taken this issue seriously. They knew for 2 years that there was a legitimate threat against the family of the member from Wellington Halton Hills. We knew that the communist regime in Beijing did not like the way that he brought forward a motion to call out their activities against the Uyghur population in China as a genocide. And for that, they were going to intimidate and sanction his family in Hong Kong. Now, this motion that we have before us today, Madam Speaker, lays out a path for our House and for this government to finally act. It's to create a foreign agent registry similar to what we see in the United States and Australia and the United Kingdom. And I should say, based upon all the comments coming from the other side during debate earlier today, that, as Conservatives, we didn't do anything, guess what? It only became an issue in the end of our time in government. And in the 2015 campaign, we actually had in our platform the need to establish a foreign agent registry. The second part of this motion calls for to establish a national public independent inquiry on the matter of foreign election interference, which we've been dealing with here now for several months, when we found out that, again, the Prime Minister had been briefed about that 7 MPs and their ridings had been targeted through foreign interference by the communist regime in Beijing. Now, instead of having that independent public inquiry that the majority of members in this House have been asking for, the government instead went with a Liberal inside. They went with someone that is a family friend to the Prime Minister and went with somebody that has direct ties to the Trudeau Foundation, and that was former Governor General David Johnston. Again, everyone's questioning the independent advice that's going to come from that process, and that's why, to establish public confidence once again, we need to move forward with a public inquiry. The motion also calls for that the government would shut down all of the People's Republic of China's police stations that are operating here in Canada. We know that there was a couple in Toronto. We know that there was a couple in Vancouver, and we know that they're operating as well police stations in Montreal, which are still open to this day. They may be observed, Madam Speaker, by the RCMP, but we know for a fact that we have operatives of the Communist Party of China working through their diplomatic immunity in those stations to intimidate Chinese Canadians. That has to stop now. We just had here yesterday on the Hill the Falun Dafa, Falun Gong practitioners who are standing for their rights and liberties that were denied them in mainland China. And also to stop the genocide against Falun Gong practitioners and the illicit harvesting of organs and trafficking them across the planet. And of course, the source of those organs are persecuted, executed, and butchered Falun Gong practitioners. And why are they being targeted by the regime in Beijing? Because they had the right to assembly, and that was denied them. They had their faith, which was denied them. And they could not even come together to practice a faith that promotes, intolerance. It promotes truthfulness and compassion. That's the founding principles of the Falun Gong doctrine. Madam Speaker, the fourth part of this motion and the final part calls for the expulsion of all diplomats from the PRC who are responsible for the affront to all Canadians, including the member of Wellington Halton Hills, but the attack on democracy and their foreign interference right here in Canada. And again, the government has made the argument that they cannot do it. But I can tell you for a fact that under Stephen Harper, when the Conservatives were in government, we had a similar situation happen with the Iranian regime here in Canada, where they were using their diplomats to target and intimidate the Iranian diaspora right here in Canada. And what did we do? We expelled every single diplomat. They were declared persona non grata. We shut down their embassy here in Ottawa. We shut down their consulates in Toronto and Vancouver. And now we have their properties that we hopefully will be able to use to actually compensate the families, the Iranian families here in Canada who lost loved ones on Ukrainian International Airline Flight PS-752, which was shot down as a terrorist act by the Iranian regime. And of course, we continue to fight in here on having the government honor the motion that was passed here in 2018 to call the IRGC a terrorist organization, and that entity should not be allowed to operate in any way, shape, or form in Canada. Now, Madam Speaker, what we are living through right now is an affront to our democracy. It's an attack not just on the member from Wellington Halton Hills, it's an attack on every single minister, every single member of Parliament, every single Canadian. And if we are going to protect our democratic institutions, then we have to act now, and enough is enough. Yet we have not seen a single diplomat from Beijing expelled by this government. We have not seen them carry through on their promise to shut down the police stations that the PRC has opened across Canada. They have not taken a single step, Madam Speaker. The government has not taken a single step forward in establishing a foreign agent registry. Now, what we saw earlier today was disgusting, Madam Speaker, where the member from Winnipeg North played the victim blame game and tried to blame the member from Wellington Halton Hills for not doing anything on information that he never received 2 years ago. We know that this government received information from CSIS, and we know that the government didn't act upon that intelligence. CSIS said the member from Wellington Halton Hills family were being threatened through information that they had gathered through signals intelligence, and yet the member from Winnipeg North stooped to a new low by trying to say it was the fault of the member from Wellington Halton Hills. That is ridiculous.
Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, that is just outright absolutely wrong. And I'll leave it at that.
The Speaker has ruled on this, and we can move on it. The Speaker did rule on the issue right after question period, and we'll come back to the House if necessary.
I'll just quote the member, Madam Speaker, the member and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government, who is also a member.
I just will remind you that right after question period, this was dealt with. That issue was dealt with. So please, the Honourable Member has 1 minute. The Honourable Member has 1 minute.
So, Madam Speaker, it's important to lay out here that the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, Jody Thomas, said at committee back in December of 2022, and she said the Prime Minister is briefed regularly. He's very interested in this subject, and has direct work for agencies to do. We are briefing regularly, and those briefings are received and acted upon in relation to the Prime Minister getting briefed. And she also went on that there is constant briefings to the Prime Minister. He's briefed on foreign interference when we have issues to raise to his attention. He has daily foreign intelligence briefings, and he has a weekly Prime Minister's intelligence briefing. So we know that the National Security Advisor, and I'm not saying Jody Thomas was involved in this, because Jody Thomas was not the National Security Advisor at the time, and I know that ahead of her there was a revolving door of National Security Advisors in the PCO. But I'll say this, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister does get briefed. If he didn't get this briefing, that's shame on him. If he didn't act upon it, he has responsibilities and under our parliamentary process to make sure he gets that information as part of accountable government. He hasn't acted, he has failed Canadians, and he hasn't kept us safe. Thank you.
Comme il est 17h15.
As it is 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations to inform the House of the questions to be raised. And I will now put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows, that given the intimidation tactics of the People's Republic of China are being deployed against many Canadians of Chinese descent in diaspora communities across the country, which are widely reported and well established through the House of Commons Committee testimony and reports by Canada's security establishment, including reports indicating that family of members of Parliament are subject to an intimidation campaign orchestrated out of Beijing's consulate in Toronto, the House call on the government to stop delaying and immediately create a foreign agent registry.
Question de l'ingérence étrangère.
B. Establish a national public inquiry on the matter of foreign election interference. C. Close down the People's Republic of China run police stations operating in Canada and expel all of the People's Republic of China diplomats responsible in these affronts.
Motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I request recorded.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Monday, May 8, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on April 19, 2023, by the Deputy House Leader of the Government regarding Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents. On March 30, 2023, in a statement on the management of private members' business, the Chair pointed out that Bill C-318, standing in the name of the member for Battlefords Lloydminster, may infringe on the final prerogative of the Crown. The Speaker then invited members to make arguments regarding the need for the bill to be accompanied by a royal recommendation. In her point of order, the Deputy House Leader of the Government noted that Bill C-318 would add a new employment insurance benefit for adoptive parents and parents of children conceived through surrogacy. This benefit is not currently contemplated in the Act and would result in a new and distinct charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Comme le précise la procédure.
As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 838, and I quote, without a royal recommendation, a bill that either increases the amount of an appropriation or extends its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications is inadmissible on the grounds that it infringes on the Crown's financial initiative, end of quote. The Chair has reviewed Bill C-318 and found that Clause 5 adds a new Section 22.1 to the Employment Insurance Act to create a new type of special benefit, namely a 15-week attachment benefit for adoptive parents and parents of children conceived through surrogacy. The bill also provides for the duration of this new benefit to be extended for various reasons.
Would create a new type of benefit and therefore lead to an increase in public expenditures for purposes not currently authorized by the Act. As a result, a new royal recommendation is required for the bill to receive a final vote in the House at third reading. In the meantime, the House is about to start debate on the second reading motion of the bill. This motion will be allowed to be put to a vote at the conclusion of that debate. I thank all members for their attention. I believe the Honourable House Leader for the Government is rising on a point of order.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise to respond to the question of privilege raised on Tuesday by the member for Wellington Halton Hills regarding alleged foreign intimidation. Before I get to the heart of my argument, I want to make a few things very clear. When a foreign government attacks one of us, it attacks all of us, and we must stand united against it. I want to echo what my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, said in the House on May 2nd to the member for Wellington Halton Hills, that we stand in solidarity with him and his family, and that we will continue to work with him and all parliamentarians to ensure that he and all parliamentarians receive the support they need.
Minister of Public Safety had said, Madam Speaker, since we formed government, we have been vigilant in fighting against foreign interference, in ensuring we have in place the people, the resources, the tools, and the oversight to defend our institutions, to defend Parliament and defend Canadians. We will continue to do that work together. On the specifics about the member for Wellington Halton Hill raise, I cannot comment, of course, Madam Speaker, on an intelligent leak that was provided that was the basis of the Globe and Mail's reporting on the alleged allegations by the Chinese government. However, if you will permit me, Madam Speaker, I will raise a few points. I will use an example of the situation of the question of privilege raised by the member for Louis Saint Laurent respecting the alleged premature disclosure of Bill C-7, Medical Assistance in Dying, from a previous session. The member raised his question of privilege the day after the other members had raised other questions of privilege the day earlier. The Speaker at that time, Madam Speaker, ruled that the member did not raise the question of privilege at the earliest opportunity and therefore declined to find a prima facie case due to this fact. The member for Halton Hills in his intervention stated that he had not raised the matter at the earliest opportunity and stated, and I quote, "Our authorities refer to the need for questions of privilege to be raised at the earliest opportunity in the House. While the Globe and Mail report was published yesterday morning, this afternoon is the first opportunity I've had to raise this point of privilege. In fact, this afternoon is the first time I've been up in the House since the report was first published in the Globe and Mail." End of quote. I would like to examine whether, in fact, the member was not able to raise this matter earlier. In fact, the day the Globe and Mail story broke, in the morning of May 1st, the leader of the Conservative Party was able to ask at least 10 questions, oral questions, on May 1st on this matter. During routine proceedings in the morning of May 2nd, the House leader from the Conservative Party requested an emergency debate on the matter respecting foreign intimidation, which was raised in question period earlier. The leader of the Conservative Party then ostensibly challenged the Speaker in his ruling to not allow the emergency date to proceed. That afternoon, where the matter was raised repeatedly during question period, the member for Halton Hills then finally at 4:30 p.m. raised his question of privilege. Given these facts, the statement that the member made that the afternoon of May 2nd was the earliest opportunity to raise his question of privilege clearly stretches the limit of credulity. I take all members in this place at their word, Madam Speaker, but the sequence of events over Monday, May 1st and the morning of May 2nd raises serious questions about the veracity of the statement at 3:30 p.m. was indeed the earliest that this question could have been raised.
While I cannot refer to the presence or absence of members in this House, I will note that with the introduction of hybrid sittings, there is no excuse for the member not to have raised this matter at the first opportunity, that is, on Monday morning, since he stated that, and I quote, "This is a serious and grave matter."
The member believes an issue is serious enough to constitute a prima facie case of privilege, he or she has an obligation to raise it at the earliest opportunity. A delay could not be justified by a member wishing to conduct research to supplant his or her argument with various precedents in order to support or consult legal counsel. The Speaker has at his disposal all relevant procedural precedents and access to procedural authorities to deal with this matter. The precedents are crystal clear. A member must raise the issue at the earliest opportunity. This did not occur in this instance. Secondly, the actions that allegedly took place, according to a leaked document as it relates to the member's family abroad, allegedly took place outside of Canada, beyond the jurisdiction of this Parliament to deal with. Finally, since these are uncollaborated statements that were allegedly leaked by a member of Canada's security services, it's important for the House to confirm the facts in this instance. As the Globe and Mail story stated, the individual would not disclose their identity so as to not breach the Security of Information Act. Allegations that the House cannot collaborate can never serve as a determinative means to establish a prima facie case of privilege. Une autre.
In addition, on Monday, May 1st, the Prime Minister asked senior officials to look into the matter immediately.
Therefore, conclude that this matter was not raised at the earliest opportunity, and uncollaborated allegations should not be seen as meeting the high threshold for a Speaker to find a prima facie case of privilege. Avant de conclure.
Before I conclude, I would also like to set the record straight with respect to the assertion by the member for Wellington Halton Hills that the government did not inform him of the alleged actions of the Chinese government.
The Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister became aware of the matter following the story, which appeared in the Globe and Mail on the 1st of May. On the 2nd of May, security officials also briefed the member on all the information that could be provided. Additionally, the member has received briefings from CSIS on a number of occasions regarding the fact that his work makes him a target of foreign governments. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we live in a time when many foreign governments are targeting democratically elected members in this House. Going forward, we have made it clear to CSIS that threats to an MP or their family, regardless of the levels of concern, should be briefed up quickly and thoroughly. Madam Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. We must all work together to defend our institutions, the communities, and most importantly, the parliamentarians that serve on behalf of their communities to protect our democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I greatly appreciate the added information, which will be included with the other information that was previously provided to be considered for the upcoming response. The Honourable Government House Leader has another point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I request that the ordinary day of daily adjournment for the next sitting be 12 midnight, pursuant to the order made Tuesday, November 15th, 2022. And while I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, I would further put forward that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of the Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the report stage and third reading of Bill S5, an act to amend Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 to make related amendments to the Food and Drug Act and to repeal the Perfluorochlorate Sulfonate Visual Elimination Act. Under the provision of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of the proceedings at the respective stages of the said bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Pursuant to order adopted earlier, the Minister's request to extend the sitting is deemed adopted.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is arising on the point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were at Canada's House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call at 5:30 so we could begin private members' hour.
Do we have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Agreed? Agreed and so order. It's now 5:30. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents. The bill standing in the name of Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster, seconded by Mrs. Gray, moves that Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The arrival of a new child into one's family is a precious and exciting time for parents. As a mom of four, I know firsthand how important, demanding, and wonderful that time truly is. For adopted and intended parents, that time is equally meaningful and critical for the well-being of their new child. Yet Canada's parental benefit system does not treat parents who grow their families through surrogacy and adoption equally. Canada's Employment Insurance Program provides critical financial support to new parents through maternity and paternal benefits while they care and they bond with their new child. But adoptive and intended parents are entitled to 15 weeks less leave. And this is because they cannot access the maternity leave benefits. Madam Speaker, it is about time that all parents had access to the time that they deserve and that they need with their children. It is for that reason that I introduced my private member's bill C-318. This bill delivers parity through the creation of a new 15-week employment insurance benefit for adoptive and intended parents. It also makes necessary adjustments to the Canada Labour Code's leave entitlement provisions. Mirroring the maternity benefit in terms of the dollar amount and weeks of leave, this benefit will deliver parity while supporting attachment and bonding for families formed through adoption and surrogacy. At its core, this legislation is about the well-being of the child. Madam Speaker, attachment and healthy child development go hand in hand. Healthy attachments form over time as a parent bonds and cares for their child. As parents respond to the needs of their child feels safe, protected, and loved. That foundation of security is critical to the long-term health and development of a child. When a child has healthy attachments, there are countless benefits. It helps build their confidence and self-esteem. It contributes to their self-control and self-regulation. Healthy attachments help a child build relationships with others and have trust in those relationships. It encourages exploration and learning. And when a child experiences failures or challenges, healthy attachments help build resiliency and stability. These attachments are formed between a child and their parent in the early stages of life, including in utero, but also throughout their childhood and adolescent years. But the benefits of healthy attachment, Madam Speaker, are lifelong. The quality of the relationship between a child and their parent or a caregiver will significantly impact their social, emotional, and cognitive developments. Madam Speaker, C-318 recognizes the complexities of attachment for families formed through adoption and surrogacy. Adopted children have experienced an attachment disruption in some form. When they are placed with their new families, they are building new attachments, and that process is informed by the child's life experiences, including possible past traumas. An absence of healthy attachments in their life prior to their placement can present unique challenges. Time is so critical for adoptive parents and their children to form healthy attachments. For families formed through surrogacy, time to bond is also critical for the successful emotional transfer from a surrogate to the parents. Allowing parents to be present for 15 more weeks with their child will help them form healthy attachments. And ultimately, It will have a positive impact on the long-term outcomes of the family. Every child is valuable and deserving of the safety and security that comes with healthy attachments. This legislation will ensure that our system of parental benefits in Canada does not discriminate against certain families. We owe that to the children impacted by this policy. They all deserve time to attach. Madam Speaker, shortly after I was first elected, I met with a group that was advocating for a time to attach for adoptive families. Kyla was among that group. She sat in my office and she shared her adoption story. She shared the challenges she experienced connecting with her new parents. Adopted as a sibling set when she was 11 years old, Kyla highlighted the unique challenges and pressures that her mom faced in balancing the care needs of her and her siblings. Kyla had made a compelling case for more time to attach. And since that first meeting, I have had the opportunity to hear from many more adoptive families about how meaningful 15 more weeks together would have been for them. How 15 more weeks would have eased the pressure and how it would have better supported their families. I have also had the opportunity to hear from intended parents about how much it would mean to them to be able to spend a full year with their newborn. They have talked to me about the challenges of having 15 weeks less leave when it comes to finding childcare. They have also expressed the heartbreak and concern about potentially missing some of their child's firsts when they are forced to go back to work earlier than other parents. Simply put, equality in our benefit landscape and a time to attach benefit is good policy. It is why it has been in the last 2 Conservative election platforms. But, Madam Speaker, let me be clear. This is a non-partisan issue. In fact, we have seen some form of support from all sides of the aisle. The NDP member for Winnipeg Centre sponsored a petition last fall for a time to attach benefit that garnered over 3,000 signatures. The Conservative member for Calgary Shepherd previously sponsored a petition for parity in parental benefits that garnered thousands of signatures. The Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and Status with Persons of Disabilities Committee recommended that the government explore the attachment benefit in its 2021 report titled Modernizing the Employment Insurance Program. The Liberals have also introduced this attachment benefit for adoptive parents in their last 2 election platforms, and it was included in the 2019 and 2021 mandate letters for the minister. Despite all of this support, the Liberal government has failed to bring it home for adoptive parents. They have not prioritized delivering this benefit to them. Most recently, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion publicly alluded that a benefit for adoptive and intended parents would be included in her government's budget. Yet, when the budget was delivered, it was nowhere to be found. It has already been years since this government first promised this benefit. Adoptive and intended parents should not have to keep waiting. There are families today that need and deserve this benefit. There are children today whose development would be better supported. The longer that this common sense policy is delayed, the more families will miss out on precious time together. Beyond the undeniable developmental benefits of an additional time together, these families deserve to have an additional 15-week benefit. Like the existing maternity and parental benefits, only parents who have contributed to the employment insurance program are eligible to receive the proposed benefit. Adoptive and intended parents are already contributing equally to our employment insurance program, as are their employers. But other families are receiving more in return for the same level of contribution. Adoptive and intended parents should be treated fairly. But the reality is that our current system discriminates against them. C318 addresses that discrimination. In terms of dollars and weeks of leave, it will deliver parity to them. It is also worth noting that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has costed the implementation of this bill. The impact of this proposed benefit on the Employment Insurance Fund is very minimal. In fact, Madam Speaker, it is so minimal that it would not require an increase to employer or employee premiums. And yet, while the cost of this proposed benefit in the context of the Employment Insurance Program may not be immense, the impact of the proposed benefit for the families who would have access to it is truly priceless. It will afford them more time together as a family. It will foster healthy attachments. It will ease some of the pressures faced in the critical first year of the child's life or placement with a family. It is difficult to fully measure what it would mean to each of the families that are impacted by this policy. Madam Speaker, while I am proud and honored to have introduced this bill, I would like to recognize and also thank Julie Despatie, Kathy Murphy, and the countless other Canadians who have tirelessly advocated for a time to attach benefit. Through you, Madam Speaker, I offer my thanks to each and every Canadian who has added their voice to the call for parity in our parental benefits landscape, to those who have signed the many petitions, who have shared their personal stories and championed this issue. For the sake of these thousands of Canadians and all the families who would be directly impacted by this proposed benefit, I truly hope that not only does C318 find support from all sides of this House, but that the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development, and Disability Inclusion also provide the royal recommendation that is needed for this legislation to pass. Together, let's give adoptive and intended parents the time that they need and that they deserve with their children. Thank you.
Bravo. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am pleased to rise today in this House to participate in this important debate. On March 8, 2023, the member for Battleford's Lloydminster introduced the bill before us, Bill C-318, to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code. Madam Speaker, we understand that EI maternity...
I'm sorry, this was questions and comments? There's 5 minutes of questions and comments. So did the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have a question for the member?
For her excellent speech, and I wanted to simply ask what impact would introducing these changes, these amendments, have on families really across Canada?
Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to my colleague for that question. As I mentioned in my speech, the benefits are countless. We can't measure what children would gain having that time to attach with their parents. And I really hope that the Parliamentary Secretary across the way is encouraging his minister to provide a royal recommendation for this so that they can follow through on their 2019 and 2021 campaign promise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bravo. Bravo. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her important intervention and for introducing this bill. I'm not too sure if the member knows, but for Indigenous communities, for First Nations, Métis, Inuit, kinship and customary care and adoption are important cultural practices. And I wonder if the member would agree that ensuring that these forms of adoption as well as care would be an important improvement to her bill.
For Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank you, through you, to my colleague for the question. Absolutely. I think it's imperative, especially in this year of 2023, families all look different. Cultures are different. Canada has been a very welcoming country that really has different people from different cultures, different ethnic backgrounds, and sometimes families look different than your own family. And so I think it's very important and would do very well for the children of those families. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to say how proud I am of my colleague for bringing this forward. It's an issue that is so important to valuing families, to letting our nation and other nations know how important the family is to the foundation of Canada. Just wondering if she would like to speak a little bit more to the fact of how important literally those first few months right up until the age of 5, that personal bonding within that family is so key to that child's growing up with a sense of value and abilities.
Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you again to my colleague, I'd like to thank her for that question. Attachment is so important at any time. At any time that child is placed, we're seeing it's more and more common actually for children to be placed when they're older with families, especially with adoption. And so that time is so critical. And some people may think, oh, 15 weeks, it doesn't matter. It matters. When these children are coming from sometimes trauma and some form, like I said, of disrupted attachment, it is just so crucial for their development with their cognitive, their emotional, and their social development with these kids up of any age, whenever the brain is developing. And we know, especially for boys, that doesn't finish till about the age 24. So that attachment time is critical.
Very good. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville, a brief question.
I thank the honourable member for her speech. As she mentioned, our government has supported providing adoptive parents an additional 15 weeks of leave to make sure that they get the same level of support to care for children as other parents. We've also made many important investments for the well-being of children and families across Canada. I'd like to ask the member opposite, what steps does she propose to take to monitor the effectiveness of these new policies, or if needed, how she intend to make the necessary adjustments for the future? Thank you.
For Battleford's Lloydminster has about 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, through you to the member, I'd like to thank her for that question. It would be great to see if she could talk to the minister, really urge her to provide that royal recommendation so that the Liberals can follow through with their campaign promises from 19 and 21. Like I said, this is a nonpartisan issue. I really think, especially when this bill gets to committee, this is something that can be discussed at the study at that time when it comes back to this House. But honestly, I plead through you, Madam Speaker, this is a nonpartisan issue, and there are so many kids that are being robbed of the time to attach with their parents. So I urge the government to provide the royal recommendation for this bill. Thank you.
Bravo, bravo. Resuming debate now. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am pleased to rise a second time on this issue because it gives me another opportunity just to simply say thank you to my colleague across the way for raising this important issue in the House. On March 8th, 2023, the member for Battleford's Lloydminster introduced the bill before us, Bill C-318, to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code. Madam Speaker, we understand that EI maternity and parental benefits need to be fair for all workers, and that's why we are committed to providing adoptive parents with an additional 15 weeks of leave to ensure that they receive the same level of support to care for their children as all parents do. We know that adoptive parents have advocated for this. They have rightly noted that all new parents need time with their children to help them grow and to create a meaningful and lasting bond. There is no question that the arrival of a new child is a precious time for all parents. And that's why we remain committed to providing adoptive parents and intended parents with the time that they need to bring their children home and create a sense of attachment with their children. The question is not if we do this, but how we do this. Simply put, what is the best way to get it done? Madam Speaker, we know EI is a critical program that serves millions of Canadians each year. Canadians rely on it when they find themselves out of work, when they want to start a family or when they need to take time to care for a loved one or need to get better themselves. We can all agree that EI benefits need to be fair, more responsive, more adaptable to the needs of Canada's evolving workforce. Work is already underway to modernize the program. Our intent is to build a simpler EI program that meets the needs of Canadians for decades to come. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion has led more than 35 national and regional roundtables with stakeholders representing workers, employers, unions, industry groups, and academics. The Minister also heard from individuals, including parents and soon-to-be parents, through an online survey which had more than 1,900 respondents. Furthermore, we received over 160 written submissions and held 3 technical workshops. During these consultations, we considered the needs of parents who create their families through adoption and surrogacy. We talked about making EI maternity and parental benefits more inclusive of the way families are formed. Our consultations found enthusiastic support for providing adoptive parents with an additional 15 weeks of leave. Canada's current EI program provides parental benefits to parents who need to take time away from work to care for a newborn or a newly adopted child. When parents share benefits, they can receive up to 40 weeks of standard parental benefits or 69 weeks under extended parental benefits. Workers who are pregnant or have recently given birth, including surrogates, can receive 15 weeks of maternity benefits to support their recovery from pregnancy and childbirth. I am pleased to say that Budget 2023 proposes continued prudent investments in Canada's EI program, including and extending financial supports for workers in seasonal industries. Budget 2023 also proposes establishing a new independent Board of Appeal to hear cases regarding EI claims. As a tripartite organization, the new Board of Appeal will put first-level EI appeal decisions back into the hands of those who pay into the system. Since 2015, our government promised we would have the backs of Canadians, and we have kept that promise every step of the way. From the middle-class tax cut to the Canada Child Benefit to affordable childcare to incentivizing shared leave, our government has delivered real results for Canadians. Madam Speaker, Canadians and parliamentarians have expressed a strong need to reform the employment insurance program. And as the Minister has said, EI reform is a priority for our government, and we will get it done. We look forward to delivering on our commitment to provide adoptive parents with an additional 15 weeks of leave to ensure that they receive the same level of support to care for their children as other parents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I apologize for that minor pause. I'm pleased to represent Nunavut regarding Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act as introduced by a Member of Parliament for Battleford's Lloydminster. I thank her, Koyenamik, for introducing this bill. New Democrats support this bill. It will create a 15-week attachment leave benefit for adoptive and intended parents through the employment insurance system. During my speech, I described benefits to children, parents, and overall Canadian society. I will describe troubling realities substantiating the need for Bill C-318 to be passed. It is unfortunate that it has reached this House as a private member's bill, given that in 2019 and again in the last election, the Liberals promised to introduce legislation in this area. Regardless, we will continue to hold the Liberal government accountable to its promises brought by this bill. The NDP is committed to ensuring that all parents and caregivers, whether biological, adoptive, intended, customary, or kinship, can spend time at home with their children in the critical first year. Research shows that the quality of a child's attachments impacts the overall health and development of the children. The benefits of passing this bill will be most prominent for children. Children with strong attachments are more likely to form strong relationships with peers, better able to regulate their emotions, and are less dependent on their caregivers. I have personal experience. I strongly believe that because of the strong bonds that was created in the early years of my life, I have been able to cope with the adversity that I was forced to experience later in my life, including parental benefits to parents adopting and to those intending to be parents need to receive the same benefits so that the adopted children could have the same sense of coping for their future. I have seen the benefits of ensuring those strong bonds early in life through watching my grandchildren bonding with their parents, with their time spent together early in their lives. Adoption is an important practice in Nunavut, and providing this benefit will help many of my constituents. Unfortunately, Bill C-318 does not reflect our custom adoption practices. While the bill is an important step in the right direction, it does not include kinship and customary caregivers, which are particularly important for Métis, First Nations, and Inuit. Kinship and customary care reflect Indigenous culture and traditions and are an alternative to foster care or group home placements. We want to ensure that an attachment leave benefit is inclusive of kinship and customary caregivers as well as adoptive and intended parents. Providing parents or caregivers with an additional attachment leave benefit so that they can develop these stronger attachments is crucial for children's well-being. This benefit will provide adoptive and intended parents with much needed financial security and improve outcomes for children, many of whom are over the age of 10 at the time of placement and have a history of trauma and loss. Providing a 15-week paid attachment leave will ease the burden being placed on women who are adoptive or intended parents or kinship and customary caregivers, and providing them with the financial support they need will help ensure stronger attachments with their adopted or intended children. The societal benefits will be seen with a healthier Canada. Children who are able to enter the school system prepared and ready to adjust to a world where they can learn to have friendships and learn to realize the importance of becoming contributing members of society. The need to pass Bill C-318 is evident in the disproportionate amount of the unpaid caregiving work that takes place in this country, which is experienced mostly by women. Indeed, more than half of women in Canada give care to children and care to dependent adults, and almost 1/3 give unpaid care to children. New Democrats will support this bill, work to improve it so that it's inclusive of kinship and customary caregivers, and hold the Liberals accountable to deliver on their promises to ensure adoptive and intended parents get the benefits that they deserve. I would like to conclude by sharing what we as New Democrats have heard from important agencies across Canada. The Child and Youth Permanency Council and Adopt for Life are calling for the creation of a new paid 15-week attachment leave benefit to adoptive and intended parents and kinship and customary caregivers. I very much appreciate their Time to Attach campaign, as it has been effective in building public support for this change. I thank my NDP colleague, member for Winnipeg Centre, who had a petition on this for how the 15-week attachment leave benefit. It garnered so much support by many. Julie Despades from Adopt for Life has said, and I quote, Canada's current parental leave program does not recognize the unique attachment needs of children and youth joining adoptive families and is creating avoidable harms. We need this change so families are no longer disadvantaged because they are formed through adoption. End of the quote. Finally, Kathy Murphy, the chairperson of the Children and Youth Permanency Council of Canada, has said, I quote, the Child and Youth Permanency Council of Canada is pleased to see the private member's bill C-318 from the Member of Parliament for Battleford Lloydminster brought to first reading. Equitable attachment leave for adoptive parents, customary and kinship caregivers is long overdue, and we look forward to seeing these EI revisions. Kuyanamik okaktitiye.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to speak to Bill C-318, which basically would give adoptive parents the same rights in the name of fairness as biological parents, that is, to receive 15 weeks paid parental leave. So the Bloc Québécois will be happy to support this bill, which aims for fairness for all parents. There are many reasons why we should support this bill. One, it is important for parents to create a bond of attachment with their children, and it's really important to start creating this bond at the very start of the relationship. Adoptive parents also need time to prepare for the arrival of their child. For parents who will adopt a child who's a newborn between 6 months, the attachment process is the same as for biological parents, but after that, it's more complex. The average age of adoption now for children is 6 years old, so the attachment process will depend on past experience and past trauma, which those children might have experienced. And if the attachment bond is not clearly established, if it doesn't take hold, it could lead to different kinds of behavioral problems on average. Adoptive children have more issues in that regard. Often adoption is considered as a healing process and a recovery process for the child. Children might need professional services, and the adoptive parents must have the time to organize these services. There are standards, there are international standards, and I believe every level of government has to fight against discrimination against adoptive parents. And what's important is that the rights of children remain the absolute priority here. In many other countries, adoptive parents have the same rights, services, and advantages or benefits as biological parents. We've already been told, that is, the government has said that the royal recommendation is needed for this bill. I'll come back to that later. But when it comes to treating all parents, biological and adoptive, fairly the same way, to give them the same time for attachment, well, in Quebec in December 2018, the government of Quebec announced that adoptive parents would receive the same weeks of parental leave as biological parents, and that measure passed in 2020. I would like to sincerely recognize the Organisme du Temps in Quebec, which I met several times since the start of my mandate, and a hello to Ms. Despetit for her determination and that of her organization. And I also would like to pay tribute to Ms. Falk for tabling this bill, as well as my colleague of the NDP, who said there's a petition of over 3,000 signatures, which was tabled on January 30th of this year, which was sponsored by Ms. Gazan of the NDP. We've said this earlier. This issue is not a partisan one. Ms. Falk might remember this as well. Oops, I'm sorry, I named her. Well, it happened once. I thought I'd wait, but it's happened again. So I'd just like to remind the honourable member that she must not name a parliamentarian by their first or family names, only by the name of their riding. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville, you have 5 minutes and 39 seconds left. Apologies, Madam Speaker, for my faux pas, and to my colleague from the Conservative Party. So again, I'd like to pay tribute. I'd like to salute this initiative. I would even like to tell my colleague that we had conducted a study at the Human Resources Committee in 2021 on reforming the EI system, basically an overhaul of the EI system, and I think everybody remembers that study. At the time, the government had committed to build a modern, robust, and more inclusive EI system for all workers, including for adoptive parents. So in the report on the modernization of the EI system, there was a recommendation which said that the Department of Employment Development and Skills Development is studying the issue of treating adoptive parents equally to biological parents, and the issue of attachment, as well as the time they need, the benefits they receive in order to strengthen that bond with their child. And in December of 2021, the Minister of Employment was called upon to create this new benefit of 15 weeks for adoptive parents. But what I decry in this debate, Madam Speaker, is that once again we have to table private members' bills. It was the same case for sickness benefits for over 52 weeks, and it's the same case now again to treat adoptive parents equally. Why? Because the government, despite its promises, despite its pledge to commit to modernizing the EI system, well, at the end of the day, it was all talk and no action. The government seems to have reneged on come back on its word since 2020, 21, even since 2015. Every time it promised to amend the EI system, well, nothing has happened. With regard to pregnant women, when pregnant women lose their jobs, well, they are not entitled to regular EI benefits because, as it now stands, they are being discriminated against, and the government had committed to reverse this injustice for pregnant women, to review the program to ensure that they become eligible for EI benefits in case they lost their jobs. A tribunal even ruled that these women were victims of discrimination, and the government chose to appeal that decision. Today, seasonal workers in several regions in Canada, in the east and in the west and in Quebec, They are ringing the alarm, and they are asking to have access to the EI system to change the status of their region so they are not disadvantaged when they are done at the end of the tourist season, when they end up without a job, without a revenue. Recently, the minister was asked about this again. The regions of the North Shore, Charlevoix, La Gaspésie, these regions all depend heavily on tourism, and yet there is a lack of political will to change their standing. Today, the government claims we need to include the royal recommendation in this bill if it is to pass. Well, there is so much injustice in our EI system, which needs to be overhauled. The government has to act. It's perhaps a matter of how, but it must be done. We must correct the inherent unfairness in the current EI system, which this bill seeks to remedy in some way. Again, we need to treat adoptive and biological parents the same way so that they can all bond with their children. Sure, royal recommendation, that's all very well and good, but please, I call on the government to finally table a bill to overhaul the EI system to benefit workers, women, and all parents. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country, and an honour to speak in favour of the legislation brought forward by my colleague, the member for Battleford Lloydminster. Bill C-318 is an essential piece of legislation because it allows this House to ensure equity in our laws for every Canadian family, especially and specifically for adoptive and intended parents. Just to be clear, intended parents are parents for varying reasons may need to engage with a surrogate in order to have a child, and there may be various scenarios around this. They often go to great lengths to have a child and welcome a child into their home. The challenges all new parents face are too many to count, and that is why it is our responsibility as parliamentarians to do all we can to ensure fairness and equity for all parents in the Employment Insurance Program and the Canada Labour Code. Today, any new parent will receive parental benefits, but adoptive and intended parents do not receive maternity benefits, therefore less weeks of benefits. We rightfully recognize that time for attachment is vital and is just as needed for intended and adoptive parents. Forming a loving bond can come with extra challenges, especially when it has been estimated that most children adopted in Canada are over the age of 10 at the time of placement. The lack of a specific benefit to provide parents the time to attach with a child adds extra burden on the ability of these children in need of love to bond with a family that they can make a home with. Intended parents need just as much time to care for and bond with the child as well. Anytime there is an opportunity for a parent and child to bond, we should embrace it. And anytime we can support adoptive parents or intended parents and their children, we should embrace it. I recall someone saying to me almost 10 years ago, "Find your voice." And I didn't know what they meant at that time. But an opportunity like this today, on this legislation, I can be a voice, not only for my life's journey, but the voice for others. I'm going to talk about something extremely personal right now. And I feel in the context of this legislation, it warrants me bringing some of my life's experience through my voice into this conversation and into the discussion around this legislation. I was adopted at birth. I was born in Edmonton And my parents drove to Edmonton from Lethbridge to pick me up and bring me back to their home in Lethbridge, Alberta, which is where I grew up and lived. I tell part of my life story in this place today with the utmost honor, respect, and love for my mom and dad. My dad passed away in 2014, and my mom passed away in the middle of the pandemic lockdowns in 2020. My dad was a firefighter, and my mom was a teacher. Choosing to adopt when you find out as a newly married couple that you can't have kids must have been a big decision for my parents. When my parents started building their family, my mom had to step back from teaching for many years. I knew from as early as I could remember that I was adopted. My parents never hid this within the family, but they also never, ever called me their adopted child. And I never saw my parents as my adoptive parents. They chose to adopt. They chose to devote their lives to having a family, to mentor and raise. They chose to be parents, and they are my parents. I say this at the same time with respect also for my birth parents who, as a young unwed couple, chose to give me up for adoption. This legislation makes equal the ability for parents, whatever that looks like, to be on equal footing and receive equal benefits. I'm proudly supporting, and I'm actually the official legislative seconder of this legislation, Bill C-318. It supports and is inclusive for all those who choose to be intended or adoptive parents. It treats everyone equally. Whether you were part of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, whether you have children from other partners that you are bringing together under one roof as a family, whether you had to have a child through a surrogate, whether you adopt domestically or internationally, or have a combination of the above or different family scenarios I didn't mention. All family dynamics and scenarios are embraced in this legislation. If we want to be truly inclusive, that means equity. Currently, if you're an adoptive or intended parent, you do not have equity in the benefits you may receive in order to allow you time to bond with your child. Let's talk about circumstances with some adopted children that may require extra levels of attention, care, and compassion. Some children can come from places of trauma, loss, or grief. Some children have complex medical or mental health challenges. Without that early care and attachment, these issues can alter their lives into adulthood. It's important to provide the time for the parent and the child to not only bond, but to work on those needs of the child. For parents who adopt internationally or are caring for a child within Canada from a different linguistic background, that additional time can be used to help bridge linguistic or cultural barriers. For a family who adopts a child with special needs, the extra time for attachment will provide them not just the chance to connect with their new child, but also the time they need to learn more about the resources and services that may be available to manage their child's unique needs. Parents of adopted children or intended parents already take this time today, but they often must take unpaid leave to do it, and this is simply not fair. Government policy must treat all families fair and equitably. Supporting the benefits that C-318 will expand to families, all families, and in Canada, it will be a better place. According to a report from the Adoption Council of Canada, in the 2017 to 2018 fiscal year, 2,336 children were adopted, though they admit that these numbers do not reflect customary care placements. But even if we assume that those placements would double the number, it would be pale compared to the 30,000 Canadians eligible for permanent adoption, according to the 2021 report from the Children's Aid Foundation of Canada. These children are waiting for good homes. Benefits like the one in C-318 seeks to create will ensure that we fully respect all families. In closing, I'd like to refer back to the report from the Adoption Council of Canada, specifically to a quote that provides context to this debate from the point of view from an anonymous adoptive parent, and it is very similar to my life experience. Quote, "It is incredibly important for not just the federal government, but society in general to recognize all parents." And then it goes on, "My daughter is my daughter. She is not my adopted daughter. I am her mother. I am not her adoptive mother. There is still much that needs to change," unquote. These families are Canadian heroes, providing loving homes to children regardless of the circumstances of their birth. We should erase any dividing line in our laws or support systems that do not recognize them entirely as the families they truly are. I sincerely hope that all members of this House can put their partisanship aside to support this wonderfully positive and family-focused bill, which was put together by a caring mom and seconded by a mom who was adopted at birth, who has an incredible son. Let's ensure equitability for adoptive and intended parents and pass this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always encouraging when we get members standing up, speaking on legislation, and they share that personal story. And I did want to thank the member, and I know I speak on behalf of all members when members such as she has done in such an eloquent way explain a very personal story. And it really brings the importance of the issue to the floor of the House. I know the Deputy House Leader and I did get a chance to talk about the issue. And I think there's a great deal of sympathy in regards to why it is that the government do what it needs to do in order to be able to enhance EI. I'm sure that the member is aware we, as a government or as a political entity, have talked about the importance of EI, generally speaking. And when you think in terms of the specifics of what this legislation does, Madam Speaker, you will find that it is something in which we've talked about in an election. And not only through an election, but post-election, you saw a very passionate minister that is actually very keen on looking at ways in which we can improve the employment insurance regime that is out there. There is a considerable amount of consultation that needs to take place. And let me maybe bring a bit of a different perspective. There is absolutely no doubt, Madam Speaker, in terms of how an adopted parent and that child, in essence, you could drop the adoption in terms of the word to see the love and the care that is reciprocal between both. Both as the parent, the adoptive parent will raise the child as his or her own, Madam Speaker, and you will see the multitude of sacrifices that are made from that parent to that child with a very happy heart, because it is their child. And then as the child grows, you will see that it is most often reciprocal, where that child sees that adoptive parent as the parent, Madam Speaker. And there is no denying the strength of that bond. Equally, I would suggest to you, in many ways, with a natural birth parents, Madam Speaker, in terms of that caring and loving connection. I'd like to add something to it. You know, last year, I was at an event in Winnipeg North with my daughter, and we were sitting beside this wonderful lady, and I'll just say Myrna is her name. Myrna is a foster parent, And we just found out that evening, and we know how wonderful of a family. I've met Myrna in the past, and I've seen her children, which are older, Madam Speaker. And what I did not know is that she was a foster parent. And I was so impressed with the discussion that we had, both myself and my daughter, with regards to Myrna, that we were inspired to recognize that we need to do something with respect to foster parents. Because the connection that foster parents have with children is strong, Madam Speaker. In fact, you will find that there is a very direct link when you get a child virtually from birth, and this happens quite often, right until adulthood, Madam Speaker. Now, I don't know if it was March or April, there was a debate inside the Manitoba legislature. And inside the legislature, they talked about, the connection between, non-biological parents towards children that are adopted, that are provided foster care. And I have seen the connection that is very tangible. In fact, what we ended up doing in this particular situation, and the same principles could be applied elsewhere, Madam Speaker, is recognized with the Jubilee pins that we were given, Madam Speaker, of honoring foster children. And based in terms of what the member and the discussion that we're having here this evening, I suspect we could have just as easily, and I kind of wish we would have, Madam Speaker, also given some recognition towards adoptive parents. Because we should never take it for granted. And when you look in terms of what it is the government has been talking about, the member would be aware, I'm sure, that the minister has a mandate letter. And within that mandate letter, I understand, there is direction with respect to adoptive parents. And I think what we have to do, Madam Speaker, is take a look in terms of what has been taking place over the last couple of years. And one of the things that we have seen is that the whole EI area can be very effective at responding to the needs of Canadians in a very real and tangible way. We saw that during the pandemic, Madam Speaker. We might have had to put some limitations in terms of some of the things that we wanted to be able to do as a result of the pandemic and the crisis that all Canadians had to deal with at the time, Madam Speaker. But don't let that discourage individuals that might be following this debate or trying to push forward the idea and the principles that we need to recognize adopted parents being recognized through EI reform. The minister herself has indicated that she is genuinely wanting to see changes to the EI system, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister himself has recognized the importance of the issue. The Prime Minister has, not only come up with the mandate letters, which all Prime Ministers have at least done in the past, but he has also singled this issue to this particular minister.
I'm sorry, I do have to cut the honourable member off, but the next time that this matter is before the House, he will have 2 minutes left for his speech. La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires.
The time set out for PMB has now expired. It has fallen to the bottom of the order paper.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm here to follow up on a question that I asked the government last week tied to a number of issues. It was tied mainly to the ongoing strike, but it was highlighting a key concern that I know many Canadians have been having right across this country, and in particular around a number of areas. The current government's increased the public service by, I believe, 53% over the last few years to the tunes of over $21 billion, and unfortunately, service has declined. The strike that just happened, the largest strike in Canadian history that I will acknowledge has been successfully, or maybe tentatively, come to a conclusion, doesn't really stop the point of my main question, which is why it took the government 2 years to get this situation resolved. Because the impact that strike had, but just in general, the lack of service support across federal government departments has been impacting, for example, Afghans that helped Canada get here because IRCC has been proved really incapable of processing the necessary paperwork. In particular, the last month, the impact it's been having on Canadians trying to get their taxes done in return or done on time, and especially with the challenges many of them are facing due to pandemic benefits that were paid out and now in some cases being clawed back, and trying to get the clarity to understand what do they owe, how fast they have to pay these back or work out an appropriate level of support or degree. I personally took issue with the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development, who had the audacity to tell Canadians while the strike was going on that their passports weren't essential, don't even bother applying. And another issue that specifically impacted my riding, Madam Speaker, was I have Georgian College, blessed to have it there, but they run a marine program, and unfortunately Transport Canada, despite them reassuring them, the college ahead of time and the, I believe, 40 students that were in the process of finishing their program, that they would still have the ability to get their exams done and that they'd be administered on time. And unfortunately, there was a change in tune by Transport Canada while the strike was going on, and those students, very needed navigators or marine experts to get out there and work in our labor force, weren't able to be qualified and get out there as quickly as possible. I'm hopeful that will get resolved here in the very short time frame. But the fact of the matter is, this is having a huge impact, or it had a huge impact, and I really just want to understand better why it took this government 2 years to resolve this situation with the unions, and so that it could have been resolved before a strike ever needed to occur. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the question from my colleague from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. Before answering the main question, I'd like to provide an update to you, Madam Speaker, and to all of my colleagues in the House of Commons and all Canadians. As you have no doubt heard, Madam Speaker, we have reached tentative agreements with the Public Service Alliance of Canada for all 4 bargaining groups in the core public administration. This is great news for employees and for Canadians. It has not been easy. We have negotiated, we have compromised, and we have found creative solutions. After long days, nights, and weekends of hard work, we've reached agreements that are fair and competitive for employees. And with salary increases of 11.5% over 4 years, consistent with the recommendations of the Public Interest Commission, these are also reasonable agreements for taxpayers. They also provide an additional year of stability and certainty. The Government of Canada appreciates the important role that its employees play in delivering services to Canadians. PSAC members play an essential role in this work, and these agreements will provide them with significant benefits and improvements that recognize their significant contribution. Madam Speaker, I would like to now address the issue of services raised by the member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
There are a couple of things which I will do. First, Madam Speaker, I would like to answer directly. Why did it take this long to have the negotiations? I'd like to inform the honourable member, Madam Speaker, that the Government of Canada tabled its negotiations just over a year ago, just about a year ago from now. And unfortunately, PSAC chose not to negotiate with us, walked away from the table. We were always there, ready to start the table and start the negotiations so that we could have avoided what we had experienced over the last 2 weeks. But it was not to be. It wasn't until after the publication of the Public Interest Report, as well as the Public Interest Commission's report, as well as some other processes that went through the strike mandate before the unions returned to the table, Madam Speaker. And then we negotiated, as I just mentioned before, night and day with the bargaining units at the table. And we came up with a deal that is not only fair and reasonable for public service employees, but is also competitive and fair and reasonable for Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to talk to the member about the consequences of what has happened and the effects that this 2-week strike has had on various services. But I see that you're giving me the signal that I'm running close to time, so I'll wrap up here, and I hope that my colleague will allow me to continue providing him the responses to the question that he had sought.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I'll definitely give the Parliamentary Secretary a chance to follow up in his remaining minute to really address that issue, because I'd like him to acknowledge, I'd like the government to acknowledge just the terrible impact the strike had, but just in general, the lack of services to many Canadians, over the last number of months or years in some cases, but in particular the strike. And I guess I'd ask his advice, though, of what he has learned or what the government has learned, so a future government, regardless of its political stripe, could get to a resolution prior to a strike ever occurring. So does the Parliamentary Secretary have anything to offer so that in a future situation, we don't have to get to this same point where our hardworking federal employees have to go to the point of striking?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you. I think the advice which I would have, Madam Speaker, of course, is to start the negotiations as early as we can. There are times where it would be unreasonable to expect any future government to start negotiations years in advance of the ending of a contract, because conditions will change over time. If you had gone back 3 years, I don't think people would have predicted that we would have seen interest rates rise to 5 or 6% as it has. At the time, we were skating at historically low rates, but it had been historically low rates for almost a decade. So it would be unreasonable to expect governments. But as soon as they can, like a year out, it makes a lot of sense for governments to do that. And I would encourage all future governments to making sure that they sit down and negotiate and offer in good faith. And I hope that the bargaining units will do the same, because, of course, it takes two to tango.
The member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, my question to the government on February 9th quoted the government House leader's statement in the January 2015 edition, January 25th edition of the Hill Times that, and I quote, "Protecting Canada's economy and infrastructure from foreign interference and from the rise of despotism," end quote, would be the government's third priority in the upcoming session. Today, we can also add the government's repeated promise to protect all members of this House from foreign interference and threats. One hopes, Madam Speaker, that protecting democracy, upholding Canadian laws, and ensuring the safety of MPs would ordinarily be a priority for any government. Therefore, I would ask again the government how their stated priority is coming along, especially in light of the matter involving the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills. For some unknown reason, the government is incapable of taking immediate action and kick out a Chinese diplomat, irrespective that the individual is a literal poster child for persona non grata under Article 9 of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1961. The section says that a receiving state, Canada, may at any time and without having to explain its decision notify a sending state, China, that the head of the mission or any member of the diplomatic staff of the mission is persona non grata, or that any other member of the staff of the mission is not acceptable. Pretty straightforward, Madam Speaker. Is there any ambiguity here? A threshold appears to have been met several times. So why then has there been such a delay? Also, why is there no movement on creating a foreign agent registry, similar to those in the United States and Australia? In fact, in speaking about Australia, Madam Speaker, I want to read into the record something that Vice Admiral Paul Madison, now retired, formerly Commander of the Royal Canadian Navy and Canada's High Commissioner to Australia, has said. He points that relative to Australia, Canada's, and I quote, exposure to economic coercion is much less than in Australia. Yet Australia has stood up to the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, absorbed the costs, diversified trade, and made it clear that no foreign power will be permitted to undermine its democracy and values, end quote. Is it the government's intention to send a clear signal to Beijing that Canada is a doormat? How difficult is it to create a registry, Madam Speaker? Did the PSAC strike set it back a few weeks? Moreover, how beneficial is it, Madam Speaker, to place an RCMP car outside 2 illegal Chinese police stations in Quebec? Why can't the federal government shut down these stations? Madam Speaker, how long would it take the Americans or Chinese to eradicate illegal police stations in their country? Not very long. So, Madam Speaker, how has the government stood up and confronted head-on Chinese interference in Canada? Given its feeble record, I'm sure its action is not on a sound foundation. With such an abysmal record, how safe should any member feel about the government working to guarantee their safety? Can the parliamentary secretary inform Canadians if we can expect the creation of a foreign agent registry in our lifetime?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak about our government's record when dealing with foreign interference. But I actually want to start off where the member seemingly left. He asked the question of how long would it take for the U.S. or China to react in these things. And I'm surprised that he would actually suggest in this House that we should follow the lead of the Chinese government in terms of how they handle whether it's foreign interference or the rules of law and order in their country. I think, Madam Speaker, we won't take lessons from the Chinese government on that. Instead, we actually follow the rule of law in this country as parliamentarians, as we've heard throughout the debate today, that when it comes to illegal police stations, that it's absolutely been unequivocal that these need to be shut down. But the suggestion that it is the federal government who polices in this country just shows how naive the member opposite is in terms of what the role of the RCMP is, that I have every bit of faith and trust that they will do the right things to ensure that any police stations that are illegal police stations that are open will not only be shut down, but any additional police stations would be shut down as well. And the suggestion that the police require this House to tell them to enforce the laws is frankly insulting to our very capable RCMP members. When it comes to foreign interference, this is not a new phenomenon. This is not unique to Canada. In fact, we've seen many examples around the world. The member opposite raised the issue of Australia. We also saw very public cases in the U.S. in the 2016 presidential election, France, Australia, New Zealand. We hear often of incidents in Estonia, foreign interference by the Russian government. So this isn't new, Madam Speaker. In fact, it was the 2019 NSICOP report in this very House that actually raised issues of foreign interference and targeting of MPs. And I just find it, I've said this in the House time and time again, that when reports are tabled in this House, but then the suggestion is made that the government somehow never took this seriously, never addressed this, but it was in those very reports that all members in this House had access to. It was actually our government, right from the beginning, we took serious action on foreign interference by creating the committee like NSICOP, Oversight Committee in CIRA. We are moving ahead with a foreign registry and foreign agent registry. Madam Speaker, we continue to take serious action on this. And if the member opposite thinks that foreign interference there is a silver bullet that is going to solve it, I'd like to inform him that foreign interference is always going to be a threat that all governments must take incredibly seriously. We must be diligent that the forms that foreign interference come into may be changing, and that all governments and all parliamentarians need to be very aware, and all Canadians need to entrust the democratic institutions in this country, and therefore all governments must take this extremely seriously and continue to combat it.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, the issue of foreign interference touches all Canadians and Canada. And over the last year, I have also closely examined circumstances and events involving my circumstances and situation in Spadina-Fort York. I have reached a conclusion that is certainly within the realm of possibility that I may have been subjected to Chinese interference in 2021, one that destroyed my name and worked to prevent my election in 2021. I have had a substantial meeting with CSIS that was over 2 hours to discuss my thoughts and concerns. I also plan to meet with the Honourable David Johnston and provide him with my information, things that I had also shared with CSIS. I want to assure the government and anyone else that having put up with racist comments, innuendos, false accusations, threats, and sketchy political machinations, I will go forward to determine what and who was behind the despicable takedown effort against me, my name, my reputation, whether it be of Chinese origin or otherwise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think that if any members feel that they are subject to foreign interference or in any way being intimidated, then that absolutely should be raised. But Madam Speaker, I also want to caution that the threats around foreign interference are extremely serious, and using instances without being able to provide credible evidence is also not a way to rebuild simply a reputation, because I read the article in the National Post on May 3rd, 2023, where the member opposite actually makes some of these allegations in regards to what he believes. And Madam Speaker, I just point out that if what was reported in the article were in fact true, that it would mean that a foreign entity had to have known that he might be potentially a candidate in Spadina-Fort York over 3 years in advance of the sitting member ever deciding that they weren't going to run again.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Before colonization, Inuit First Nations and Métis were self-governing nations that each had their own forms of keeping well with each other. They had their own laws governing behaviors. They had their own laws governing land and wildlife management. Indigenous peoples were independent nations. About 150 years ago, the ravages of colonialism and the genocide against Indigenous peoples has resulted in too many examples of what we have seen in the tragic story of Dale Arthur Culver. To his family and friends, I again send my sincerest condolences, and some of whom I had the privilege of meeting. For those who may forgotten, Dale Arthur Culver was a First Nations young man from British Columbia. He was racially profiled, which led to his untimely death. I still find it appalling that it took 6 years to have charges laid against 5 RCMP officers that were responsible for his death. Dale and his family deserve justice. 150 years later, even after the ravages of colonialism, we are seeing Indigenous self-determination. Most nations are starting to be self-governing again, which I'm so proud of. When I first asked this government when it would finally introduce an Indigenous policing bill that it promised it would introduce years ago, instead of answering the question, the government responded by saying they provided funding. So I will repeat my question. When will this current government pass legislation so Indigenous peoples can keep themselves safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her strong advocacy. Indigenous communities, like all communities in Canada, should be places where people and families feel safe and secure. A culturally sensitive, respectful, and properly funded police services are essential for community safety and well-being. The Minister of Public Safety has been mandated to co-develop First Nations Police Services legislation. This legislation is an opportunity to recognize First Nations Police Services as an essential service and to provide funding that is adequate, stable, predictable, and responsive to First Nations Police Services needs. We recognize the federal government cannot do this alone, especially given provincial and territorial jurisdiction over the administration of justice, including policing, and the role of First Nations in managing their First Nations police services. Over the past several months, department officials, the minister, and the parliamentary secretary have continued to work with the Assembly of First Nations, provinces and territories, the First Nations Chief of Police Association, the First Nations Police Governance Council, First Nations Police Services, and modern treaty and self-government agreement holders on the First Nations Police Service legislation. I also want to note that the legislation will be focused exclusively on First Nations policing services. However, we know there are needs from coast to coast to coast. Everyone on this land deserves to live in safe and healthy communities. Without safety, we know people cannot thrive. Police services that are professional, effective, culturally appropriate, responsive, and accountable is critical to building safe and healthy communities. For this reason, in Budget 2021, the Government of Canada invested $540 million over 5 years and over $126 million ongoing to support communities currently served by First Nations and Inuit policing program and to expand the program to new communities. As part of this expansion, I'm pleased to note that for the first time, Nunavut would be receiving dedicated RCMP resources under the program, filling a long-standing gap given Nunavut's majority Inuit population. In addition, funding announced as part of Indigenous policing investments in Budget 2021 for Public Safety Canada's Crime Prevention and Community Safety Planning programs and Indigenous Services Canada's Pathways to Safe Indigenous Communities program continues to provide options to Inuit communities and populations to address their community safety needs. We also continue to dialogue with Inuit partners on their distinct policing and community safety priorities consistent with the Minister of Public Safety's commitment to continue to engage Inuit and Métis on policing matters with support from Ministers of Indigenous Services and Crown Indigenous Relations so that we can continue to meet the diverse needs of Inuit into the future. Madam Speaker, financial investments are one step towards increasing the equity of Indigenous police services across Canada. Though the work is not done, we continue to work closely with Inuit partners to identify and explore the policing and community safety solutions that they need.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I appreciate the responses. I still consider these responses to be quite piecemeal. This government has had years to be guided by important works led by Indigenous peoples. Two of the major works include the calls for justice and the calls to action. Both of these reports provide comprehensive frameworks that can lead to positive change, that can lead to the overall improvement of Indigenous well-being. Meeting these calls will ensure systemic changes so that Inuit, First Nations, and Métis can finally experience the reconciliation they deserve, so they can finally experience the justice they deserve. Despite these great works, this government continues to take incremental steps. These incremental forms of justice only perpetuate Canada's genocide against Indigenous peoples. When will this government finally implement what it touts will be its whole of government approach rather than the incremental steps it continues?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do understand the need for an all-of-government approach, and again, I appreciate the comments made by the Honourable Member, and will certainly continue to work with her on ways that we can improve this. I think that it's also why the Minister of Public Safety has mandated to co-develop First Nations police services legislation. In addition to this, the government is funding the First Nations and Inuit policing program, including expanding the program to new communities. As part of this expansion, I'm pleased to note that for the first time, Nunavut will be receiving dedicated RCMP resources under the program, filling a long-standing gap given Nunavut's majority Inuit population. In addition to these other programs, like crime prevention, community safety, and planning, we will be working with Indigenous Services Canada's Pathways to Safe Indigenous Communities program to continue to build.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
Accordingly, pursuant to order made August 20, 2023, the House is adjourned until next Monday at 11 o'clock.